I think we're live. Hey
Is
guys.
it live?
I mean, I don't it doesn't say live on my
Oh yeah,
TV yet, but
YouTube
maybe
has a
we're 30
delay.
seconds behind. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's
We're
awesome.
about to find out. My it also says
Uh,
February 14th at 3 a.m. So
well, I think we are live because I didn't
we
have my volume turned off.
Oh, you didn't? Oh shit.
No,
Okay.
I heard it in my
I'm getting
ears.
I'm getting an ad on my TV. All right, so heck yeah, we are live. Hey chat. Sorry you
That's
had to sit
awesome.
through that last 30 seconds with me boomerang. um Thanks for joining me. This is actually I think it's like my second official like live where I'm here. Well, I did one live where I didn't know I was live and I just sat there and ate a burrito. And somebody's like, "Can I join?" And I was like, "Wait, what?" And they're like, "You're live." And I'm like, "Oh shit, good thing my camera was off while I was eating."
That
It
is
was embarrassing.
awesome. That is awesome. Did you just start hitting buttons?
Um, I panicked. I don't remember how it ended. I just remember I was like, "Oh no, was I talking to myself? Was I singing? Oh boy." um,
Do you sing?
no, by
Oh,
myself I do.
like this is my singing voice and my Australian accent and my Russian accent. It's all real. This is the only thing I've got. It's the only
Yeah,
thing I got. I cannot.
yeah.
I cannot do anything else. So I was like, if you can hold a tune, you are light years ahead of me.
Gotta hide
So
these so they can show our names. To my chat, if anybody's here who doesn't know the expert, this is my very best YouTube friend. This is the expert, my tube twin.
we've been through a
He.
lot together.
We really have. I remember I had 100 something subs, and I'm going through my comments, and I see the expert, and it looks pretty official, right? The expert, and it says, "Hey, you should come over and join us." Or something, I don't to that effect. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it because I was looking for friends. And so I clicked on there and you guys were just chilling. It was literally one of the best places I've ever been. Still one of the best places I go. Super, super chill.
Oh man,
Aw.
you own the place over there. We love you. We absolutely love you, Death.
Well,
You have
it's
the
fun.
keys to the kingdom.
It's fun. I see the white rabbit is in chat. Hopefully she is doing better and feeling all right.
She woke up about 45 minutes ago
Mm,
and started asking me if the dogs had eaten. I said, "Yeah, sure. One of them has." And anyway, she got up, came downstairs, got herself something, and she started like she got vertigo today as she's had
yeah, that
before.
sucks.
So
Well, that's fun. Lady Autumn Sky is here. Sparky Tech
awesome.
Corner is here. I don't know if you guys saw, but Sparky's Tech Corner did a video on my fair and strike. So if anybody is interested in that, that is where you could go find what just happened to me right on over there. That's a fun
Sparky
channel.
Tech Corner.
I
Awesome.
almost don't want to tell people about this place because I could go
Because
there and chill and nobody is just like a new crowd and like hiding. But it is fun and the people are really dope. I think they would get along with our people very, very well. They were awesome. Dorothedius is here. Good to see you. Texas Jen. We're going to talk about paranormal stuff. Grimmy is here. Nice to see you. He's saying, Bridget's here.
Sparky just got a new sub.
Hey, thanks. Uh, I'll link Sparky down there in case anybody is interested in that fair and stuff. That way you can go see it, get it out of your system. We're gonna talk about paranormal stuff tonight, and it's a
Ooh.
trip. Yeah, I was on with Michael Malloy earlier today, and I just happened to ask him like the show was winding down, and I was thinking about this tonight, and I was like, "Do you have any ghost stories you could tell us?" Or anything like that, paranormal. And he says, "Well, I had to have an exorcism once." And I'm like, "Okay." And so he starts telling us the story. Now, I asked him if I could retell the story today, and he said, "Sure, just tell him it's me. Give me credit." And so I was like, "All right, why don't we just play him telling us the story?"
So you sent it to me.
So
Do you want me to do it or are you gonna do it?
if you could do it, that would be dope because I've never figured out sound on mine.
Well, you have
I
to
think
turn the mute off. That's first. That's always a problem with me.
Yeah, it's always like people say they can hear it really quiet, so I don't know. I don't know. I got to figure it out not live, probably.
Yeah, this is like your second live. You said that's awesome. I mean, this is so cool. By the way, if my screen locks up, let me know. I'm having I don't know, internet problems.
Okay.
Uh, I don't know. I think I'm just having problems. Let's see how that works. All right, there's
Hey,
that.
that's awesome. Add to stream. Okay, I gotta figure out how to take that chat off the screen. There it goes. This should start right as we're asking him
Now, I've not
the
tested
question.
this, and I'm cranking up the volume, so you may, I don't know, we may need to stop it. Is that too loud?
I don't hear anything.
How do you not hear anything?
Maybe it's me.
Do y'all hear that? Okay, wait a second. So you can't hear it, right, Div?
I can't hear it now.
Can anybody else hear it? This is where the chat has to help the creators
No
out.
share with sound. No sound. Rabbit is saying that she can't hear it. So,
Well, why is there no
do you think
sound?
it's my problem? It could be on my side. Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh wait, let me do settings.
Well, we're about to show Mr. Malloy, that man on the top.
Yeah.
His channel.
There may be a setting on yours that's
On my
allows
end.
sound. Yeah, like in your settings, and it's like allow sound while doing
Setting.
sharing. It'll be like sharing allow sound while sharing, and it's for a video.
Guest. Guest sound. Play a sound when go. No. Damn it. I don't see that.
What happens if you hit
Audio, maybe. Hit
what if you hit present, the present key, and then it'll pop up, and that's how you share a screen. Does it say at the bottom is there a little box to click that says share sound?
It does, but it didn't. It's wanting me to share one of my screens.
Yeah.
Okay, let me remove this and add it back to the screen and see if it. Yeah, it didn't give me an option. Sharing was canceled. Make sure you share. Oh, I'm the worst at this, you guys.
No.
Yeah.
No sound still?
I still don't hear it, no. Unshare the screen, then go to the share it again. And when you pick, there's a box that says shared sound. Maybe I'll try to share this myself.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try it
share
from my end.
yourself with that clip there.
Okay.
God, no sound. Well, if it matters, I do know that I forgot to shave today. So that's been guava ball has caught me on that one before, and so I always try to shave now because it's a self-conscious problem. Anyway, I just noticed that.
Okay, now we'll see if we can hear this. Mr. Malloy, can I ask you if you've ever seen a ghost? Do you hear that, expert?
I hear it. It's real low. Is it coming through your computer?
I mean, it's coming through my headphones.
Why would I be able to hear it from your headphones, though?
I know. Like I said, it's never worked for me. Yes, turn the volume up. Everything's at 100. Hey, Loki. Stephanie's here. Nice to see you.
Oh, awesome.
Ashley, hi. To Rex and Heidi, they're all here. I'm so sorry. I'm not great at this. Okay, what if I shared it put my system audio on my speakers, but muted me, so.
Okay, let's try that.
Okay.
No, nothing now.
That confused the shit out of me. Okay, I'm not going to do that ever again.
Oh, well.
Oh, wait, okay.
I hear myself.
Okay, I fixed it.
That's awesome. It's so everybody got to see, like, this was working perfectly. This was a ghost. A ghost messed this up.
Yes, this is exactly.
It was a big spooky ghost.
Paranormal
Big
stuff has
spooky.
already begun.
It has. It absolutely has. That's awesome. Well, what did Michael Malloy say? Do you
Wait a
remember?
minute. Kay sent a super sticker. Thank you, Kay. That's very sweet. Is it a rose or is that your picture? I can't see it on my side. Let me scroll up.
Oh yeah. That's the worst thing about StreamYards.
It's a pear riding a rocket. That's super cute. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so I no, I can just tell you this story about Mr. Malloy.
Mm-hmm.
This man? Okay, so I asked him, "Have you ever seen a ghost?" Oh, what's happening now?
I don't know. We're
Let me
caught in the
just
Matrix.
let me just not do that. I think I was sharing your screen instead of my screen.
Oh well.
Okay. Rabbit, thank you. She just gifted 10 memberships.
Oh, awesome.
Aw. I appreciate that. Okay, so I asked Michael Malloy, I'm like, and I think he's in his 70s. I'm fairly certain he's in his 70s. I said, "Have you ever
Mm-hmm.
seen a ghost or have a paranormal experience?" And he says, "Yeah, I had to have an exorcism because, well, he had something enter his body." And he's a Mormon. He called the Mormon church and they came over. And Shelly and I were on with him. We're like, "Wait, what?" He said, "Yeah, he was in his living room." I think he said he was 17. I think I have that wrong, right. He was in his living room talking to himself. He didn't say what he was saying, but he did say he was talking to himself, and that all of a sudden he felt something like in him, but it was like he was still there, but it was still there, I think he said. And he could feel
Ooh.
like he didn't have control. So he called the Mormon his church,
Yeah.
and they came over,
The
the
elders.
elders came over, yeah, and performed
Yeah.
an exorcism. He said it was about an hour long, that it was very painful, and that it
Ooh.
left him and hasn't been back. And he actually was like, "I don't talk about it because he's kind of afraid that it could be back because I don't think he knows how it happened."
Dude, oh my gosh, I got chills. You've already started them. You've already started the chills.
Isn't
That's
that
what.
wild?
Yeah, wasn't that last week or last week? The last time we did paranormal, weren't we talking about uh Nikki 38 said something about, like, mentioning its name or something like that, being afraid to, or talking about it. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm
Go ahead and
sorry.
read your super chat.
You're right. I was trying to read this and I stopped listening to you. I'm such an ass. But I tried this and I don't think that was it. It was my problem on my side, but then the sound thing didn't work out. I just don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. We got the story out there though, so that's good.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't have allowed that comment. My bad.
It's a uh I just went blank. The paranormal took the brain out. No, it's about mentioning the name
Oh,
of the whatever it is, the entity. And we never settled on, is it spirits? Is it are they it's energy? You were talking about that
I
last time. Is it energy or is
uh,
it a soul? I think that was
it's energy. It's definitely energy, right?
well. It's funny. So you got me on the poltergeist thing today,
Mm.
and so I started reading about poltergeist, and I stopped when it said that there's different theories on poltergeist, and that one of them is that it is a energy from an event that happened,
Oh yeah.
yeah, like a huge, like, terrifying, whatever, like, traumatic event. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, there's some of those, you think about, like, Oklahoma City. There's Mel. Hey, you know what? Last night I was
Thank you,
on
Mel.
Tish in Tennessee, and I said, Tish, who would be a great person to be on here? Would be Mel. And she's like, "Oh, she would be. I've always wanted her to. Do you think she would do it if I reached out to her?" I said, "Yes, you
Yeah.
should reach out to her." And so before it was over, she had already asked Mel to come on her Sunday night thing, and Mel accepted. I was like, "That's awesome. That's awesome." I'm a giver. I like to do stuff like that.
Um. Oh shoot. Okay,
But
so
no,
I
the
think
the
that
energy, the energy. Sorry.
yeah, I do think that their energy, it must be. I wonder if some energy can get trapped. So yeah, like when a mass thing happens, if there's just crazy amounts of wandering energy or something, Because oh, my
Yeah.
heater is on. I'm sorry. Can you hear that?
No, I can't actually.
Okay, sorry.
You have a good microphone, but I can't hear it. Oh wait,
It
that
just
sounds
came on.
backwards. That sounds backwards to everybody. You have a good microphone if I can't hear it, but it makes sense when you're. Um, well, it's funny. So I said this Oklahoma City thing. You remember? There's a if you look up, like, I'm always amazed if something big happens, right? Like some terrible thing happens. You always hear the media says, "This is the worst." It's like the catastrophe of the century. This is the worst thing that ever happened. So I'm immediately doing the research. I'm like, okay, what was the worst event, right? Well,
Hmm.
a let's see, I don't even know if you can't even say this word anymore. A T, I don't know.
Oh, I
A
know what you're. I know what you're
bad
thinking.
person,
Very
took
scary,
some
terrifying
chemicals.
type thing.
Terrifying, a very terrifying person. Yes, and I did read that somewhere that you can't say the T word
I
anymore.
believe it.
So yeah, but anyway, a terrifying person took a misguided ideology effect to the federal building in Oklahoma City, and it went up, and
Mhm.
there's so many people perished there. Well, here's what's really weird. Years after this happened, I was at the beach. I was in college. It was like my first spring break, and I was with a friend. We were at a grocery store, and we were checking out, and I'll never forget this elderly black lady who looked familiar to me, but like I'd never seen her before in my life. And she turned and she looked. She was checking out right in front of us, and she looks at me and she says, "Do you believe in angels?" Ma'am, well, yes, ma'am, I do. Yeah. She said, "Have you ever seen one?" And I'm kind of like, it's nighttime. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like 18, 17, something like that. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen one, no, ma'am. And she pulls out a photograph she had. She was carrying around. She said, "My daughter took this photograph years ago at the Oklahoma City after the everything happened. And it was all the rubble and everything.
Mhm.
And right in the middle of this picture it looked like like, how, like, if you, like, it's sparklers, and if you do them real fast, you can, like, you try to write your name or something like that as you're a
Yes,
kid.
yes.
It looked like sparklers, and it was a angel. It was the shape of an angel, a golden
Oh,
angel.
wow.
And I was like, it was like the outlines, like a lit up thing. And I looked at that and I was like, well, that's I was like, where did you get this? I was like, how did your daughter, did she know? And she was like, though the there was a nursery in this building,
Mm.
and or like a daycare, it's for the workers,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
And this picture was taken right over because like every child that was in there, something like that, perished.
Mm.
And this was taken right over. That picture was taken right over the rubble. She said my daughter went out there and wanted to take a picture of that, and then when she sent it to have printed out, an angel, it came back like this. And I was like, and so like my friend's there, right? I'm like, dude, have you seen this? And my friend, it was like, oh yeah, yeah. And he's like, blew up. I was like, why am I sitting here? Why did this woman look at me?
Yeah.
Why is she showing this to me? And why am I sitting here going, wow, like that's that is. I mean, and to hear that it was over the nursery and everything, it just really got me. And my
That's
friend's just like,
awesome.
blowing it off. He's like, I hope my fake ID works. And
You're like,
it
"Hold
just,
on, the world just got a little bit weird."
yeah,
Oh,
it's
wow.
that's something I've not, like, any type of experience like that. I haven't shared that much with. I don't even know if this is a story that Rabbit would remember. But it was just one of those things. It's like, wow.
Yeah,
So
that's a super, super, super awesome story.
yeah, it
I
was.
but I don't have never seen a picture of an angel, but I have got a picture of a ghost before
Oh wow.
because it was something between me and my sister, and the
Hmm.
stairs were behind us. We were sitting on the couch here, and my someone else took the photo. My grandpa says he thinks it's his dog. Doesn't even look like his dog, and not even
Hmm.
close. I just think he's afraid of ghosts. But my
I am
oldest sister still has the. You're afraid of them though,
ghost. Oh yeah.
dude. You want to hear something I heard? I heard, now this is going to be interesting, but that there's like good spirits and bad spirits, right? Angels, demons, whatever. And that the worse they are, the worse that their worse intention, the nicer that they look, and that the nicer the intention, the less airs they put on, so it's just more like nothing, like dark. And so there's like this theory that angels would come to us more, but we would be afraid because we've been told that the angels are the white shiny
Hmm.
ones, and the white shiny ones are actually probably not the good ones. So like they don't
Oh.
come to us as often because we'd be afraid. So I'm like, shoot. So if a dark entity comes, do I should I try to be like, hey, I know you're good or whatever? I don't know, just something interesting. So, ugh. Imagine if that's the case. If we've been tricked to think that angels are demons and demons are angels in visually in the books,
Wow,
you
man.
know?
Oh wow, that's a deep one. That's a deep thought. That's not. Um, yeah, I wasn't. I never thought of it like that. That's. I don't know, man. You got me. But
The
it's
house,
true though. I mean, look at like Hollywood, right? Oh, Autumn Sky. I love that.
yeah, Grimmy with the Lucifer was the most beautiful of all the angels. Yeah, I know. I think that that's probably where it comes from because yeah, I mean, I don't know why a nice one would not be as bright. So that's I don't know if that makes a lot of sense. Hey, good to see you.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't know. Well, that's deep.
I think so. Darth said the greatest trick the devil ever did was convincing the world he doesn't exist. I think the greatest trick is convincing the world that he has horns and that he's this evil guy. Because I tell you what, the devil has come into my life not looked anything like that. Probably some of the nicest outwardly looking people have been the darkness in my world. So
Where
I
do
don't believe
you
I
where do you think the image of the horns and the hooves and everything? Where do you think that image comes from?
I don't
I
know.
mean, it has. I'm thinking like Renaissance type paintings, right? It always you have. Well, I mean, the hand was it Michelangelo did the Sistine Chapel, the hand of God and the hand, God and man touching each other. That sounded bad. Boy, that sounded so bad when I said that.
Wait a minute.
Dang it. Yeah, I know. I'm going to hell. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about. It's like,
hmm Vicky and Loki are both saying their pagan religions have made that up. Pagan biker gangs, Moose said. All right, well, there you go.
you don't hear much about pagans anymore.
I was kind of going to go look it up right now. I'm just going to really fast, just so I know exactly what we're talking about. Pagan means like worldly religion, like worldly beliefs, or what?
All I know is the solstice and
Heathen.
what's the other one? Stonehenge. I know about Stonehenge and
These are pagan?
yeah, the pagans built Stonehenge, right?
I don't know. Let me figure this out. A pagan is one who has little or no religion, or who delights in sensual pleasures and material goods, an irreligious or hedonistic person. Heathen, a heathen. Okay. So so pagan religions can't really be a thing because it's no religion. Pagan religions.
But they always
What's a
they do
pagan
the
religion? Okay, let me look
sacrifices,
that up.
right?
Doesn't that make it a religion though? Like if you're all believing in it and you got like things you do. Paganism is a term for diverse spiritual beliefs that honor nature, the earth, and the divine in many forms. Oh, so it's any kind of religion that doesn't have a I don't know. I don't know if we want to go there.
Okay, so here's what I'll do is you got to remind me because I'll forget as soon as the stream's over. Chat, remind me when you see me out and about that before we do our next paranormal that I need to look up. I need to understand paganism from the historic part, like because I want to know like where that. I mean, I understand. A thousand years ago they saw a solstice and it was like, oh, look at that. That's really cool. Paganism has ancient roots.
I mean, this
Oh
is
wow.
the first thing that came out. This is what I was looking at when you were saying that, so I figured I'd just bring it up so they have something to look at. That looks pretty. So does pagan also mean like satanic? Recognize the plurality of divine beings. So wait, are never mind. I don't get it. Let me look at chat. Maybe they're schooling us. This is why you see paintings all have a halo over Jesus and handheld in a certain way. The big question is, are the spirits able to be filmed? If they are good, beware of the wiles of the enemy. The big question is, are the spirits able
Wow.
to be filmed if they are good? Beware of the wiles of the enemy. That's an interesting question.
Well, I mean, we all think like Hollywood as being weird. There's a lot of I don't know Satanism. I mean, I mean, I know that just sounds like a low hanging word. It's just like just Satanism, but it's like there's something weird going on in a lot of Hollywood type stuff, and that's
Yeah.
like are the good looking people the devil in disguise?
Ooh.
We dismiss the street prophet, the sidewalk preacher. They always look like they're vagrants and they're a little bit off, but maybe I don't know.
Satanism is a specific religion. Most pagans don't believe in Satan. I was going to say that a little bit about that. Like, I think you have to have the belief in Satan to think of Satanism. So the pagans must call it something else. So if you're a pagan, wait a minute. If you're a pagan, what do you call people who don't even believe in pagan things? I wonder.
Nihilist. I don't
Maybe
know.
just a nothinger. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, check it out. Listen, I was okay, I was reading about Bloody Mary. I don't know if any of you guys did this Bloody Mary thing when you were a kid. We did it as girls at sleepovers literally every time we could. Do you know what this is?
Yeah, I've heard of it, and it's terrifying to me.
What? It was as a child. I do remember that. I couldn't even go in a dark bathroom after somebody had tried to play it. But now I don't have that problem.
Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. Hey, did you look at? Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay, let me tell you what this says. It says Bloody Mary is a legend of a ghost, phantom, or spirit conjured to reveal the future. She is said to appear in a mirror when her name is chanted repeatedly. The Bloody Mary apparition may be benign or malevolent, depending on historic variations of the legend. Bloody Mary appearances are most witnesses in group participation play. Ooh,
Okay,
ritual.
okay.
Go
So I
ahead.
have a question. Did they when you? Okay, it's all you're at the slumber party. It's all the girls. Y'all have had your pillow fight because every guy knows that girls have a pillow fight in a slumber party.
Okay.
And
Mm-hmm.
so you're talking about this. Did somebody the person who brings up Bloody Mary did they talk about how she was supposed to look? Because that's what I remember.
No, you do?
Yeah, like it was like she's supposed to be like it was bloody, like she was like all like had been tortured and like just like had been in an accident type, all that stuff. And I was like, yeah, you
I might
guys
have
like
blocked
have it.
that part out. I probably blocked that part out.
That's
I mean, it was
awesome.
very frightening to me, so maybe they did tell me that because I don't why else would I have been afraid? But I was terrified. I thought it was real too, though that's why. And I thought you had to say it 3 times
Yeah, you had to turn around, didn't you?
and spin around. Yeah, I thought so. Let's see what it says. Historically, the divination ritual encouraged young women to walk up a flight of stairs backward, holding a candle and a hand mirror in a darkened house. As they gazed into the mirror, they were supposed to be able to catch a view of their future husband's face. There was, however, a chance that they would see a skull or the face of the Grim Reaper instead, indicating that they were going to die before they would have the chance to marry. Oh, I didn't know this. In the ritual of today, Bloody Mary allegedly appears to individuals or groups who ritualistically invoke her name in the act of catoptromancy? I don't know
I
this
can't see
word.
it.
Let me. Also known
Oh,
as
jeez.
a couple other words I can't say.
Yeah,
Sorry,
man.
guys.
Words are hard.
Yeah, they're getting a little hard for me. This is done by repeatedly chanting her name into a mirror place in a dimly lit or candlelit room. The name must be uttered 13 times or some other specific number of times. The Bloody Mary apparition allegedly appears as a corpse, witch, or ghost that can be friendly or evil. And it's sometimes seen covered in blood. There you go. You were right. The lore surrounding the ritual states that participants may endure the apparition screaming at them, cursing them, strangling them, stealing their soul, drinking their blood, or scratching their eyes out. Some variations of the ritual call Bloody Mary by a different name, Hell Mary or Mary Worth. Oh, no, no, no. I feel like we just found Mary's last name. I don't like that. Damn, I wish I would have read
Oh.
that. Shit. Mary Worth, I love you, man. I love you, Mary. Shit.
Oh.
I know. Why did I do that? Okay, the modern legends of another word I'm not going to attempt in Japan strongly parallels the Bloody Mary myth. Ooh, that's actually interesting. I'm going to click on that.
Oh, yeah.
Urban legend, a spirit of a young girl who haunts school toilets. That's not similar. Okay, but I was reading this earlier, and it says the phenomenon explanation. Staring into a mirror in a dimly lit room for prolonged periods can cause one to hallucinate. Did you know that?
Do what now? Say that again.
Staring
Where's
into
that?
a mirror in a dimly lit room for a prolonged period of time can cause one to hallucinate.
Oh, dude. That's crazy.
Okay, I didn't know that. It says facial features may appear to melt, distort, disappear, and rotate, while other hallucinatory elements such as animal or strange faces may appear. And they talk about why this could happen. It says other explanations from the phenomenon include illusions attributed to at least partially the perceptual effects of Troxel's fading. Now, have you heard of this?
No.
Okay, let me read it to you. Can you guys see this on the screen? Let me make this bigger if I
Yeah.
can. Let me scroll down, and I still want to get it a little bit bigger. Where's Troxel's fading here? Still not big enough. Too big. You can see this?
Yeah.
You can see that the whole thing spinning? I'm not. I don't want the words.
It's a little bit off the
yeah,
side.
I need to see the whole thing. Oh, shite. I've lost it. Oh, here it is. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Let me move these dumb banners out of the way. Sorry, guys. I'm new at this. Okay, back to Troxel's. Okay, this says Troxel's fading, also called Troxel's fading or the Troxel effect, is an optical illusion affecting visual perception. When one fixates on a particular point for even a short period of time, an unchanging stimulus away from the fixated point will fade away and disappear. So if you stare at this X in the middle of this screen, oh hell, I can't click off of it, or that's not going to work at all. For long enough, just staring at the middle of that circle, all of the little pink ones, they fade away.
Oh, okay. So I just started to let my eyes relax, and they kind of start to cross. Like you ever see like that 3D deal? Like you need to relax your eyes.
And you don't have to do anything. You simply just have to keep telling yourself, look at this, look at the X, look at the X, look at the X. And for some reason, it just gets fading, fades away. That was tripping me out. See if you can do it. I can't move my mouse right now and go look at chat or anything, or else it'll take this off the screen. I'm going to try to do it on my TV and see if it's working. Did it work for you?
No, it was like, it will freak me out because it started to fade away. And then I thought, wait, what's happening? and it
You
would
got it
just,
back.
yeah, it messed me up.
Yeah, I thought that was really strange. So think about that. I've never thought about staring at my face in the mirror to see if things would start changing or whatever. I'm gonna try it. I think I'm gonna try it. But it and that one, it specifically said that you should say Bloody Mary's name 13 times. So I went to check on why
Hmm.
13 was bad. Do you know why 13 is unlucky?
No, I don't.
I
No.
don't either. It says researchers estimate that as many as 10% of US populations has a fear of the number 13. Friday
That's
the 13th
why
in particular has this really long name. That's why what?
hotels and stuff, they'll go from the 12th floor to the 14th floor.
Yeah, as if the 14th is actually the
The
14th. It's really
14th,
the
yeah.
13th.
Yeah,
I don't buy
exactly.
into that. I just wouldn't stay higher than the 12th ever. That's probably what I would do. Anyways, people think that they're going to lose money, that it's just super bad luck. An early myth surrounding the origin of the fear involved one of the world's oldest legal documents, the Code of
Never
Hammurabi,
heard.
hmm,
Not me.
which reportedly omits a 13th law from its list of legal rules. In reality, the omission was no more than a clerical error made by one of the document's earliest translators who failed to include a line of text. Oh, that's weird. I don't feel like that's enough of an explanation.
No, I
Chat, you feel
mean,
like you'll know better than they knew. Sinbad said Harry Potter. I looked in chat and the answer is Harry Potter. Oh,
yes.
Judge Maddie said,
They'll,
"What's going on here?" And these are we don't know. Friday the 13th is the date the Templars were condemned by the Pope.
uh, Miami Spice said the building she's built, there wasn't a 13th floor. You know, she's in construction.
But
So,
it's still a 13th floor, even though you're calling it the 14th floor.
but you can't show it to people. They see that number 13, it just freaks them out.
Oh, I see what's happening.
I was at a place one time, and a woman said because the numbers, like, she's, I forget what it was, but anyway, the number 666, she couldn't have anything with that on there, and it's like, okay, like she would check the VIN number of new cars, and if she was gonna buy a car, if it had 666 together, she would not buy it.
Oh, I feel that same way. I had 606 subscribers for a while, and I was like, that's a little close to 666. It creeps me out. Tish said lack of sleep can make you hallucinate.
That's true.
Ugh.
That's very true.
I just saw, Clumsy. Clumsy's favorite person. The number 13 may be associated with some famous but undesirable dinner guests. In Norse mythology, the god Loki was 13th to arrive at a feast of Valhalla where he tricked another attendee. Hey, wait a minute. We have a Loki and a Valhalla that are our friends. What's
Oh
going on
wow.
here? Is life real?
And look at, I see why this is Clumsy's favorite person.
She
I mean,
knows things
obviously,
like that.
yes.
It's a lot going on over here.
Which is awesome. Yeah, Corey in the
Yes.
House 81, Sticks and Hammer 666. I listen to him a lot, and it bothers me because he's big into paganism, and but he used to be a Satanist, and that, yeah, and but he has good content.
Okay, Sinbad said, "Hey, the expert, we are delving into the enemy's realm right now. Do not tempt the devil. I need to go pray real quick. I'll grab a white claw on my way back. Cheers to that. Um, if you're a praying person, I do suggest that you continue to keep yourself covered because the enemy, even when we don't think we're talking about him, invoking him, it's always there. It's always ready to get you. So,
That's
if
right.
you're a praying person, if you're somebody who likes that love and light, I would do that. I
Look
wouldn't
at
fuck with. Do you like mess with spirit boxes or Ouija's or anything like
you.
that?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
no. Remember the
clarify.
spirit box? I'd never heard about till that our last the paranormal stream we did. And all of a
Yeah.
sudden, it's that what was it? Nikki 38 had one, and it's like we're sitting there, and the volume turned way up, and I was like, I was like, ah, like I really thought something got me.
Yeah, I don't understand those at all. But I also don't like Unless it's just a box with nothing, no, like, you don't have to put batteries in it or anything, then I don't believe it. If it's just a box that doesn't require batteries and it's not electronic and you can like, I don't know, maybe it's got coils in it or something, I don't know.
Yeah, like you
Then I
want
believe it.
you want to see it get electrified from the energy in the room.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It's weird because I've thought about this too. Like the movie Ghostbusters, everybody, oh, it's a comedy and everything else, but like they talk about it, if you watch it again, and they talk about like, oh, this ghost is from the blah, 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 and, they name some book and they talk about everything about it. I'm like, do I need to like look this up? Like, is any of this? It might be real that they're talking about, but it's a comedy movie. I don't know, but it's the EKG wand thing they have. Like that's what I think it is. Is that they're these? I guess these spirit boxes are just like a handheld radio, a high powered one that constantly scans frequencies. I
I
don't know.
mean, I don't know either. I don't know if I don't understand really how radios work, how literally you can just there's somebody playing the song over here, and if I turn this box into the right wavelength, it'll pick up on the songs that are just in the air right around me?
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's weird to me.
yeah.
Um,
It's
yeah, it's very bizarre to me. So Pastor Rapture says, "How do you share? I have a ghost, UFO, and cryptid stories." I feel like I should get a link to him so he can come join us and tell us those stories. But Stephanie also has a ghost story or some paranormal stories she wanted to share with us. But let me just make sure that I've clicked through all of. I don't know how to go back to get rid of a message, so I click on a new one to get rid of the old one.
just click just click it again, and it goes
But
off.
it's usually up high. I can't find it.
Does it not pop up on yours? It says old remove old messages or take it off screen at the top.
Does it? Okay, I'm gonna let one of these scroll by and we'll see what happens. One is pure energy, the other is actual physical presence. Okay, what should I do? Should I have Pastor come on and tell us those stories right now?
It's your channel.
I know. I just want to click through these other things that I had open because I had so much other like there's
Well, let's
this
go through
woman.
it. Yeah,
Okay. Let's go through
yeah,
this first. Stop sharing. Present. I'm gonna share a different screen with you guys. I really want to hear that UFO story. Please don't leave until I hear that UFO
yeah.
story.
UFOs
Please.
are big right now. I was
Oh,
hearing
dude.
something. What?
Say it. Say it. Say what did you
Well,
hear from us today?
I was just hearing something else new about. It's like, well, they don't think that the latest balloons are not Chinese related. I'm like, okay, well, what are they?
Did you see the lasers over Hawaii?
No.
Okay. That doesn't need sound. I'm gonna bring that up. Am I sharing my screen yet? Add to stream. I'm gonna find these lasers over Hawaii. Chat needs to see this too. Oh yeah. Here we go. We don't need sound, so if you can't hear it, don't be mad. This is a still shot of it.
What?
Yeah, dude. Supposedly it's some kind of satellite that's taking measurements for China's pollution. I don't believe that for a second.
No, they don't care.
Astronomers say a Chinese satellite has been caught on video beaming down green lasers over Hawaiian Islands. Let's is this going to be it? It says advertisement.
No.
Let's go to YouTube. Let's go to YouTube, see if we can find it. This is so interesting. The damn aliens are starting to attack.
Yeah, this is exactly how Independence Day starts.
Wait, does?
Well, yeah, kind of. I mean,
I don't know.
their satellites start getting messed up. We need Jeff
Okay, are we
Goldblum.
even
If Jeff
just show me
Goldblum
the
is out
video?
there and he wants to come on, I would like to invite him up if that was
Yeah.
okay.
Do you see this?
Holy cow!
I keep going back to this guy. I don't care about this guy. They enhance the contrast for this, it said.
For that to measure something, there has to be something reflecting on the other side.
Underneath it, you mean?
Yeah. Like I mean, it has to. It has to be like a mirror. It has to, and you measure how long it takes for it to come back. There's a Big
Dude,
Bang
that's
Theory on that.
wild.
There's a they left a mirror on the moon, which is weird to me, and you can measure it from your backyard if you have the right equipment, and you bounce a laser off of it.
I guess this happened in January, and they're like, it has nothing to do with the other one. Yeah, to me it
Oh
does.
yeah. So a couple weeks ago, this happened. I didn't hear anything about it, and then now we've got we couldn't do anything about this thing that's coming all the way across America, and until it gets to the Atlantic Ocean, and then we're like, oh well, we're not gonna let any more fly across America. What's going on here? And they're like, oh well, it's just a cylinder. It's just a cylinder the size of 3 school buses. It's not sending any signals. It's not receiving any signals. Then what the heck's it doing? Why does it have a payload? Yeah, the whole thing. Dude, I've
Yeah.
watched way too many alien movies. I'm like, okay, they're not telling you anything because they want you to remain calm. Yeah.
Exactly. Wait, what? Did you say wait a minute?
No,
Okay,
no,
look,
I don't
hide
think
current
so.
comment. You're right. It does say hide current comment at the top. I never noticed that.
Oh, there you go. We learned something.
Yeah, and we're
We'll get sound
all
next time.
learning. Meme Copium's in the house. Good to see you. I see ID
Meme,
Crisis
what's
just
up?
showed up as well. And Crafting Emily became a member. Welcome to the Underdogs for Life.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I appreciate you.
Does he see lasers over Japan?
Yeah, tell us about the lasers.
Did he see the balloon as it crossed over to Myrtle Beach? Have you ever been to Myrtle Beach? You haven't been to Myrtle Beach.
No.
Oh my gosh. Don't ever. Don't ever. It is the Redneck Riviera. And I like Redneck Rivieras. This is worse. It's worse than Panama.
I'm searching up Pastor Raptor so I can find him. I just am not good at doing two things at once, so sorry right now. I'm gonna add you if we get that. I can't even do it. I'm so shit at Discord. Okay. But look at this lady. Voices in this woman's head diagnosed her brain tumor. Let me read you this. In 1984, a woman was sitting at home reading when she suddenly heard a very clear voice in her own head. The voice told her, "Please don't be afraid. I know it must be shocking for you to hear me speaking to you like this, but this is the easiest way I could think of. My friend and I used to work at the Children's Hospital, Great Osmond Street, and we would like to help you." After a series of medical tests, including psychological assessments, the patient was eventually diagnosed with a large benign meningioma
Gioma? Yeah.
brain tumor.
Yeah, brain
The
tumor. Keep it
the
simple.
voice, I know, the voice
Words are too
continued to
hard.
speak to her. I know, especially the science ones. Throughout the medical testing. After she had surgery to remove the tumor, the patient heard from the voice one last time after regaining consciousness. She heard them say, "We are pleased to have helped you. Goodbye."
Oh,
What?
dude, I
The
just got
study.
chills
I know.
again.
The study of a patient diagnosing her own brain tumor with help of mysterious voices in her head was published in the British Medical Journal. That's really, really dope.
So, was she possessed? I mean, was something communicating to her, or was her brain separating itself? Did the tumor have something to do with her cognitive?
Well, think about, they said we know this must be frightening, but this is the only way we can think to do this. I don't feel like that's possession. I feel like she's tapping into something that we could probably all tap into if we were serious enough. Imagine, like, she must have just been serious enough, or something was pushing on the right part of her brain that let her tap into it. You know, I've heard people with brain tumors, now that I'm saying that out loud, that have a lot of them have had extra sensory powers like that, where they see things and know things and future things and think. I wonder what that's about.
It's the X-Men. It's the
I
X-Men
wish.
comics.
If X-Men were real, would you be so bummed that you didn't have any powers?
Well, I don't know. They wouldn't be trying to get me. I mean, I wouldn't have to fight like extraterrestrial monsters and stuff, I'd just be me. I'd still be me, and
Well,
they wouldn't be trying to vaccinate me, from the mutant gene.
yeah.
Uh, I don't know.
Well, what if we're gonna fight
My
him
power,
anyways?
my power would probably be like I have like I'm like fart man, and I can
Yeah,
fart
I
really
know.
powerfully.
It'd be
I'd be like,
something real
oh
shitty.
wow, thank you for my mutant power. Like, hey baby, I'm a mutant. I got
Yeah, mine would be like I could sleep a long time.
yeah.
I just miss out on ever having a power.
Did you ever see the movie Mystery Men?
No.
It's one of Ben Stiller's first movies.
Mm-mm.
Oh my, it's like he like one of the guys was called the shoveler, and his superpower was that he can shovel really well.
Oh boy.
I mean, it's
I
just
would love
it's
that.
funny.
If
Yeah,
you were a gold
it's
miner, you really would. So I have
that's
mined for
true.
gold out here in the desert, and you have to like dry wash, where you just put dry dirt into this air thing that's pumping the air to separate the gold. It's a lot of freaking digging. If I had a superpower and I was still a gold miner, I would definitely be stoked about that one.
Man, that might be where they got the idea. I was just, but oh, it was like
Probably.
Ben Stiller's thing was like he gets very angry, and which is just funny. He's like, my powers, I get very mad, I get angry. It's like,
That's
dude,
nerd
yeah.
outpost. That's his superpower. Nerd rage.
I didn't know that he knew so much about pepper grinders, but that's
I
a
didn't know
different
you
story.
had so many pepper grinders.
I didn't either.
What the shit?
I was like, wow, look what happens when you start going through your cabinets. I wonder what else is back there. I don't want to find out.
Yeah, that was interesting. Okay, this guy says he has imaginary friend or visiting relative. My grandfather passed away just weeks after I was born. Never met the guy, never knew what he looked like. When I was 5 years old, I started to see this man in a rocking chair. I called him the rocking chair man. My parents thought it was an imaginary friend, but it started to bug them when I told them every single day. They finally questioned me about it. I told them every detail I could remember, and finally they showed me a picture of a man. It was my grandfather. To this day, I'm 22 now. Every time I dream, he's in the background somewhere. I remember when I dreamt about my high school graduation and I looked at this in the stands and I saw him with my parents. I like to think that he's just watching out for me and being there when he's not really there. Oh, my whole heart. I love that. That's super cool.
So, but in this story, there's something that got me.
Hmm.
Rocking chairs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where my mom is. Well, first of all, Rocking Chair Man is totally the name of a movie. I mean, that totally needs to be like a terrifying movie. But my mom is freaked out by rocking chairs if they move. So
Mm.
if you have one, like a rocking chair, a lot of times you'll have like a blanket over it, like a
Right.
quilt or something, and then especially if you have it in front of an air vent, and the
Sure.
air kicks on, it'll just start. It just kind of moves a little bit. My mom get like she cannot handle that. Like I've walked by and like will like push a rocking chair, and she's like, "Don't do that." It's like I'm gonna bring like a snake to her, but like, hey, here, hold this, which I'm not gonna be doing that, trust me. But yeah, rocking chairs, like the invisible person in the rocking chair, that terrifies my mom. Never has she shared why or anything else. It's just one of those things where it's like, something corny your parents do.
I
Yeah.
bet she probably had an experience with it or something. Or
Here's
she
something
sees people in
else.
it. Hmm?
She like if she has like everybody has bought I guess everybody's bought candles. So if it's a decorative candle, or if it's like a
Mhm.
candle, like a dining room table, something like that, and she's like, "No, I'm not gonna burn the candles. I just need them there for my place set and whatnot." I'm like, that doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't matter.
Right.
As soon as she gets a candle, the first thing she does, she takes it out, puts it in the candlestick, she lights it on fire. And it has to burn a little bit. If a candle is not burnt at all, it completely freaks her out. I don't
Wow.
know. I don't know what the deal is behind that either. Maybe she just has like OCD.
Ye You know what? I've left 2 candles on this year all night long, and, nothing happened to them. But I was in here one morning, and I turned one of the candles on. I lit one of my candles, and all
Mm-hmm.
I said, I hear this, like I don't know if you've ever heard glass crack, but I heard that, like, tink. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what? And I turn around and the candle is broken. And the wax starts seeping out. I was like, oh my God, I've never had a candle break. And think about it. I have it on a wood shelf next to wood and all my books. I was like, what? This is the house. Oh, here's the thing about it though. I couldn't just blow the candle out because when I looked in it, the wick wasn't the only thing on fire. The whole candle was on fire. The whole thing was like, yeah. So
Oh.
I ended up just putting the lid on it to kill it that
Yeah.
way. But I was like, what the shit? If I would have blown on it or it would have broke all the way, it was lit. It was like lit, I don't know,
Oh,
oil.
it's napalm. Because it's on fire and it sticks to everything. Yeah, that'd be terrifying.
Yeah, it was kind of terrifying. And I've left 2 candles on. So I'm like, shoot, I wonder, like, what if this was one of the ones that I left on? And it was one of those like decorative ones where you like let it melt down and you find these cool little rocks and gems and stuff in there. Not a good idea.
I haven't
I
seen.
did fish the gems out though. I went in there and I got the little gems and the rocks and I thought I'd throw away the candle.
I don't have any candles with gems and rocks in them.
Oh, you're missing out.
I'm missing
Maybe you'll get
out.
one tomorrow from your Valentine.
I'm missing out. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe taking her to the doctor tomorrow. That'd be a good Valentine.
Oh.
It'd be perfect. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sinbad said she'll be 66 next week, or in just over a week, next Tuesday. I'll pray I'll have a good year because 66, nah, it's going to be good. Happy early birthday, by the way. I'm sure we'll see you,
birthday.
but happy early birthday. Do you want me to keep reading these? Or do you want me to go?
Yeah, if you have another one, I mean, this is, yeah.
Well, there's a list of, I didn't read through these before. I saw the lady who diagnosed her own brain tumor, and I thought, okay, I'm going to save this. This is a haunted castle. These seem interesting. Okay. Skeletor, the Hampton Court Palace CCTV ghost. The Hampton Court Palace in Surrey is thought to be one of the most haunted buildings in England. According to their website, the castle is officially haunted by at least 3 specters. Catherine Howard, the screaming lady in the haunted gallery, has been spotted multiple times over the years by palace workers and guests alike. Sybil Penn, the Grey Lady of Hampton Court Palace, has been spotted roaming the palace since her tomb was moved in 1829. The palace's most notable haunting, however, has to be Skeletor, the creepy apparition that was caught on the palace's CCTV in 2003. If this is Nancy Pelosi, it's going to be weird. Okay, let me keep going. On 3 consecutive days, palace security staff were called to close one particular fire door near the palace's introductory exhibition. On the first day, CCTV footage showed the doors flying wide open with great force, but there was nothing to reveal why. On the second day, the same thing happened, but this time a ghostly-looking figure in period dress suddenly appeared on the screen and closed the doors. They add, quote, the doors opened again on the 3rd day, but there was no further sign of the ghostly doorkeeper, end quote. Is this the ghost of the palace's most famous resident, Henry VIII? Oh, my Lord, it says we can check the video here.
Oh, well,
Please
yeah.
be real. Please be real. Yes. Can you guys see this? Okay, I see it.
Yeah, I can. Is that supposed to be it?
That's him walking up to close those doors that burst open. So the day before they burst open, the next time they burst open, and this person comes to shut them. That's just the doors flying open and no one shuts them on the 3rd. Oh, wait, this is him back. What? I think they're going to show us one more time. No, I don't know about this. What do you think?
I don't know. I hate people that they may be skeptical about everything. You know what it is? Those stupid UFO videos are the things that make me skeptical about everything because they're always grainy, and they always disappear into water or something, and it's like I don't know. So now I'm skeptical about like ghost stuff and everything.
You have to see it yourself to believe it. That's just where you're at.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, you don't wanna say that because 'cause you're afraid they're gonna show you?
like I believe it. If you told me you saw something, I would
Mhm.
believe it. But if
Well,
on like a guy who's got 2 million views because he like had a UFO jump out of the lake or something.
well,
Uh,
this story is very similar to the one that I did have, because this one says um, uh, that they were dressed in period garb, and what happened with me is when I walked into that like, down that road where I saw these weird,
yes,
like, other
yes.
things, those people were all in period wear. It was like I was in their time, you know? Everyone, every single one of them was in, like,
Yeah, I
women were
remember
wearing
now.
hats. Yeah.
So is that like does the reality around you take you to a different time, or
It
is the different time visiting you? Or like
I
because like you always hear
think
about ghosts, they're always wearing what they died in or something,
I
and I'm
think that
like,
time is always existing. I think time isn't what we think it is. I think it's all everything all at the same time, and so, like, 1966 is right now, it's all the same thing. We've just made it linear, and so I do think that possibly you could step into I don't know how. I don't know what ley lines are. I don't know how it could work, but a portal type situation where now you crossed over accidentally into this
mm,
time slip. That's how I see it.
oh wow,
So what are they saying? I wonder if they're like, dude, I was walking my horse one day and I looked over and this weird woman was wearing jeans and they don't even know what jeans are, but these weird
yeah, right,
leg suits or whatever, leg restraints or something,
yeah, I don't
because did
know.
they
It'd
see
be
us? I don't know. That's very strange.
well, it's gonna suck because like if you ever look at pictures like 100 years ago, people for the most part were ugly. So they're gonna be like, oh man, like there's a bunch of
I
hot
mean,
chicks over here I've never seen before, and then they you go back over there and they're not there. I feel bad for them.
oh, Bridget, thank you, Bridget. She said there's an angel story if interested in my DMs. Let's see. It says, I can read this with names and everything, or would you prefer that I not? It's gonna take about 30
Do, do,
seconds for her
do.
to get that message back to me. She probably isn't gonna mind, but I'll just leave it out. Her daughter was about 5. She came back in from playing in the backyard and told her, okay, this is a little small and I'm a little old. Let me do better. And told me, I'm going to read it in from Bridget's perspective. And told me she just met a beautiful lady and said she knows you and she checks on you. The yard was completely enclosed with privacy fence, and I was pretty sure no one was back there with her. I asked, what did she look like? She said, can't really tell you. She was beautiful with long brown hair, and there was light all around her. Her name was Stasia. I didn't think too much about it until I had found a picture of my grandmother holding the daughter as a newborn. She died right after she was born. It's the only picture I have of her holding her. I framed it, and as soon as I put it up, the daughter saw it and said, "That's her. That's Stasia." But when she was younger and her hair was long, she also told me that I may not realize she checks on you, but when she does, you smell roses, which their grandmother always reminded me of smelling the roses. Of the reminding me of the smell of roses. Okay, I'm struggling through this. I'm sorry. And there have always been several times out of nowhere where I smelled roses and thought of her since her death. Okay, later I was telling my mom the story, and mom was like, "What did she call her?" And I told her again, and she said, and the daughter said my mom looked like the lady, and she said, "Yup." And she went on to explain to me that my grandmother, whose name was Stella, but she was born right after the family moved to the US and had given her a Polish name that they ended up Americanizing because at the time there was a lot of discrimination. They had also changed their family from from one last name to Stewart for the same reason. My grandma's given name was Stasia, something I had never known, and I know my daughter had never been told. The daughter will still tell this story, but now she will simply say, "I met my grandma Stella as an angel in the backyard." Oh, that is wonderful. I love that.
Now that's Bridget.
That's Bridget Buckley? You remember
Yeah,
she draws the,
yeah. So
yeah.
she did. So that's her story.
That's her story, her daughter, yeah.
Oh
And she's in
wow.
chat right now. That's a real life
Yeah.
story that happened to somebody who's I love that. I love the
Yeah. So that's what this
confirmation.
is about. Yeah.
That's super sweet. I'm sorry if I've missed your guys' chats over there. Mandy's
Okay.
here. Danny On wanted me to do a tarot reading on her earlier. My tarot deck is in the closet with my Ouija board. Mandy, you came to the right place. Tell us what you have known. Tell us what you have found and tapped into. Now, Pastor said he has a. Let me hold on. I keep doing that, but I want to just make sure I'm done with this before I go too far. Pastor, please don't leave. I want to hear your stories. I'm going to get through this page and then we'll do that. And Stephanie has a story too, if I could get to her before she falls asleep. But listen to this. This is the dad's doppelganger. 10 years ago, when I was 8, I was visiting my dad at his house. My stepmother was in the kitchen and I was in the family room. We both saw my father wearing a red flannel shirt and blue jeans walk around the corner from the living room and started walking up the stairs. I followed him and called his name as he went up the stairs. He turned back and looked at me, got to the top of the stairs and went around the corner. Called his name again. Then from the living room, my dad popped his head up over the couch and asked what I wanted. He had been asleep on the couch the entire time, yet both my stepmother, and I clearly saw him, wearing the clothes he had on the whole day and all, go up the living room and up the stairs. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen. Both my stepmother and I still remember it and talk about it to this day. Also, it was broad daylight, so it wasn't some uncanny illusion of the night. That's interesting. I've heard stories like this where people see people in their house. Actually, one of my children has a story that they were sleeping and they could see the kitchen from their bedroom, and they saw one of their sisters get up, get into the kitchen, take something and walk away, and they were like, "What the heck?" and looked over and she was sleeping in the bed next to her.
So what does that mean? I
Yeah,
mean,
she doesn't
that's
know. She said actually in that house she said she saw it twice. Another time she saw what she thought was her sister making her bed. And she's like she walks past her, sees her making the bed, comes back in and is like, "What the heck?" And there's nobody there and the bed's not made. So there must have been a little girl in that house.
oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And I think little kids just don't shut off that, like the
They have
scariness or
no.
of it.
Yeah, they have no need to. It's the
Yeah.
like we're jaded. Everything's bad and wrong, and yeah, shadow people are freaky. That's something else. Who's been somebody's been talking about that a lot lately.
That's kind of
Uh,
what Nikki was talking about, right? In
the
her
yeah,
house.
I guess. Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I mean, and y'all that missed that, like she talked about, she felt something grab her leg from underneath her son's bed, and then like oh hell, look at me, I'm speechless now trying to say it. Like a boss, Divinity just leans back and she says, "Nikki, do you have faith in God?" And she said, "No, I don't believe." And she said, "Does your son?" And she said, "Yes, he goes to Catholic school." And the son had never been bothered by that
Right.
figure. And I was
Yeah.
like, "Holy cow!" I
Not
mean, like
only had the son.
you
Yeah.
just leaned back like I already know this answer, and I'm gonna drop this bomb. And I was just like, "Oh!" Like it
And
freaked me out because it's so
I
true.
yeah, I really wanted to talk to her later because she made it sound like she that it was she wanted to protect her son from it and that it seemed like it
Yeah,
was always moving in the direction of him. And so it's like he's covered, but you keep inviting this thing and not on purpose. I'm not blaming her as a mother or something like she's
yeah,
trying to attack him, but like if there might be maybe you should because you could still do whatever you want, but maybe if you're afraid and you have a fear, maybe you should put on a little bit of, that spiritual armor, get some protection in your life.
It doesn't. It
Which to
doesn't
each their
hurt.
own, especially if
Yeah.
you're gonna play around, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're doing the other stuff, I mean, you have to believe in something. There's a reason why you have a spirit box and you have this other. I mean, there's a reason why a shadow. I mean, even this shadow looking at freaks me out.
Yeah, same here, always. This says, "I was living in a house in Laguna Beach that had been there since the 1920s. In its history, it had been a speakeasy, a brothel, and a house for smuggling illegal immigrants. One day, my wife and I were having an argument. I can't even recall what it was about. She walked down the block to get a cup of coffee and cool off, and I was alone in the house. From my bedroom, I could look across the hall into the bathroom, then through the bathroom and down the then through the bathroom and down the other hall. I was standing at my dresser and I just noticed movement out of the corner of my eye and I looked down there. There was, and honest to God, this gives me the goosebumps just typing it. 17 years later, a black figure. It was maybe 3 feet tall and it was only vaguely humanoid. It looked like
I'm
black
out.
scribbles. Yeah, click, we're done. No. And someone had scribbled a human, it looked like black scribbles, like someone had scribbled a human shape, but the scribbles moved like electricity arcing. That's the best way to describe it. There was no sound that I could remember, but I distinctly remember when I saw it, I wasn't afraid, just like, "What the fuck?" Then I noticed it he then it noticed me looking at it. I can't say it turned around, it just focused on me, I guess. Then I was scared. I didn't move, didn't scream, nothing. I just froze because it just fucking came at me. It rushed down the hall towards me. I have no idea what it intended, but as soon as it entered the bathroom, the door slammed the door closest to me just slammed shut on it. Then I screamed. I yelled for my wife. She wasn't home. I went outside into the daylight and didn't go back until she came home 10 minutes later.
Yeah. I'm out.
Yeah, you burn your house down, you move, you do all the things. I would get a new city or state, and as a matter of fact, I might get a passport and get the fuck out of this country at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I
what?
am not arguing with my wife. Do
Yeah,
not
there you
argue
go.
and have her
That's the
leave,
lesson.
and then all of a sudden you invite this thing comes in.
Whew.
Holy cow, man! Yeah,
Holy
that's
cow
not.
is right.
Yeah, that black scribble stuff, man. That's
But what's creepy is that it didn't he wasn't afraid of it, and then it noticed him noticing him, and then he was afraid, and then it came at him, and then something else stopped it.
yeah,
Dude, there's spiritual warfare. This is some of it, I bet. That's I hate I can't believe someone has to have that story for their life because it's easy for us. We can just be like, maybe bullshit. But when
yeah.
it's your story, there's no maybe bullshitting out of it. It's real.
No, it's
This
just
says
yeah, it's real.
This is the mysterious whistler. A young man in Lansing, Michigan, hears a strange two-toned whistle that seems to come from out of nowhere. Oddly enough, this incident was repeated at random intervals throughout his life and always left him with a feeling of intense dread. The last time he heard the sound, he managed to take a video of the whistler, though he is still no closer to figuring out who or what seemed to be watching and following him wherever he goes. We saw a figure steering a canoe about 20 meters offshore, 20 something offshore. Sarah decided to get decided to go get more beers from the car, leaving me alone to stare at the mystery person. And then, of course, they whistled at me. My entire body was frozen and covered in goosebumps. It was the exact same whistle from my childhood, more than a decade earlier. I looked at the figure, but it was much too dark to discern what it could be. They were wearing a hat, they were wearing a hat. When they were perpendicular to the shore from me, they stopped paddling, turned the canoe to face directly at me, and whistled right at me. It was so frightening that I stood up and shouted at them, "Who are you?" They didn't say anything, just whistled a couple more times, turned the canoe 180 degrees, and paddled out of sight.
You see
I
a
hate
freaky
that.
dude over there, and your friend goes to get more beer.
Yeah, no, that's why bitches go to the bathroom together, because you know what? There could be a whistler in there. I'm not dealing with it alone. I'm just not.
You don't want a bathroom whistler.
No, or Bloody Mary, or the in Japan, Bloody Mary comes out of the toilet.
Oh
I can't even with that.
no.
Wilson Hall at Ohio University. Okay, so we went from a Michigan story to an Ohio story. Something's fishy about this. Room 428 at Wilson Hall is permanently closed. Students at Ohio University, the ninth oldest public university in the US, are not allowed to so much as enter the dorm due to the numerous reports of hauntings and dangerous ghostly activity in the room. Wilson Hall was reportedly built on an Indian burial ground because that always ends well.
Yeah, it does. That's a good
Spiritualists
idea.
Yeah. Spiritualists claim that the building is located at the center of a pentagram formed by 5 such ancient cemeteries, lending this geographical position extra powers of either safety or evil. In the 70s, a male student died under mysterious circumstances in room 428. Years later, a female student used what she perceived as the room's energy to practice rituals such as astral projection, during which the human spirit is said to leave the body and travel about at will. Not long after moving in, this student died as well, reportedly from cutting her own. You know, ever since these two students' death, anyone who lived in the room reported terribly scary occurrences at all hours of the night and day. A few objects flew across the room and smashed against the walls. Students heard voices whispering and even shouting, even though no one was there. The door would often open and then slam shut if it was on its own accord. Stranger still, demonic faces kept appearing in the
Oh
wood
no.
grain of the room's
No,
door.
no, 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 dude, no way, man. Because you know what? Now I'm really freaked out. Where you said like, why does the devil have horns? Like, why did that image come? So now every time you see a demonic image, now every time you see like I see that on every Tuesday, right? But then now when if you see something like that, I'm just gonna be in my head it's like, why do I see that image? Why is that? Why? Oh man, I'm
It's
out.
it,
Nope. No way.
mm-mm.
Where's that exit at?
They said although the school replaced the door many times, the tortured, ghoulish faces appeared every time. Eventually, the room became too frightening, and the university feared another student's death would result, so they decided to seal the door shut forever. This is the only known case where a dormitory room has been sealed off in the United States to date. That's actually really cool. I mean, awful and terrifying, but kind of cool. A glitch in the Matrix. I wonder if Matrix is still here. We're going to read your story, girl.
Oh man, could you imagine having the room next door to the closed off room?
No, 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 no. I wouldn't be on
That's
that floor. I don't think I'd stay in the whole hall.
no, no, not at
Mm-mm.
all, not at all. It's yeah, I'm not having anything to do with that. I'm not at all.
No.
Oh
There should
geez,
be
no.
pictures, though. There should be tons of pictures that students took of these demon faces. You know what I mean?
Students disappoint me, right at the best times.
Yeah. Idiots. Just kidding. Just kidding, students.
Yeah, they just want to take pictures for Instagram. They don't want to take pictures for like really cool YouTube, crazy paranormal type stuff streams. They'll regret it. They'll wish they had videos of stuff when they get
Hmm.
their own YouTube channel.
So one time I was leaving my house and there was a bunch of us leaving for some reason. And we're walking out almost to the car. It's dark. And I turn around and across the sky, there's something like shooting far. It's like starts over here and it's like a shooting star, but it goes too long to be a shooting star. And then it's like too far. As it gets like 3/4 away through where I'm going to see it, it starts breaking off into pieces. But me, I was like, oh, I gotta record it. So I start recording it and I'm recording it, do the whole thing over, and I watch the recording back. And it turns out I'm one of those people that goes, oh my God, oh shit, oh my God. Like the whole video, I'm like, no, I'm that guy. But yeah, it's either you don't record or you're the guy nobody wants to be recording.
You're the double rainbow guy. What does it mean? It's a double rainbow. It means that there's two rainbows.
Well, yeah, but there's like a double rainbow and there's like a double rainbow that's reversed. And I think one of them actually does mean something. I
Oh,
just can't remember if it's flat Earth or like donut Earth or something.
oh, I have no idea.
Pop Tart Earth. Oh, I did hear a Tide Pod Earth theory. That's not this show, but we should dedicate a little time to it. I don't know if Sparky is still here, but him and his crew came up with a whole Tide Pod Earth theory, and it's clean. Hey Debbie, good to see you. And Juju's here. Okay, this one says glitch in the matrix, and I think this is 10 out of 10, so this is the last one. When I was around 20, a few years ago, I kept having dreams about a woman with long black hair named Aurora, pronounced Aurora. They were different dreams, but for some reason, her distinct face and name always ended up in them. It got to the point where I would wake up frustrated and confused, trying to Google her name or find out how I was connected to her. After a few months, she stopped showing up, and I dismissed it, thinking my brain was just being a scumbag. Fast forward a few years later, Halloween 2009. I'm in the car with a friend stopped at a gas station. I'm about to pull out and merge onto the highway when I get a call from a random number. So I stopped the car, but no one answered. There I stopped the car, but no one answered. There was a person behind me who grew impatient, honked at me, and then swerved in front of me instead of waiting for 2 seconds for me to move. Second, second they get on the highway, second they get on the highway, a silver Civic loses control of their wheel and crashes into the car that swerved in front of me. I called the cops and waited at the gas station for them to come. Turns out the drivers of both cars died. At 100% would have been me if I hadn't got that phone call. Called it back a few hours later out of gratitude and curiosity. Rang 3 times, went to voicemail. Hi, you reached Aurora. Please leave your name and number. Never had goosebumps like that in my life. Called it again the next day because I was that confused about the whole situation. Some woman answers. We get talking. I tell her my entire story, including the dreams I had. She tells me she doesn't know how I got her number and that she's never called me as far as she remembers. Weird. Ask her if she has a Facebook to confirm if she's in fact the woman in my dream. Check her Facebook. Holy fuck, it's her. Well, that is wild. How do we explain this one, expert?
Hold on now. So hold on. So she would have been in an accident, but somebody called her.
Right. Okay. So when she was in her 20s, she used to get a dream about a woman
Yeah.
named Aurora. Different situation. Blah 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 blah. Right. So she's 20 now, 2000 whatever later. She goes to pull onto the highway, gets a call, stops her car to answer the call. No one's there. The car goes around her impatiently, gets in an accident, and dies. She calls the number back the next day, and it's Aurora, the lady from her dreams. But Aurora has no idea that she's never called her and has no idea about her.
There's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
I mean, how does a
What's this one called?
So wait a second. So
A glitch.
a guardian angel is using an alias. They're using hey, we're gonna use this name, and this person's like, who are you? Like, I don't know who's out there using my name all the time, saving people's lives.
That's
I don't
right. You're
know.
like, if you want to co-opt me to save lives, go ahead. I'm okay with that. And Mandy said, I get random calls sometimes. It's just someone breathing heavily on the other end. I assume it's from Nick's locals. Hang up, block the number. I mean, I get it. Let's see, what else is going on? Wait. Got 2 calls in the other night from a 636 area code. Nothing there when I answered. Tried calling back the number, got a not a valid number message. I got a number one time from US. I think it said US. I took a screenshot, but it was just the number was 1. I'm like, huh?
Oh, I think Rabbit got something like that one time.
Weird.
And it's like, oh no, she got the one where she looks down and she's calling herself.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's like you look at your phone, it says Divinity said, and you're like, wait, Divinity is me. Why am I calling myself? And like she picked up, and it was like somebody like in the Caribbean said that they were with the IRS and that she needed to send her bank statements to them or something. And she's like, okay, I'll get right on that. They said, we're going to contact the sheriff if you don't. And she said, well, that's great. I know the sheriff. How's Ed doing?
Oh,
And they hung
no.
up. Something like that. It was crazy. Yeah, I saw Paige said this. Paige is awesome. I absolutely love Paige. But this is freaky.
Yeah, I didn't know there was an MSU thing tonight. I'm sorry that happened so close to home. or at all, I guess. And the dorm thing about the kids in the dorm room. Is this when she said that?
Yeah,
The sealed room. Yeah.
yeah. I just checked that out. It's Michigan State. There was a rando looks like going around, and he's still there's that person is still at large.
Oh, really? Are
Yeah.
there deaths?
Well, of course, I hit everything that's not where I was wanting to be, so that's not good. Let's
Wait, I
see
can't
here.
see your picture when that's up. What the hell? I gotta fix this. No, that didn't fix it. Let me try again. Close.
5 injured after a pupilling at multiple locations. Well, that just seems like it's just Mission. Where's Darth? He's from there. Oh, he's from
Expert.
Detroit.
Thank you, Tish in Tennessee, for the $4.99 donation. I appreciate that. She said, "Expert, pretty common scam, and they even spoof your actual bank's number."
Oh wow.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, like so like your bank would be calling you.
That's frightening. I hate that.
Yeah. Yeah, Tish does bank fraud.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. She's the one. Instead of having people on her stream, she's the one that needs to be on. It's like, so tell us about bank fraud.
I know. That's terrifying.
Yeah, ever since I downloaded the PayPal app, it's every day they need my information because they've locked my account. It says, and I'm like,
Oh,
okay, and the number is WXL 123, something stupid. I'm like, all right, well, if I used PayPal, maybe, but I don't use it, so.
Tish, you put a story in my Discord. Can I read that? Well, that's a cool story. It looks like I'm getting a couple messages over here. I just want to make sure that they're allowed to come through. Tish it doesn't look like a very long story. It would be really cool if I could read it. I love the ones that are unexplainable, like the super unexplainable. Get that VPN, brother. Do you use a VPN, Expert?
No, do I need to?
No, I don't use one either. I think we do, but we probably should, yeah.
What's what do they do? I don't know what they do.
I think they just keep you more private. I don't know. Oh, she said, yes, I can. Okay, so it says, when my son was about 6, he and his cousin showed me and the cousin's mom where they died in a globe. We never really questioned them. They both claimed to talk with my mom's mom who passed away. They grew out of it, though. My dad's grandmother, who is still alive, believed it was actually a demon messing with them. Who knows, but they grew out of it, and neither likes to talk about it. When my son was about 6, he and his cousin showed me and the cousin's mom where they died on the globe. Whoa.
Well, hold on. What was the very first part?
When the son was 6, he and
Yeah.
his cousin showed her and the cousin's mom where they died on a globe. So it's like maybe they had a memory of a past life.
That's one. Oh man, I forgot about it. We have so many people that have reached out after that last chat. Uh, her dad's mom. I saw that. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to figure it out now. But yeah, there's so many people that reached out that have so many stories like that, and one of them is to hell and back,
Mm.
and she was like, she's really big into the reincarnation. She's like, it's not something I believe, but there are things that have happened that make me believe that does happen. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like, you keep coming back because you have something you have to accomplish. I'm like, wow, it's just, I don't know. It's just her talking about it is really, really interesting. Not me talking about it because I'm an idiot. I remember about every 15th word that she says.
I know I'm terrible at getting other people's stories right too. My sister has a UFO story, like 3 ghost stories. I think she might have been the one who took the picture of the ghost. I can't even remember now. But me, I can't. I got nothing.
You want it too bad.
I mean, I did see into like that rip in the space time continuum.
Yes.
I mean, that's not
Yes.
nothing, but at the same time, I really would. I don't know. I don't even know if I really would because I've said like I've said all the things like I'll start. Oh, Pastor Rapture's here. Let's see. Please tell us the best ghost stories ever. Let me. Okay, I think I can just add you to the screen here. Hey, Pastor. I don't think we've been on
Awesome.
stream on my stream together, but I have seen you on with my homies. It's good to have you.
No, thanks for having me on. Appreciate that. Thanks to everybody out in the audience, all you beautiful human beings. Now, what story would you like to hear?
Could we do UFO first?
All right, UFO. Actually, two different kinds of UFOs. So
Okay.
one was I was in the Navy and I was on a minesweeper and we were doing operations off the coast of Panama City, Florida. Panama City is where there's a naval base there, and they do all kinds of really cool stuff, special warfare stuff down there. But they also do a lot of minesweeping certification stuff too, so that's why we're there. But
Mhm.
instead of pulling in, we would stay out for like a week at a time. So at nighttime, sitting off the coast of Panama City, Florida. So we're about 12 miles off the coast. You can you can see kind of the lights of the city, but not so much. They're a little bit over the horizon. Excuse me. Now, at that particular time, I was standing forward lookout. That was one of the jobs I had when I was on the minesweeper. And forward lookout, especially at nighttime, is to keep eyes out for anything that could approach you in the water, under the radar, or, anything in the sky. So spend a lot of time looking at the water, looking at the sky. And we had two kinds of binoculars. We had regular binoculars that you would like take to a sports game, and we had what was called the big eyes. These are 40 power binoculars mounted on a stand, great for, imaging stuff at a long distance. Now, I was out there doing my job as I was supposed to be, and aircraft have a tendency of standing out because they travel generally in the same patterns and they have flashing lights. And I caught something moving in the sky, and something like that stands out at nighttime. So moving objects pop out at you. And I watched this thing for a second or so, and it took off, and it went horizon to horizon over my head in 3 seconds. So an absolute insano speed. If anybody would have been around to see it, they'd have been like, "Oh man, your jaw hit the ground." And then it stopped, and it came back over the top of me. Now, in that meantime, I'm grabbing the big eyes that's closest to me, and I'm trying to get focused on this object. Now, it came to a pause for a second, and I got to where the focus was right, and then it took off. And it tracked. It was far too fast to even track with something like that. But it came over the top again, and then it stopped, and it was hovering basically right over the top of Panama City. And finally, I get the big eyes locked onto this thing and immediately tell it's not an aircraft. It's got 6 lights, 5 white lights in a pentagonal pattern. So if you can picture a pentagon in the sky, 5 points of lights, and then a single red light in between 2 of the white lights. And it was rotating. So it would just sit there and spin in a circle so you could watch the red light go around, and it was like a clock keeping time, but it was just standing there in the sky. And I'm getting a full eyeful of it through this 40 power pair of binoculars. And right about then, 2 little white lights came zipping across my field of vision. So 2 completely different UFOs on the same night. I pull off of the big eyes, so I quit looking at the pentagon shaped one, and I look out to see if I can catch the other 2 little ones. It wasn't 2, it was like 6 of them. And they performed this entire ballet light show over a good 90 degrees of sky all over the top of Panama City, Florida. So I'm going back and forth. I'm trying to track the little ones with my handheld binoculars, but they're too fast. I mean, seriously, it's like having fireflies flitting around in your face, but those are, 12, 24 inches away from your face. These guys they're way up there, but not a sound, no sonic booms from these things. Just, here, there, everywhere. I mean, just in a second's time, making transitions, at speeds that no human aircraft could even approach. And just that went on for a good 10 minutes that I got this light show from the little ones, and then just in a blink of an eye, they all shot off in different directions and they were gone. And I had just enough time to put the big eyes back onto the original one that I'd seen that was still hovering in its position over Panama City. And that it shot straight up. As far as I could tell, it could have been going away from me, but from my point of view, it shot straight up like a lightning bolt, and it was gone.
Wow. How long did the whole thing last?
13 to 15 minutes.
And were you alone, or were you able to call anybody else over to see it before it ended?
See, that's it. At that particular time in the Navy, you didn't report UFOs.
Oh, really?
Oh, no. That was an easy way to find yourself having conversations with people that you'd never imagined having conversations with. So I didn't actually start talking about this particular story until after I was retired.
Damn. So there's probably tons more there's obviously tons more undocumented stories like that.
Oh, absolutely. Because I can remember Panama City, Florida, but I know there's a hot spot of UFO activity down on the Florida Panhandle, but I cannot for the life of me remember the name of the town, but it's in close proximity to Panama City. So that was the only thing I could think of, is that I was getting, the edge effect of this one town that has a whole lot of paranormal UFO activity in it.
And I think like part of the Bermuda Triangle, which probably has nothing to do with anything, is a tip of it is Florida, right?
Yeah, Miami.
Yeah, so there's something weird maybe happening.
You don't hear about the Bermuda Triangle that much anymore.
We should go there next.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right?
All right. That's where I saw my cryptid.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Lily Fields is asking, have you ever been to Roswell in the UFO Museum? They have pictures of different UFOs there.
No, I have not. But do you know the name Dr. Stephen Greer?
Yeah.
Okay. I was watching one of his shows, and it was showing different slides of different UFOs that they had actually encountered. And I found one that it was 5 lights in a pentagonal pattern. So it was only missing the red lights, but it was really close to what I had seen.
That's cool.
And then the smaller ones were just like bright whitish blue light, and just little tiny specks, but just all over the place.
How wild. What do you think? Just alien?
Let's go down that rabbit hole. If you believe anything close to multiverse,
I do.
And you can, supposedly there's infinite multiverses. So that would mean that even in infinite space, an infinite amount of universes would be pretty stacked tightly together. So it could be bleed over from one multiverse to another, one direction or another. It could be trans-dimensional. It could be actual, alien life. But if that's the truth, and even if the government has knowledge of it and has been hiding that from us for so long, why do they still have to keep invading our butts and mutilating our people?
Relax with the anal probing. Right? Yeah.
But it could be military aircraft. It could be anything. I know they spend a lot of time, out of Area 51, which it's probably military aircraft. And the military doesn't release information unless it's like 30, 40, 50 years out of date. I mean,
but at Area 51, or I don't even know if it was Area 51, actually. It might have been Area 50 something else, but there was Bob Lazar was out there. And
yeah, he was at like Site S, was it?
Yeah, something like that, right.
Yeah.
But so he said they were trying to reverse engineer the things that they already had, right? That they had spaceships and they were just trying to figure out how the ones that they were able to acquire worked. But and then they said that, he never worked for them. They just, he was crazy, even though he had brought friends out to see the UFOs flying. At the end of it, he ends up having named some element that didn't exist before, like 112 or something like that. I can't exactly remember what it was. But years later, it comes out that they had discovered this new element. And it's like, whoa, what the heck? That kind of makes Bob Lazar's story sound really true. Do you know what I'm talking about at all?
Yeah, absolutely. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I always wondered if the reason that Bob Lazar was able to continue living his life and even sort of speaking on it like he does is because he has a piece of it.
And you know what? You make a really awesome point, because what you normally see is that somebody comes out with something like that, or they come out with absolutely, it would be life altering for all of humanity type of invention, like the guy that invented the engine that could run on water.
Right.
And what happened to him? Oh, he committed suicide, and all of his work disappeared.
Same with Tesla.
Tesla, yeah. Tesla passes away, and the FBI comes in and they take all of his stuff.
But what's weird about that is that I believe that ideas are just out there for the knowing and for the knowing. And some people tap into them, some people don't. And then any number of ideas, once they're spoken, then now it's exponential, right? As far as their growth and development. I think that I'm perplexed that there's no other Nikola Teslas who have had these ideas, like in all this time. It's not an idea that's come back.
Do you know the story of Tesla and JP Morgan?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, well, Tesla was working on his wireless electricity transmission idea. Mm-hmm. And that was what Wardenclyffe Tower was about. But he was running short of money for the experiment, so he had to go to his financier, JP Morgan. Mm-hmm. And when he told JP Morgan of what his idea was for wireless transmission of electricity, JP Morgan's first question was, can you put a meter on it? And well, of course, his answer was no, you can't put a meter on it. So, well, I'm not interested in financing your work anymore. And again, you just said it right there. Money, 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 money. The simple need for human greed. So Goddess knows how many actual ideas that have been put down onto paper or actually have been built are stashed away, somewhere, because some person that has power right here in the particular moment, has decided, oh no, I don't want you cutting into my power base, or I don't want you cutting into my bank account. So we're just going to disappear this.
The idea is out there, though. How can they stop the idea from just organically be like manifesting in all these different places?
Because humans have been dumbed down.
That's true. Okay, I'm not going to argue with that.
And just in this century alone, humans have been significantly dumbed down. I would use the R word because it's the appropriate word for this, but
it actually is.
Humans have been dumbed down to a point to where you would tell somebody that they're a smooth brain and they take it as a compliment.
Right. Yep.
So the ability for people to process information, not much less have critical thinking of their own, to be able to make intuitive leaps of, understanding. You got kids that can't even read when they graduate high school now these days.
Yeah, but check this out. This is a little bit of a tangent that's kind of not related, but as far as people thinking and kids, last week I did a show on lucid dreaming, and I've had lucid dreams, and most of us had deja vu. I honestly think that as the kids develop and start using augmented reality and virtual reality, then what they're doing is teaching their brain, I guess, I don't know how to say that, how to be present and use and be conscious while also being in a world that's not real. So I think like these ideas, I don't think they're going to be able to stop these ideas, is what I'm saying. As we start learning how to use our brain together more, like we might lose the ability to, I don't know if it's going to be think, but we'll gain something else where it's I don't know.
Oh no, you're talking science fiction, and you're speaking my language. The problem with all of the augmented and virtual reality is the word you are looking for is wiring. You're literally wiring your brain into doing something, which is what you do if you want to memorize something, you want to learn something. You have to create those neural pathways in your brain.
And so I wonder if somebody gets their brain hurt or has brain tumors, and then we have like the stories we heard when we first started where people now have this extrasensory perception because the wires are connected where they weren't or something, you know?
You're talking about an abnormal brain. So do you want to talk about something like that, which is perfectly acceptable to talk about, or do you want to talk about the children that are being raised today to be dopamine addicts by the time they're 10 years old?
Ooh, I don't know about that. I want to kind of hear your ghost story.
Okay, ghost story.
Oh no, I lost the expert. I was just about to ask him if I was boring him. I didn't mean to do that. My brain will do that.
Okay, well.
Hopefully he went pee. Tell me your ghost story.
Ghost story.
Again. I'm here. No, I just turned off the headlights. Like I was like, I can't take anymore. This.
I know.
You know, this is I don't know. We've been streaming a lot lately. And so the whole computer screens and the lights coming in at you and everything else, I'm like, God, I can't take this anymore. So I'm going dark.
I know. You look cozy now, though.
Oh yeah, you keep the eyes keep that light blasting in your eyes for long enough, you end up with a migraine. So
yeah, shades, it kills me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know, I have to use. I like incandescent lights. I'm old fashioned that way. It doesn't hurt my eyes. Everything else, like LEDs and stuff, they start hurting my eyes after a while.
All right, so. Again, active duty Navy, so spent a lot of time on board ships. One of my commands, USS Higgins, was a guided missile destroyer out of San Diego. And unfortunately, she had a suicide on board the ship at one point. So, I don't know what y'all believe, but what I believe is that you commit suicide on board the ship, you're stuck on the ship. And that's basically what we had. So by the time we got to the ship, heaven, hell, purgatory, we're living in it right now. Who knows?
Yeah.
But by the time we got to the ship, the ghost's presence was well known. He was stuck in the compartment that he had committed suicide in. So people would go in there and be working and the lights would go out. But the door's shut. You're the only person in the compartment and the lights get turned off. That starts slowly. One of the stories that I got went right after I got there is guy was down there working. And he got a phone call to do some troubleshooting. So he had to go over it and he had to open up a plexiglass enclosure. So it's a plexiglass guard that goes across switches to keep you from accidentally bumping the switches. And he had to set a series of switches in a particular order. So he unscrews the plexiglass, takes it off, puts it down on his feet, takes the switches, moves them to where the order from the bridge came from. And he puts the plexiglass back in position, screws it back in there, and he turns around and walks away, and he hears the damn switches click back into their original position. These are manual switches. They have no automatic relays on them. So that's impossible. He said he didn't stop moving until he hit the bridge. But at some point during the deployment, while we were there, he got out of, for whatever reason, he got out of the space, and he was known to visit places around the ship. And he never bothered us. He never bothered us until we were on deployment in the Gulf. I'm standing watch in a gun mount that was on full remote. It didn't need a watch standard, but CO wanted a gunner's mate in there. He got a gunner's mate in there. I'm in there. I'm sitting behind the control panel, looking at this gun and remote, reading. I was studying for my advancement exam at that point, so I had a bunch of damn notes and stuff in front of me, and I start dozing off. It's a cold space, so you got to get bundled up to go in there. So you get yourself warm and cozy, and then you start reading some really boring shit, and you start dozing off. Well, I'd started dozing off, and then I hear the door open up. Now, this isn't just an ordinary door, that's got a latch on it. You open it up, and you can hear the door open, or even a watertight door that you have on board the ship. Now, this is an armored ballistic door. It makes a very, very, very particular sound when you open it up. So I hear the door start opening up, and it's got this ratchet mechanism on, so it goes click, 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 click. And it's to keep this, 500-pound door from swinging shut on you as you're going through it if the ship's rolling. So as you're closing the door, you've got to push a lever in to lift up the ratchet pawl to be able to pull the door shut behind you. And I hear all of this. So I figured somebody coming in to hang out and play PlayStation, watch TV, or take a nap. So nobody comes up into the space, and it's a divided space. It's upper and lower. And I figure, okay, somebody just came down. They're down there taking a nap. So I go back to read. I would go back to read my notes, and I start dozing again. And I hear somebody start coming up the stairs. And because they're aluminum stairs, just like an aluminum ladder, it makes a very particular sound as you're stepping on it. So my eyes pop open because I don't want, Chief to catch me sleeping on watch. And I look over at the stairs, and there's nobody there. And I'm like, whoa, that's really freaky. So I get up, and I go take a tour of the whole gun mount, upper and lower. There's nobody in there with me. I check the door. The door's dogged down as tight as you possibly can get it. So I go back up. I assume the position. I start reading. And I start dozing, and I feel this hot breath on my face.
Oh, yeah, you don't want that.
Like, oh my God, I'm going to open my eyes, and she's going to be standing right there.
I get that a lot. But when I open my eyes, it's a blue tick coonhound.
Yeah, it's your doge.
And I'm like, what are you doing? And she'll just be like staring at me like, I'm going to eat you. I'm like, what are you doing again? She's like, and then she'll get her Kong and throw it at me.
Yep. You woke up this morning, expert. One of these days, you're not going to wake up, and she's going to eat you.
I know. I'm the first to go. She's going to be like, finally, I get that tasty fat man. That's how she talks to me. She's always like, what are you going to do about it, fat man? I'm like, you say that, you're fat.
You know what? My dog looked at me today. I was running around because I was nervous before this show, and I was like, maybe I could just run these nerves out. But I didn't have a lot of space to run, so I just go to the one end of the room and then the back and then the back. And my dog looked at me. I was like, bro, you're supposed to be my best friend. How dare you look at me like I'm ridiculous right now? What are you doing?
Oh my God, there's nothing worse than when a dog looks at you like, you look stupid.
This is
and I lick myself.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Okay, so you had the hot breath on your face.
Oh, yeah. So I figure I'm going to open up my eyes, and Chief's going to be standing there, and I feel another hot breath in my face. It's like, oh, quit fucking with me. I open my eyes. There's nobody there.
Oh, no.
I take my notebook, and I throw it where the direction of the breath was coming from, which was off to my right. Throw it through, and I scream at him. I'm like, God damn it, go fuck with the women if you want to fuck with somebody. Because it's a mixed gender crew, so 33% of the crew is female.
Yeah, the chicks can handle it. They're not pussies.
The Love Boat.
The next morning at breakfast, because I was fine the rest of the watch. I was on watch another hour or so. Guy came up to relieve me. I didn't say shit. I go down, I hit my rack, wake up in the morning, go to breakfast, and all the women are talking about all the crazy shit that went down in female birthing the night before. But somebody pounding on the walls, somebody flicking the lights on and off in the bathroom, somebody turning the showers on. Nobody's doing any of it, but oh man. To hear that was fairly amusing because, hey, instead of fucking with me, he'd go fuck with somebody else.
That's wonderful. I wonder if it's like, so that person is, or that spirit
Night, Shizzy.
is trapped there. Good night, Shizzy. Have a good night. That spirit is trapped there until it gets released or you pour it or it goes wherever you need to go. And in the meantime, it just is like it listened to you.
Why not? What else could explain all of the noise the women were making at breakfast the next morning? You know, somebody was down there raising hate and discontent.
If you need me to explain it, that's a different stream.
A couple hours later.
No, we're talking about the way the racks in the Navy are designed. They're designed 3 high, so you can have basically a 6-pack of racks put together with a thin sheet of metal in between them. So if you got somebody that's on, the other side doing something funny in there, you get to listen to all of it. Well, the CTR1, she was about as stable a person as you could ever meet. And she said she was laying in her rack and somebody started pounding on the divider between the racks. And she was like, oh, hell the fuck no. And she jumped out of her rack. She ran around double quick and she threw the curtains open and there was nobody in the rack. And there was nobody could have gotten out of the compartment because they would have had to come through her to get to the exit to the compartment. This is the shit we're talking about, bro.
Oh, I love that. As much as I hate that, I love that.
Why is it that stuff like this is always legend of sailors? I mean, it's like from the beginning of sailing, it's like, well, if you go too far out there, you're going to fall off the earth. Or there's sea monsters out there, or there's always something, and it's even today. I mean, it's like the stories you're telling. It seems like you're a I don't know. I guess like what I'm thinking is like the ocean, the sea, the
abyss.
The abyss. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. It's the same as like space. Like we talk about aliens now. But did we ever talk about aliens before there was flight? Was that something that was thought of? And then
there's a couple other shows out there that talk about stuff like that. But as a sailor, you've heard the saying, you stare into the abyss stares back into you. And that's absolutely true. You spend enough time out on the big blue staring at the water, which you're prone to do because you're put together with 400 of your bestest, closest friends, and they're going to send you out on a combat deployment, and they're going to keep you locked up on that steel coffin for months at a fucking time. You got to do something to get out of your head, so you go stare at the water. Boy, you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss looks back. And once the abyss has looked back, you're different.
That's interesting.
I couldn't imagine doing it on like a rickety old boat, It's like Christopher Columbus, like somebody explained one time, like Christopher Columbus, like nowadays we want to make everything, a bad guy. And like that's how it was with Columbus. But it was like he was such a superhero type guy back then because he was the only one brave enough to do that. And I just, you can't imagine those little boats they had. They're small compared to anything like that you were on, for instance, It's like...
Oh, no, my Minesweeper is only 220 feet long.
Yeah, I think his was like 25 feet.
No, they were... I want to say those were 150 feet, maybe.
It's small.
They're not very big.
Yeah, there's a replica one.
And you look at it and you're like, you came across the Atlantic Ocean on that?
Yeah.
So, absolutely. Wooden ship, Iron Men.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It took an exceptional individual to go out and be a sailor back in those days.
And these were ships that were built by hand.
Yep.
I mean, the wood for the beams were cut down with an axe. I don't even know they had. I don't know how long the saw's been around. Right? I mean, it was Columbus is 1492.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, you know how dark it is when you get out there into the ocean.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Could you
On a
but in,
moonless night.
oh geez, could you imagine that? And there's no light on these ships.
Nope.
Oh, anyway, sorry.
Oh no,
That's amazing.
dude. Yeah, I've done so much history reading, and oh yeah, a modern sailor could not go back and live that way. I mean, we are so used to our creature comforts to go to living a way that you're going to take a shower once a month if you're really, really, really lucky. If not, well, you could go 6-7 months without taking a shower or having a bath or anything, because fresh water you take the fresh water with you. It's not like modern ships. You make your fresh water. You took your fresh water with you, and you hope that you didn't run out before you got to where you were going.
Oh, okay. So you said, what's a cryptid? You said Bermuda Triangle and cryptid. I don't think I know what that is.
Cryptid, so like a dog person, or the shadow person, or Bigfoot, or Nessie, or Mothman, or Jersey Devil, or anything like that.
Okay.
No, I saw
Mothman's a big one. That one just Texas Jen just discovered Mothman and sent it to me, like all this stuff about it. So that's weird. I haven't heard anybody ever talk about it before. I was like, oh, you're like the second person this week.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's weird. Now I'll see Mothman on like at the Walmart or something.
That the Coast to Coast that was on just the other night, they spent a lot of time talking about the Dogmen.
Wait, is that show still on?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was over. I had no idea.
Nope, it's one of the longest running shows on AM.
Wow, that's amazing. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they live stream. So there's a couple of AM stations that once you find them, you can live stream off of them.
That's dope. Okay, I didn't mean to interrupt you again. You saw a Mothman?
No. I saw I saw a dinosaur. I saw.
You're old.
Again, staying in Fort
You're
Lookout.
very old.
That's awesome. Time isn't real.
I got 50 laps around the sun. I've done some, and I did 20 years. But again, Fort Lookout, and you're looking for stuff in the water. Well, we're 20 miles or so off the coast of Miami, so we're technically inside the triangle, and I see this pile of debris out in the water, and it's fairly common to catch stuff out there. I've seen stuff like full-blown telephone poles floating around out in the ocean after a hurricane.
Okay.
But it was a fairly large pile of debris. It was if I remember at the time, it was probably about 6 miles out, so it stood out, and it was right in front of the ship, so right at 000 the way the ship was driving. We'd have run right into it. So I'm calling down to the bridge, and I'm saying, hey, we've got some pile of debris in the water here. 000.
Dead ahead.
Yep, dead ahead. And they're calling back to me. They're like, oh, what is it? I don't know. Hang on. Get on the big eyes. I'm looking at it. I'm like, it looks like a big pile of debris. Well, can you make a better identification? For 10 minutes, they're trying to get me to identify what it is. And I'm like, it's a big pile of fucking debris in the water. We need to change course. It's about 2 miles out now, or we're going to hit the damn thing. So I hear him giving orders down on the bridge. The ship comes off course about 5 degrees or so. So we're going to intercept this pile of debris that probably, no more than 50 yards off the port beam. And so I'm keeping my eye on this thing, and I'm like, okay, we changed course. We're not gonna hit the thing. And I bring my eyes back to it, and it sticks its head up out of the water. Now, if you know what a snapping turtle looks like, and how they have extraordinarily long necks, this thing's neck was probably twice that long for the size of its body. The size of its body, once we got close enough to see it, was probably 30 foot across. Now, this thing stuck its head up out of the water, and it looked right at me with a head the size of a 55-gallon oil drum, if not larger. It looked... it's hard to describe, but it didn't have a turtle's face. It had, I guess, closer to a serpent's face, but like completely flattened out. The eyes on this thing were so bright with intelligence. It looked at me and decided that I wasn't a threat. The ship wasn't a threat, but it was just going to leave. So it pops his head underneath water and he starts slowly submerging away. So as the top of his shell broke the top of the water and he started diving down, and we were in some nice clear water, so it was beautiful for this. That was right at about where the bow was at. So I was 100 foot away in one direction, and he was probably 50 yards or so off the port beam at this time. So eventually I was looking at this thing right at about 50 yards, as a football, half of a football field. And it was ginormous. It was the biggest I call it a sea turtle because it's got a shell and it had four huge flippers. Losing my words.
Wait, were they like flipper shaped like a sea turtle would have?
Like a sea turtle, but I've seen sea turtles. I saw sea turtles when I was in Guam. I saw sea turtles when I was in Hawaii. I saw sea turtles when I was in Japan. Biggest sea turtle on record is 6 foot.
Oh shit! And you saw 30 foot.
At least, because as the ship was going by them, the ship had 2 ribs, which is rigid hulled inflatable boat. They're 24-foot ribs. And I'm trying to make a size comparison to this creature I'm seeing in the water and the size of the ship's ribs. And it was bigger than the ship's rib. Damn. So 25, 30 foot across.
That's awesome.
And it's not a sea turtle. But you start digging, and now that the internet's up, you can start digging stuff like that. The largest fossilized sea turtle that they found was about that size. So in the Bermuda Triangle, I saw what could have been considered a dinosaur. And I had it pulled up the other night, and I forgot I was going to do this. I didn't realize I was going to be doing all this. So largest...
So while you're doing that, one of my very best friends is in the chat. She says, few hauntings are real. A lot started as stories to keep kids out of the places, and they became part of the ethos through time. And she says, that said, as a paranormal investigator, there are true hauntings. This person does do paranormal investigations, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but I'm pretty sure she has been gifted with the gift of helping those spirits kind of cross over and get to where they're going.
Oh yeah, that's.
Sorry if I said too much just now.
No,
it's like
it's Archelon.
Archelon.
Archelon. And they could get up to about that size, but their heads and necks were about like regular turtles. This thing had a neck like a serpent. So
do you think it could have just been a very ancient turtle? I know.
Turtles can live upwards of 250 years, something along those lines. The oldest Galapagos turtle or tortoise. It could have been. It could have been the great grandfather of every single sea turtle on the planet. But turtles have their head and neck structure, and looking at the fossilized remains of this other sea turtle, that hasn't changed much in the last,
wait, you guys
70,
don't have
80 million years.
There's no like photography equipment on this boat. There's no like anything like that.
The Chinese are floating balloons over here.
At that particular time, the ship's Snoopy team was the signalman with a 35 millimeter film camera he barely knew how to use.
See, they don't have anything. We're spending all those billions on toilet seats and hammers for the Pentagon.
This was early 90s, so right around the advent of, where they started releasing digital photography, so a digital camera at that point was 3.2 megapixels for $5,000. And of course, the Navy wasn't going to jump in at anything like that, not for damn Minesweeper. I think they started doing it for the shooters, the combatants, but auxiliary boats, nah, take your little wooden boat into a active minefield for 3 weeks. Yeah, you're good.
Howie wants me to watch Black Sails. I'll send a few of the ghost spiritual stories for the next stream. You have to do these weekly. Great content. Sinbad, I'm glad you said that. The expert and I have planned to do something like this every month on the 13th until the audience doesn't remain or until we run out of until we hate this.
Yeah.
So next month we will be doing this on the expert's show on his channel. Go subscribe today while you're here. Just go do that so that when the notification comes up, you'll be there. And we'll do all of this. And there's so much stuff going on in chat. Like the Moose just said he missed the Tesla debate. We talked about multi-worlds or multiverses. All that stuff. I'm almost like, I just want to stay. This is going to be my 24-hour stream because I don't ever want to stop talking about any of this. I love it.
Well, all this, it's going to have to progress. I mean, we're still learning.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys, y'all realize, like, Div, what she said at the beginning, like, I mean, she really is, like, my bestie YouTubey. Right?
No, Shell was
like
only sticking up out of the water about 5 foot.
But, like, we haven't even known each other for a year. So, like, this stuff is, like, it's just crazy cool. We're rolling with the punches. We all know what's going on,
Yeah, we're trying to make it work.
Yeah, because it's fun. It's fun. I like hanging out with Div, and we get to meet people like Pastor Raptor up here, who's hey, did you ever see any mermaids? That's what I'm really interested in.
Nope.
See,
I've seen stuff you wouldn't think would be scary, but if you know what you're looking at, is the scariest damn things I ever looked at. We were sailing somewhere.
What
I don't remember.
Was that in?
This might have actually been in the Gulf, and okay. I came out for watch, and we were surrounded by Portuguese man of wars.
Yes, Daniel.
I mean, absolutely every square meter of the surface had a little blue ridge sticking up out of it. Had you fallen in the water at that time, you wouldn't have come out. You'd have been dead.
Oh, so scary.
We've sailed through swarms of sea snakes, the kind that put, rattlesnake venom or actually coral snake venom to shame. It's like 10 times as toxic as coral snakes. So you get bit by one of those. Yeah.
When you say swarms of them, do you think there were thousands or hundreds?
Hundreds of thousands.
Hundreds of thousands. Not that sucks. I hate snakes.
Yes, you sounded like Indiana Jones when you said that. That was cool.
This ship's you're driving this. I mean, you've seen the way that whales use their bubbles to make like the sardine balls, and the sardines are just that thick in the water. Yep, we would sail through stuff like that. You look down, and it's nothing but sea snakes. You have to shut the fire pumps off on the ship because the intakes are clogged. Because they're trying to suck the sea snakes.
Oh, gross!
So you would have to get to clear water, and then the engineers would have to put on the hazmat gear to go clean out the pump filters because it's all ground up sea snake at that point, including their venom.
Oh, you can't even touch the venom?
Wouldn't be a good idea. No.
Damn.
That's neurotoxin.
Yeah.
So would you have some transdermal effect of it? Yeah, would not be a good day.
Dang.
I'd like the sea turtles. I saw those in Guam. They would swim right up to the ship, and some of them bad boys. Those were 4 or 5 foot across. Those were some healthy turtles. Let's see. Seen a lot of different stuff.
Jen with no filter. Her husband. They toured a prison. Where Mooseman over there was talking about, like, they toured a prison, and her husband is like I don't know what the word is. You know, when you can see things, and like she saw something like dart across in front of them while they're like touring this place, and she's like, "Did you see that?" And her husband is like, "Yeah," and it's mad. We don't need to go down there. And it's like, what? And then she starts telling the story like there's like a behind where they live, there's a little girl that he has seen, and she's like, okay, let's figure this out. Ended up, she found like the history and found like there was some girl that lived not far down. Like he said, like yeah, her name's like Alyssa or something, and there was an Alyssa. I forget what the whole combination is, but it's so scary accurate. It's freaky. And she's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to ask him if he'd ever want to talk to you guys. I was like,
Yeah.
you know, and that's the thing. If you have a story and you don't want to come up or say something, you know, or if you just have something, record it. Like I know, like I've got I did that one time with, it was the Halloween stream. Listern had a story, and she recorded it, and I put the whole thing up on locals. So like going into that stream, you can go over there and you can hear other stories and stuff. I think that's just a cool idea. If we could start doing like, you know, the different social media type things where we can it's building our own community. Sorry, I just nerded out. Pastor
No,
Mac,
I
you
love
guys
that.
think
I
you
was going to
down?
interrupt and say thank you to Shelly for the 5 gifted memberships. Moose,
Oh, awesome.
Nick, Misconstrued, the consultant, and Earl, they're all members. Welcome to the Underdogs.
Awesome.
It's good to have you. As an underdog, you are not allowed to be a straight up normie weirdo. That's the only rule.
Normies.
Unless you're in real life. When I'm talking in real life, like to my internet friends, I'm like, hey, I'm normal. Like I'm normal. I'm not, but like normal and like outside of the internet, I'm not that.
No,
I
be
appreciate
weird.
it.
Let your freak flag fly.
Yeah. But like when I don't know. I appreciate how much everyone supports one another in this community. Thanks, Danielle.
Yeah. Yeah. Why wouldn't you? You know, it's just there's so much bad out there. There's people that want to come in and just constantly be downers about everything. It's like let's just have fun. Like you don't like I think it was Moose Maneuver said that he doesn't believe in this in paranormal. You know, explored all these things. Yeah, but it's fun. And they're here because it's cool. We're having a good time, and it's like what if? I just love the what if. And
Mm-hmm.
you know, it's like I always say, listen to me, like I have a catchphrase. I mean, I can't remember my name 90% of the time, but my thing is like when people get down on stuff like that, I'm like, dude, who wants to live in a world without Bigfoot? Because I don't.
Yeah.
It's just fun, man. Bigfoot's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
And
Sorry.
no, go on.
No, the ones
I
that
was
turn
saying-
me off the most are the ones that are trying to make a buck on it. They're always, buy my book, buy my book, buy my book, buy my book. I can talk about my book.
Are you
Worst
familiar
one,
with Peter
empaths.
Kane? Are you familiar with Peter Kane, the dog trainer?
No.
He was abused by Bigfoot.
Uh-huh.
You need to check out Peter Kane sometime.
She touched his ween.
Yeah.
Let me.
He has an amazing story of survival.
He's writing it down.
It's much better than Eliza's.
Somebody said in when Shelly was doing this Cool Frog stream earlier, somebody said they saw Bigfoot in their dream, and I'm pretty sure Shelly said, "Was he blurry?"
Nice. So, how do you spell that last name? K or C?
Caine.
Ah, gotcha. There we go. Like Michael Caine. There we go.
Peter Kane.
Peter Caine. No, I said like Michael Caine. Last
Talking
name.
Trash and Truth gave five more memberships. That's awesome. Oh, look at that. Darth Hitty's even picked up one. Thanks for being here on your alt account. I appreciate you.
Bigfoot
How
hates goons.
did you know Bigfoot hates goons? Goons? Gons? Gans?
What?
They get really mad about him.
Gnats?
Oh.
Maybe it's GU.
Gun? Oh, Bigfoot hating. Okay.
Bro, we're trying not to say it.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Oh, good grief. And that's why I can't be on YouTube.
Nah, you've been doing actually pretty good.
Yeah, because we've been sticking to a particular subject. You want to wander off the path, that's where we're going to go. But no, I've been on another show, and the show supposedly has basically a pet empath.
Thank you, Juju.
And
Oh,
from somebody who is a natural born empath, pet empaths really bug me because the only thing they want to do is sell you stuff. Because, go to this person and be like, hey, how's the temperature in the room tonight? Oh, it's fine. But that's the only response they ever give.
for your dog?
For anything.
Oh, I don't know
It's
what a pet
38
empath
here.
is. Hold on, I'm about to find out how much it is. It's dropped 10 degrees since it's 56 here.
Yeah, when you started,
Man.
it was 66.
Yeah.
That's what it got up to here today. It's going to be below 30 tonight.
I'm going to tell a story on Divinity. She was like, I'm nervous. I don't know what to start with. I said, well, it's 48 here. What's the temperature there? And she said, well, hang on, let me look it up. And she said 66. I said, there you go. Just start with that. Hey, it's 66 here. What's the temperature where you guys are?
And I didn't. I forgot.
I know, I did too. But that's just how you started. If it's somebody did, or maybe I did it. I don't remember. But it's what's the cost of eggs where you are?
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea. Farron used to always say, what's the cost of gas where you are? And the chat would go, and I'm like, holy interactions right now. People really want to talk about how their gas prices, which, by the way, mine went down to $4.19.
Wow.
I saw it's $3 here.
Nice.
Yeah, that's high. I mean, I'm still upset about that.
What was it? What was it though when it was at its highest?
At the onset of our recent administration, it was $5 something.
Yeah, so it feels nice now that it's half what it was, even though it's higher than it started.
Yeah, we touched just about 5 for unleaded, but diesel was pushing 6 here.
Say boomsticks?
Army of Darkness
instead
reference?
Of nugs.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, we already saw that one.
Pet psychics.
Is Caesar the dog whisperer real? I've never seen it.
I forgot about
well, the chat was talking about earlier, and I
Well,
threw
I
out there
know
about cats and the cat's ability to superposition.
Well, I mean, if people can see auras and colors around people, why can't cats or dogs or Caesar Chavez?
Because cats are disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Shelly, so Talking Trash and Truth has a channel, and last night I found out that there was no school today on Monday, so I'm like, it's a late night, I get to stay up late. But all my friends had already gone to sleep, so I went through Shelly's shorts channel, or shorts. Yes. I got all the way to the end. They're so good, but she has some really cool cats. Like her cat, she told it to sit, and it sat. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh,
she has like dogs for cats. Yeah, super cool.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I'm gonna have to go check that out.
Yeah, when you get to the end of Shelly's shorts, there are 2 shorts that involve her mother. I sat here laughing for 10 minutes, like watching them over and over and over again. Hilarious.
That's awesome.
So good.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I can't hear them. I can't hear anybody say shorts without thinking of like the clothing article. So it's like, I really got into Shelly's shorts the other night.
Oh, no.
We're changing subjects, or it's like, and her shorts are so good, like I just can't stop scrolling through them,
fingering through them.
Yeah, just swiping up.
Oh jeez.
Let me tell you what, Grandma After Dark the other day, that stream I did with her, she did it for FNL, and she's ruined me ever since. Tish in Tennessee had her last night and invited me on. I'm like, why? And she's like, we just want to see you turn red again. And I'm like, that's very easy to do. She embarrasses me, not in a bad way, but it makes me blush.
Because she looks so sweet and so innocent, and then she says things. You're like, wait, I tuned into your thing the other day, and I started listening to her, and she starts doing this.
Oh,
you know what she was talking about? Yeah, she was a phone sex operator. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, that's what she was for 9 years.
Yeah, so she really got into how she made the environment proper for these.
She has a channel with like 23 million views on it.
Very popular.
As she says, it bought her house.
Yeah.
And she's like, she reads children's books. And now, but then she's like, yeah, I was charging $2.99 a minute. And you're like,
Mhm.
what? What? So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Well,
But no, it's like,
Shizzy was a phone sex operator too. Did you know that? Shizzy Wisnut? If we could get them two together,
really?
they
Is
could
that why he
compare
has that
stories.
deep voice?
You know what? I don't know which came first, the voice or the job, but he stuck with one of them.
Usually it's the voice that comes first.
Well,
Yeah, he reads
you know,
recipes, literal recipes for cooking, and it's like the most sexual thing you've ever heard.
Yeah,
Like,
but he also
wait, what?
admits that he cheats too.
Wait a
He
minute.
runs his mic through a soundboard.
He doesn't, does
Yes,
he?
he does. He
Oh,
freely admits it. He's like, yeah,
so
that's the reason I sound so good. Because the first time I interacted with him, I'm like, oh, dude, say Mufasa. Mufasa.
okay, all right.
But no, eventually it was like, I was going on and on and off. He's like, oh, come on, man. Yeah, this is through a soundboard. I've got a little compression. I got a little EQ. I got a little
Okay.
reverb.
Well, does anybody think that America Shirts is using a voice changer?
I don't know. Never thought about it.
Well, next time
I don't
you
think
listen.
so. He's
I
got
do.
a pretty good voice too.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's his.
True, but I like his arguments more than I like his voice.
No, not me. Oh, Christ. I'm just kidding. Sure, totally kidding. I don't think he's here, but I just had to say that.
Hey, each to their own. There's a couple of people that they're
No,
like
we get
nails on
along.
the chalkboard to me.
Their voices? Yeah, that's true. Mine used to do that to me. For like the first few months of creating, I couldn't, if somebody would play my video or it would start playing, I'd be like, no. And that, thankfully, that's worn off.
Oh yeah, like it was like getting your voice was like 6 months of me not doing a stream or not doing any content. I was like, I just kept playing with stuff, reading about stuff. I was going crazy. And it all sucked. But it still sucked. But White Rabbit bought me a microphone and said, "Here, stop talking to me. Start talking to strangers because I'm tired of hearing you, bitch."
That's exactly what happened to me. The right before you found me, I told you, I posted a video. And the point of my video was trying to be funny because I was like, yeah, so I was sitting around telling my husband that I needed somebody to talk to and that I needed friends. And he was just like, good luck. So I'm sitting here like, well, I guess I'll go to YouTube and see if I can find somebody who wants me to talk to them. And that's how I ended up here.
I saw that video right after your the Johnny Depp one that was put in my algorithm, and I was like, that's the one that really got me. I was like, okay, I gotta be friends with her.
Yeah, I needed friends.
I was like, yeah, I don't know.
So you've only been doing this how long?
I started really focusing on YouTube. It's probably been almost a year.
Okay.
May,
In April is when I did my first like edit video.
Mm.
Yeah.
I have trouble maintaining the motivation even to do one a week.
Yeah. I think it's like when you start, it's just like, just do the one a week. And eventually you'll have this, a big library,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's weird. Now it's like an addiction. You have withdrawals if you get away from it. But like when I got started, like I mean, because I was gonna do it, and then I was gonna do the one a day. I was gonna do all this stuff. Just never got. I don't know. And then it would just Gabby Petito gave me a lot of coverage.
Mm.
I had to say that, but yeah.
No,
Now, I saw her in the news again, or something.
Yeah, and you know what? I have the thumbnail to do a video on that. They found pictures that she took, where she was, it looks like she was smacked around pretty hard, and it was the day before, they got pulled over in Utah.
Oh, the video.
Yeah, and you don't see it on that. It's just I don't know. There's something weird about it. Everything that whole deal is weird. That was the internet that destroyed that. I think.
Destroyed? You mean you're saying that in a bad way?
Yeah, it's because you had those people that go down there to their house and with the bullhorns that were stood out front, and it's like,
damn.
That's when I started. I was like, this is
his
wrong.
Parents' house. His
Yeah.
parents' house.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
And I was like, this is wrong because like there are neighbors on each side and across the street.
Well, people were convinced that like he was living in their backyard, right? Like underground or some
Dude,
shit.
that one blew my mind. It was like the mom went out to the garden,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody was like, I don't know, it was like a helicopter, maybe there was a drone or something. It's like, did you see the hand came out of the dirt? And I was like, where? And I've watched that so
I
many
know.
times. And I was like,
So
this is
embarrassing.
the stupidest thing I ever saw. But they were all convinced that's what happened. And I'm like,
Yeah.
no, it didn't happen. So what's bad about it is that's where you're first starting, and you're trying to get people to want to come back. And I'm saying that to them, I'm like, if you think this happened, you're an idiot. And I'm sitting there going, oh yeah, I just called everybody who would
Well,
come in here to watch it an
to
idiot.
see
That's
if it
not good.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
Hey.
That's not good. So what is the Bermuda Triangle, Pastor? Have you've been through it? I'm assuming.
Well, it's just been a hotbed of activity that the points of the triangle are basically Miami, the island of Bermuda, and the east end of the island of Puerto Rico. So supposedly over recorded history, there's been a lot of ships that disappeared through there. And once you started flying airplanes, they had airplanes that disappear in there.
Isn't there though I'm Googling it right now, but I think there's a dragon's triangle that's something similar. Yeah, by Japan, where they also lose a bunch of shit. Paranormal location.
There's
What's
one
it
in Lake
say?
Michigan, the Michigan Triangle.
Nuh-uh.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait a minute. So do you think it's just like some kind of anomaly with the
I remember hearing
the
about it being
world?
magnetic. We
Yeah.
like mess up compasses and stuff.
Messing your
That's
compass
right.
up is one thing. Disappearing airplanes and disappearing ships to where you've had people out there looking for them for decades now with the latest high-tech equipment, sonar, side scan sonar, ultra all the whole 9 yards, and they've never been able to find most of the ships. They found some of the airplanes, but like that flight of Navy
The
bombers,
navigators.
Yes.
that flight that disappeared, supposedly where they found them was nowhere near where they were supposed to be.
I didn't think they found them.
Out
I
of
thought they
fuel
sent.
range.
I thought they. Oh, they found the wreckage. You mean?
Yeah, they found those aircraft, but
Yeah.
where they found them at was they couldn't have got there, not without landing someplace and refueling to get to where they eventually found these aircraft.
Especially,
if I remember the story correctly, I might be totally full of shit.
no, I think you're right. And they left, went one way for too long. Their instruments stopped working. Then they turned around to try to see if they could see land. And then one of the pilots of the group of planes, I don't know if there were 3 or 5, said, "You guys are doing the wrong thing." None of them ever made it back.
No.
But I think they sent a search party and they didn't make it back either.
There was one that I watched on it. It might have been a History Channel thing, but they found radio logs from different naval stations that had heard the radio transmissions from the aircraft and had gone ahead and logged them because it was weird that they were receiving these transmissions. So they had logs from different naval bases and a couple of civilian airports that had actually heard these aircraft flying around, just supposedly lost in the weather. But at the same time, these radio transmissions are, again, it was one of those impossible things.
Yeah, that's wild. I don't understand it. But then there was also, I think, Admiral Byrd, who said he was flying and he looked down and saw like a whole.
Oh, he landed. There's a whole story that goes with that. He was flying north to the pole and he kept flying and flying and flying and flying and flying. And all of a sudden he looked down and he sees green pastures. And he looks ahead and he sees these huge mountains that have appeared out of nowhere. And at the foot of these mountains is this gigantic metropolis of a city. Y'all can do the research on that one. I don't want to fuck that up for nobody. But there's a whole mythos of what he did there that the government has covered up.
Yeah, that's interesting.
with what's going on with magnetic poles right now, you know what? Who knows? The Earth's a really big place. Only 25% of its land mass, so the 75% that's covered with water that remains pretty much less explored than the surface of the moon. You know what? Who knows what's in the ocean? The ocean is, for as beautiful as it can be, when it decides to let you know just exactly how small you are, and it lets you know, it can be a scary place.
Oh yeah, Inner Earth, the Hollow Earth. That's a big one. Sorry.
Bird was Inner Earth story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
Did you ever
look.
see the Kong versus Godzilla? I think I'm gonna watch that tonight now. Yeah. Oh man, it's all about the Hollow Earth. Journey to the Center of the Earth.
I
Yeah.
never heard. This one says the Inner Earth, Admiral Byrd's Secret Diary. In 1947, Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd of the U.S. Navy flew directly to the North Pole and instead of going over the pole, actually entered the inner Earth. In his diary, he tells of entering the hollow interior of the Earth and traveling 1,700 miles over mountains, lakes, rivers, green vegetation, and animal life. He tells of enormous animals resembling the mammoths of antiquity moving through the underbrush. He eventually found cities and a thriving civilization. His plane was finally greeted by flying machines, which he told were called, I don't know this word, fugel-rads, a type he had never heard before. The fugel-lads, I don't know, escorted him to a safe landing place, and he was graciously received by emissaries from what is known as Agartha. He and his crew were escorted to meet with a high spiritual leader from there. Whoa, he had a crew with him? I thought he was by himself. The following is from his diary. Let me share this so you guys see what I see. Present.
I knew it was something cool.
Where is it? Inner Earth. Share. Add to the stream. Now you guys can see what I'm looking at. Sorry about that. Okay, says, I must write this diary in secrecy and obscurity. It concerns my Arctic flight of the 19th day of February in the year of 1947. There comes a time when the rationality of men must fade into insignificance, and one must accept the inevitability of the truth, capital T. I'm not at liberty to disclose the following documentation at this writing. Perhaps it shall never see the light of public scrutiny, but I must do my duty and record here for all to read one day. In a world of greed and exploitation of certain of mankind can no longer suppress that which is truth. Here's his flight logs. How long is this? It's kind of long, you guys. Maybe we should cover this another time. How do you feel? How do you guys feel?
Expert? Up to you. I mean,
feel
it's
hungry.
You could take out. Yeah, you could totally take off. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for having me on. Pleasure to meet you, Mr.
Hey,
Expert.
thank you for your service too, man.
Hey, thanks for your support, and for everybody else out there that was part of this. Hope you have a great rest of your evening, everybody. Bye-bye.
See you later,
Pastor.
That was fun.
Yeah, he's
all right.
cool.
So it's up to you. We've been here 2 hours, just over 2.5 hours. It is almost midnight for you.
It is almost 1 a.m. actually for me.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, I didn't
know. Is it 9:30, 10, 11, 12:30? Oh yeah, I can count. I can do the numbers.
I didn't realize that. Well, hold on. Just scroll down and see what it, because he had the flight log, right?
Yeah, you totally did.
Hours.
Okay, so it says, you want to just glance at it? 6 o'clock. Yeah. All preparations are complete for our flight. 6:20, fuel mixture on board. Radio checks. Slight oil leak at starboard engine. Slight turbulence noted from easterly direction. Radio check with base camp. Everything is normal. Turbulence encountered again. 9 o'clock. Vast ice and snow below. Note coloration of yellowish nature and disperse in a linear pattern. Altering course for a better examination of this color pattern below. Note reddish or purple color also. Circle this area 2 full turns and return to assigned compass heading. Position check made again to base camp and relay information concerning colorations in the ice and snow below. Both magnetic and gyro compasses begin to gyrate and wobble. We are unable to hold our heading by instrumentation. Take bearing with sun compass, yet all seem well. The controls are seemingly slow to respond and have sluggish quality, but there is no indication of icing.
Now that's at the same time. Look at that. It's at
I know that
9:10.
was the same time. Yeah, so
Yeah.
now 9:15
So he
in
sees
the
the
distance.
colors in the ice, and that's when his compass starts messing up.
Right, so he's good at 8 o'clock. They start at 6. 8 o'clock,
Yeah.
he's still good. 9 o'clock, he notices stuff, radios it in, it's still good. And then 9:15. In the distance, what appears to be mountains. 9:49. 29 minutes elapsed flight time from the first sighting of the mountains. It is no illusion. There are mountains and consisting of small range that I have never seen before. 9:55. Altitude changed to 2950 feet, encountering strong turbulence again. 10 o'clock. We are crossing over the small mountain range and still proceeding northward as best as can be ascertained. Beyond the mountain range is what appears to be a valley and a small river or stream running through the center portion. There should be no green valley below. Something is definitely wrong and abnormal here. We should be over ice and snow. To the port side are great forests growing up the mountain slope. Our navigation instruments are still spinning. The gyroscope is oscillating back and forth. 10:05. I alter altitude to 1400 feet and execute a sharp left turn to better examine the valley below. It is green with either moss or a type of tight-knit grass. The light here seems different. I cannot see the sun anywhere. We make another left turn and we spot what seems to be a large animal of some kind below us. It appears to be an elephant. No, it looks more like a mammoth. This is incredible. Yet there it is. Decrease altitude to 1,000 feet and take binoculars to better examine the animal. It is confirmed. It is definitely a mammoth-like animal. Report to base camp.
How
10:30.
come we've never heard of this?
I never heard these details, but I did know that he saw something weird when he went up. This is really cool. 10:30. Encountering more rolling green hills now. The external temperature indicator reads 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Continuing on our heading now. Navigation instruments seem normal now. I'm puzzled over their actions. Attempt to contact base camp. Radio is not functioning. 11:30. Countryside below is more level and normal, if I may use that word. Ahead we spot what seems to be a city. It's impossible. Aircraft seems light and oddly buoyant. The controls refuse to respond. My God. Off our port and starboard wings are a strange type of aircraft. They are closing rapidly alongside. They are disc-shaped and have a radiant quality to them. They are close enough now to see the markings on them. It is a type of swastika. This is fantastic. Where are we? What has happened? I tug at the controls again. They do not respond. They will not respond. We are caught in an invisible vice grip of some type. Bird North Pole plane tour. Oh, this is a commercial for the
Mobile
oil in
One.
his plane.
That's
11.
awesome.
Yeah. So this is 11:30. Now we're down to 11:35. Our radio crackles and a voice comes through in English with what perhaps is a slight Nordic or Germanic accent. The message is, "Welcome, Admiral, to our domain. We shall land you in exactly 7 minutes. Relax, Admiral, you are in good hands. I note the engines of our planes have stopped running. The aircraft is under some strange control and is now turning itself. The controls are useless." 11:40. Another radio message received. We begin the landing process now, and in moments the plane shudders slightly and begins to descend as though caught in some great unseen elevator. The downward motion is negligible, and we touch down with only a slight jolt. 11:45. I am making a hasty last entry in the flight log. Several men are approaching on foot toward our aircraft. They are tall with blonde hair. In the distance is a large, shimmering city, pulsating with rainbow hues of colors. I do not know what is going to happen now, but I see no signs of weapons on those approaching. I hear now a voice ordering me by name to open the cargo door. I comply. End log. From this point, I write all the following events from memory. It defies the imagination and would seem all but madness if it had not happened. The radio man and I are taken from the aircraft. Hold on, let me pause. You guys are still interested in this, right?
Yeah, yes.
Are you? Okay.
Yes.
I totally am, but I'm a super nerd, so I don't know. Okay. The radio man and I are taken from the aircraft, and we are received in a most cordial manner. We were then boarded on a small platform-like conveyance with no wheels. It moves us toward the glowing city with great swiftness.
Like
As we
a
approach,
airport, like when you're at an airport and they have those moving
people mover.
sidewalks.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
As we approach, the city seems to be made of a crystal material. Soon we arrive at a large building that is a type I have never seen before. It appears to be right out of the design board of Franklin Lloyd Wright, or perhaps more correctly, out of Buck Rogers' setting. I don't know what that means. Do you?
Buck Rogers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Buck Rogers, like the space guy. Buck Rogers in the World of Tomorrow.
I don't know.
You never heard of Buck Rogers? I mean, like I
Uh-uh.
can't explain it at all. I just realized I suck at it. I know who Buck Rogers is.
No, I never heard of him. Is he like a blingy cowboy? He sounds like a blingy cowboy.
No, it's he's a spaceman. He's an astronaut. He's like Chris Pratt in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, I don't know. We are given some type of warm beverage which tastes like nothing I've ever savored before. It is delicious. After about 10 minutes, two of our wondrous appearing hosts come to our quarters and announce that I am to accompany them. I have no choice but to comply. I leave my radio man behind and we walk a short distance and enter in what seems to be an elevator. We descend downward for some moments. The machine stops and the door lifts slightly upward. We then proceed down a long hallway that is lit by a rose-colored light that seems to be emanating from the very walls themselves. One of the beings motions for us to stop before a great door. Over the door is an inscription that I cannot read. The great door slides noiselessly open, and I beckon to enter. And I am beckoned to enter. One of my hosts speaks. Have no fear, Admiral. You are to have an audience with the master. I step inside and my eyes adjust to the beautiful colorations that seem to be filling the room completely. Then I begin to see my surroundings. What greeted my eyes is the most beautiful sight of my entire existence.
Oh, wow.
It is in fact too beautiful and wondrous to describe. It is exquisite and delicate. I do not think there exists a human term that can describe it in any detail with justice. My thoughts are interrupted in a cordial manner by a warm, rich voice of melodious quality. I bid you welcome to our domain, Admiral. I see a man with delicate features and with the etching of years upon his face. He is seated at a long table. He motions me to sit in one of the chairs. After I'm seated, he places his fingers together and smiles. He speaks softly again and conveys the following. Quote, we have let you enter here because you are of noble character and well known on the surface world, Admiral. Surface world? I half gasp under my breath. Yes, the master replies with a smile. You are in the domain of the Ariani, the inner world of the earth. We shall not long delay your mission, and you will be safely escorted back to the surface and for a distance beyond. But now, Admiral, I shall tell you why you have been summoned here. Our interest rightly begins just after your race exploded the first atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. It was at that alarming time we sent our flying machines, the Flugelrads, to your surface world to investigate what your race had done. That is, of course, past history now, my dear Admiral, and I must continue on. You see, you have never interfered before in your race's wars and barbarity, but now, we have never interfered with your race's wars and barbarity, but now we must, for you have learned to tamper with a certain power that is not for man, namely of atomic energy. Our emissaries have already delivered messages to the powers of your world, and yet they do not heed. Now you have been chosen to be witness here that our world does exist. You see, our culture and science is many thousands of years beyond your race, Admiral. I interrupt. But what does this have to do with me, sir? The master's eyes seemed to penetrate deeply into my mind, and after studying me for a few moments, he replied, your race has now reached the point of no return, for there are those among you who would destroy your very world rather than relinquish their power as you know it. I nodded, and the master continued. In 1945 and afterward, we tried to contact your race, but our efforts were met with hostility. Our Flugelrads were fired upon. Yes, even pursued with malice and animosity by your fighter planes. So now I say to you, my son, there's a great storm gathering in your world, a black fury that will not spend itself for many years. There will be no answer in your arms. There will be no safety in your science. It may rage until Every flower of your culture is trampled, and all human things are leveled in vast chaos. Your recent war was only a prelude of what is yet to come for your race. We here see it more clearly with each hour. Do you say I am mistaken? No, I answered. It happened once before. The Dark Ages came, and they lasted for more than 500 years. Okay, let me pause here. How much more do we have? Kind of a lot.
I don't
What are you
know.
thinking?
Not that much. I don't know. Okay, first of all, I love your voice. Like I just got so lost in this. I'm like, oh my gosh! Like it was like you just got into talking, like reading, and it's like you just mellowed out. And I was like, I fell into it. I was like, right before you stopped, I was like, you really need to do a podcast. Like you need to put this up on the podcast stuff. Wow. Sorry.
This is really,
Sorry.
really, really, really
Everybody
interesting.
saw me just simp for Divinity live on the screen. Like
Aw.
I'm the complete opposite of doing stuff like that. I was like, man, I really love your voice. You just
Aw,
ASMR'd
thank
me.
you. Thanks. I mean, there's a lot. It seems like there's a lot more to this story. I'm super intrigued. Where are you at on your meter of believability here?
This is a guy that we're supposed to believe.
Yeah, an
You know,
admiral.
and
And
I mean, he's a real dude. No one. I mean, I don't know much about him. Tell you the truth. I know what he went to the poles, and I mean, he was an adventurer. Uh, but how did he? Okay, so like Howard Hughes, for instance, like everybody knows the story of Howard Hughes. He locked himself into a hotel room in Las Vegas and collected fingernail clippings. I mean, that's
oh,
the story you want to that they tell you. And it's like I don't even know if that's real or not. But it's like, so what happened with Admiral Byrd? Did they start saying that he was crazy as he got older, or I mean, I don't know.
that's it. It looked like
I
there
don't
was a
know.
lot more to this story,
Mm-hmm.
but it actually doesn't seem like there is. It might just be another flight log of him coming out. So let me finish this,
Yeah,
and
let's
then
do
if you
this.
want, we can search up and see how he's remembered. So he was saying the Dark Ages will come now for your race will cover the earth like a pall. I don't know what that means, but I believe that some of your race will live through the storm. Beyond that, I cannot say. We see a great distance. We see at a great distance a new world stirring from the ruins of your race, seeking its lost and legendary treasures, and they will be here, my son, safe in our keeping. When that time arrives, we shall come forward again to help revive your culture and your race. Perhaps by then you will have learned the futility of war and its strife. And after that time, certain of your culture and science will be returned for your race to begin anew. You, my son, are to return to the surface world with this message. With these closing words, our meeting seemed at an end. I stood for a moment as in a dream, but yet I knew this was reality, and for some strange reasons, I bowed slightly, either out of respect or humility, but I do not know which. Suddenly, I wonder if this is the plane he was on. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
Suddenly,
Arctic
I was
Expedition.
again, huh?
It says Arctic Expedition on the
So-
side.
Josephine Ford. Yeah, maybe that's them. I said, suddenly I was again aware that the two beautiful hosts who had brought me here were again at my side. This way, Admiral, motioned one. I turned once more before leaving and looked back toward the master. A gentle smile was etched on his delicate and ancient face. Farewell, my son, he spoke, and then gestured with a lovely, slender hand, a motion of peace, and our meeting was truly ended. Quickly we walked back through the great doors of the master's chamber and once again entered into the elevator. The door slid silently downward, and we were at once going upward. One of my hosts spoke again. We must now make haste, Admiral, as the master desires to delay you no longer on your scheduled timetable, and you must return with this message to your race. I said nothing. All this was almost beyond belief, and once again my thoughts were interrupted as we stopped. I entered the room and was again with my radio man. He had an anxious expression on his face. As I approached, I said, "It's all right, Howie." No, it is all right, Howie. It is all right. The two beings motioned us toward the awaiting conveyance, and we boarded and soon arrived back to our aircraft. The engines were idling, and we boarded immediately. The whole atmosphere seemed charged now with a certain air of urgency. After the cargo door was closed, the aircraft was immediately lifted by that unforeseen force until we reached an altitude of 2,700 feet. 2 of the aircraft were alongside for some distance, guiding us on our return way. I must state here, the airspeed indicator registered no reading, yet we were moving along at a very rapid rate. 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours? Maybe it's 2:15. I don't know. A radio message came through. We are leaving you now, Admiral. The controls are free. Auf Weidensens. I don't know. That's not our language. We watched for a moment as the Flugelrads disappeared into the pale blue sky. The aircraft suddenly felt as though caught in a sharp downdraft for a moment. We quickly recovered her control. We do not speak for a time. Each man has his thoughts. Flight entry in flight log continues. 2:20. We are again over a vast area of ice and snow and approximately 27 minutes from base camp. We radio them. They respond. We report excuse me. We report all conditions normal. Base camp expresses relief at our reestablished contact. We land smoothly at base camp. I have a mission. End log entries. March 11th, 1947. I have just attended a staff meeting at the Pentagon. I have stated fully my discovery and the message from the master. All is duly recorded. The president has been advised. I am now detained for several hours, 6 hours, 39 minutes to be exact. I am interviewed intently by top security forces and a medical team. It was an ordeal. I am placed under strict control via the national security provisions of the United States of America. I am ordered to remain silent in regard to all I have learned on the behalf of humanity. Incredible. I'm reminded that I'm a military man and I must obey orders. 1957 final entry. These last few years elapsed since 1947 have not been kind. I now make my final entry in this singular diary. In closing, I must state that I have faithfully kept this matter secret as directed all these years. It has been completely against my values or moral right. Now I seem to sense the long night coming on its secret, and this secret will not die with me, but as all truth shall, it will triumph, and so it shall. This can be the only hope for mankind. I have seen the truth, and it has quickened my spirit and has set me free. I've done my duty toward the monstrous military-industrial complex. Now the long night begins to approach, but there shall be no end. Just as the long night of the Arctic ends, the brilliant sunshine of the truth shall come again, and those who are of darkness shall fall into the light. Amen. What a good story. For I have seen that land beyond the pole, that center of the great unknown. There's his photograph. Whew.
Wow.
Wait a minute. He passed away.
Bravo. Yes, you did a great job
Not
with that.
me.
Like, I am moved. Yeah, you. I mean, you have. I mean, Sherwin-Williams can make paint, but it takes an artist to put it on canvas. And that was your voice and everything. Wow. Like, I was just caught. It's funny. I'm sitting here. I'm just staring right at the screen. And I'm like, I'm not reading. Like, I had a comfort that knowing that the words were there, but I wasn't really reading. You did a magnificent job reading that. That was great.
Thanks. That was a really cool story.
Yeah, it was. Holy cow.
What in Sam Hale? So there is an inner Earth. I guess there goes my donut theory, since there's no hole. I guess it could be a jelly-filled donut.
Yeah, it is. Exactly.
I gotta turn these lights down.
Yeah, they drive me nuts.
I wish I had a couch that I could lay on right here and stream.
Have you ever seen Mel? She's on a couch, and then like as soon as the stream's over, she's like trying to move. She's like, I'm stuck here. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Wow.
That's fun.
Well, I don't think that gets topped.
I think we did all right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just awesome.
So next month we'll hit up your channel. We'll try to figure out. I really think it would be cool to talk about not Slender Man. Do you remember what we were talking about earlier? That
Shadow
thing,
people.
the shadow people. But there's that one thing that like sucks the blood and guts out of all the cows.
Yeah, you were talking about that. I don't know what it is.
It's called something Skinwalker.
Oh my gosh, what are you talking about? Where'd you hear this? Clumsy talks about this now, and I'm like, what is this thing?
Oh,
And yeah, like it's real popular right now. People are talking about skinwalkers all the time. I'm like, I've never heard of this.
I think that's what it's called, but there's like a TV show about it where there's a whole ranch where they're trying to like set up and like figure out what's going on over there and catch it. I don't know. I don't watch it.
Oh
But it
no,
does
I'm
seem
lost.
interesting because it's one of those things that's stuck around for a long time and there's a lot of like unexplained shit that has to do with it. Like how do you get
Yeah,
rid of a cow's blood? And I think their privies were missing too, like they're, you know what I'm saying? Cut out.
yeah. It's like there's like stuff about it being I don't know, like it's supposed to go back to like I don't know. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm so stupid about it. I'm not
I
even
know
gonna
the
say.
same.
Yeah, I started thinking about it, and then I saw Kay put in Chupacabra. I was like, that's what I was thinking the whole time. And I'm like, well, now hold on. What am I thinking now? I was like, I don't know. It's 1 o'clock my time. Maybe I'm out of it.
Yeah, the
The
cow thing is
cow
really
thing.
wild.
What is it, Schwartz? Do you know the name of it? Is it Skinwalker? Yeah, Native American concept. They tell you never
Ooh.
whistle outside at night. We just heard about the whistler.
Yeah, we did hear about the whistler. That's full circle. I don't like that. Never whistle outside at night. You know what's weird? I didn't really whistle until maybe like 5 years ago, and now I just love to whistle. I'm always whistling.
Could
Now I'm
you
kind of.
could you
You want me to go
always
outside?
whistle, or is it you just learned how to?
I could whistle. I think I was whistling backwards. Well, let me ask you this. When you whistle, are you supposed to put the air blowing out, or
Yeah,
blowing in? Okay, well,
blowing in.
I always whistled correctly, and now that I whistle backwards, I'm very good at it.
You so now you suck in.
Mm-hmm. I do it wrong.
Well, good night, ladies and gentlemen. She sucks in and she's really good at it. It's a whistle.
Yeah, it's
Oh
true
boy,
though.
we're gonna end tonight with Divinity's whistle.
I actually have a bell. You know how Mr. Malloy has a oh, I lost it. It was literally
The
just
Mr.
here.
Weenie Bell or
He
Mr.
has the weenie whistle. Weenie bell. I have the weenie bell, yeah. I got it in San Francisco at the Alcatraz prison. I
Mhm.
was gonna ring it every time I had a super chat, but I thought, you know what? I'll never get a super chat.
You had a bunch tonight.
I did, but that's because I didn't ring the bell at them. And I really, really appreciate all of you for sending super chats.
That's
I'm gonna
hilarious.
scroll up. Here's one I didn't even see. Love you two together. Exactly what we need to escape the reality of MSN has convinced us we are living in. Mainstream media,
Mainstream
yeah.
media, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Schwartz, that's awesome.
Talking Trash and Truth said, fantastic stream. Keep bringing your lightness and laughter to people. We need that now more than ever. Love you guys. Congrats, beautiful YouTube expert. Aw, thank
Thank
you
you.
guys.
Yeah.
This was
It's
fun. This was a lot of fun. I almost didn't do it, honestly. I almost didn't do it. But expert,
I know
you
you're
pep
gonna
talked me. You did a
you're
good job.
always gonna do that.
You were right though. You were absolutely right. The way
Yeah, it's
this
just
is
fun.
this worked out perfect. Yeah.
It's just fun. It's just the greatest thing about it is I get to hang out with a friend, and that's cool. So, and that's all it is. It's the chat is all friends. Look how great your chat is.
I
I
know how
mean, my
fun.
gosh, they're gonna leave here and they're gonna go somewhere else and they're gonna say, "What are you saying? Why was Div's chat so great? When is she streaming again?" And you'll be amazed how people they'll start coming back and they'll always be here. And it's please do it again. I missed this. I'm sorry. Hey, there's a replay. Always check out the replay.
Sorry, Mister. I
Um,
think maybe next time I do. So we're gonna be on your channel on the 13th of next month.
yeah.
But on the next month after that, I think I'll retell my personal experience with like paranormal because I don't, it's super interesting. I wish everybody would know about it.
Oh, you know what you need to do? You need to do it as a video and just put it up on your channel. You can have it up
Maybe
there
I'll
all the
do it
time.
tonight. Okay, it's 10
Yeah.
o'clock my time right now. The when when I was a kid and we did this, it was new to us. So I was sitting there and they were like, "Hey, at midnight is when we can go see the ghosts." So what if I go at midnight tonight and try to film? I
Is it
did
that
film
close to you?
something. It's only like 15 miles. It's creepy though. It's really
I don't
dark.
know.
I get
You get
freaked out about the dark.
yeah. I don't want you going by yourself.
Well, I've
I
never
don't know.
found anybody who wants to go with me.
You could probably find a lot of people that want to go with you. You don't want to go with those people.
I do. I just need a chaperone, it sounds like.
Yeah, you do.
So I went by the other day. I had to go out somewhere late at night, and I remembered. Okay, so during the day, I was driving by this house in this neighborhood I used to live in, and I remembered I saw that they're rebuilding it from a fire, and I was like, "Oh, that's the house that this man he killed his wife, he eat their head, and set their house on fire." Right? And so I was driving by the other day, I was like, "Oh, hey, I wanna film this house at night and see if I can catch any, like, orbs or something." So, I'm gonna send that to you. We could watch it on your next show or something and see if there was anything I caught in it. Isn't that
Oh
fun?
wow, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But
You
I'm gonna
know what?
also go out to that place where I saw that time slip and see. I almost wanna do it tonight. I have so much energy. I haven't even finished my Rockstar. I think I have 2 hours left in me. I could do it on FaceTime so I'm not alone. So I could do or like Discord live or something.
I want you to think about this. I mean,
I've been thinking about it for years. I didn't think about doing it tonight for years. It's only scary because it's at night. You know what I mean? There's nothing to be afraid about. In other words, it's not like it's a bad area. There's no crime. There's no police department in this town I'm about to go to. There's not, it's just a real quiet, sleepy little place. Maybe 100 people live there. And all the ghosts that they can't see.
I don't know. What do you think, chat? Should she go to
I could do a poll.
cemetery?
Oh my gosh, start a poll. I should have done this a long time. It's not a cemetery.
What is it?
I live down the street from the cemetery though. That's like half a mile away. Boys, we could do some. I don't want to go there though. That creeps me out during the day.
Yeah, I've got a story about that too. I lived
Ghost
in a
hunt?
house that was across the street from the cemetery.
Yes.
Why my parents said that was a good idea.
Next, I'm gonna do a should we ghost hunt or should I ghost hunt? Yes, no, or next month. Ask your community. Sharing to StreamYard? Stop sharing. Did I do that in StreamYard or on YouTube? I have no idea what's happening right now.
It's on YouTube. I see it.
Okay. Share this tab. Maybe am I okay?
Yeah, I just voted.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It's probably a no from you.
I'm the one no. I'm the one no. I'm looking at it as like 65%, and like there's like 12%. There's a 0. That's awesome, Mel.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? So she listened to your stream while she had to work, and she gets in her car and she's like, "Okay, I have to drive now." And then like, and it took me a while to pick up that she does it, and then she's like, "Okay, I'm home now." And I'm like, one day I was just like, Melissa, I love that. Thank you so much, because it's like I want to make sure you're okay. Now that you've started that, it's like you can't do it. And you heard Listern one time was in the chat, and she got hit head on.
I know. I missed that live, but you guys did tell me about it. That's wild because you guys knew it was all happening, right?
No, just sitting there, and all of a sudden, like I'm looking here, I'm like, wait a second, like, is this right now? And because it said, Listern goes, "Oh my gosh, I just got in a head-on collision," and I didn't see it, right? And then it's like next thing it's like, the police were chasing a guy, so they're already here. That's a good thing. I'm like, what? You know, it's like maybe I didn't see that one, and then she starts talking about like I was like, whoa, wait a second, is this happening right now? And, you know, and we stopped this, and she's like, yeah, like I was just hit. It's like, holy cow! Well, tell us. You know me. I don't say you need to get off the stream. I say, well, tell us all about it. And she did.
That's and she got hurt, right?
Yeah, she had to go to the hospital. She said, boy, I feel a lot better now on the ambulance. They gave me morphine. And then she sent me pictures. She went to her car and took pictures of it the next day or 2 days later.
At least bear mace. They said I could bring a gun or bear mace and a knife. Kay said there's no bears out there. She's in the high desert. You know what's wild, Kay, is that last year there was a bear in my. There do come bears in my town every once in a while, but this bear ran around my town for over an hour. and I saw a picture of him, and I was like, wait, that bear is by my house, because there are these trees that look like a cell phone signal. For some reason, they grow like they planted them 2 years apart or something.
Mhm.
And I look at them all the time when I'm driving. So I see this picture of this bear, and I was like, oh, he's coming this way. I have to go get my dogs inside. Yeah, we do get bears because I live at the foot of the Sierra Nevada mountains. So we do get a lot of wandering beeps.
I saw that. That's what I was laughing at.
Wait, did she do this?
I don't think you didn't go into a ditch, did you, Ash? She videoed. She goes, "Hey, I just sent you a video," and I'm like, "What about?" Like, I'm like, "Wait a second, are you trying to Grimm's bar me?" Yeah. Oh yeah, it's okay. Put it up.
Yeah,
And so,
copyright.
yeah, no. So I'm like, okay, what's it? She goes, no, really. Like, I took the video, and because she lives outside of like Toronto, and it is completely it's a whiteout, and she's like, I'm just driving, listening. I'm like, you don't need to be videoing this. She like, oh no, I'm home now, so it's okay. I was like,
Guys are like that. I remember I lived in Utah, and I had to go to my job, and I had never driven in the snow before. And I'm driving. I drove a Mustang, some real drive, and I called my boyfriend at the time, and I was like, "You just got to talk to me while I'm driving, because it's there. I don't like. I literally, it was like this swirl of oh, it was so frightening. I didn't know what to do. Do I stop? What if somebody hits me? Do I pull over? Where's the end of the road? I don't like all of that." And he wouldn't talk to me. He's like, "You got to get off the phone. You got to focus." I'm like, "On fucking what?" So I called my sister, and she talked to me until I got to where I was going, because I just needed some like, I don't know what I needed, some like reasonable voice to make me feel like I wasn't gonna go, I don't know,
oh,
lose
that's
it on the
crazy.
road.
That's great. Yeah,
I
Ash
hated
is
it.
saying right there, said yes, she did, and she did end up in a ditch. I'm like, how did I not? Did I miss that? She
I'm not
probably
in a
told
gun
me, and I
control
forgot.
area. We're allowed to have plenty of guns here, don't you worry. But bear spray would be not bad. Would you let could you die if you got sprayed by bear spray?
I don't think so, unless
Would
you're
you let
allergic.
rabbit spray you?
No, we're not doing that. We're not
I
doing a
just
live.
I'm just
We're not
trying to
doing
see
a
what
super
price
spray.
threshold.
No,
I
no,
mean, you said no a little quick without even thinking about it.
no. Yeah, I know, I know. Volstorm maced me once. Well, actually, he maced himself. I had one of these like little keychain, like little
Mhm.
canister deal, but it didn't look like mace. That's what was cool about it. It was like a cylinder deal, and it
I
had
had
a
one of those
safety
too.
on it. And he
Yeah.
picked it up and he took it off. He's like, "Hey, what's this? I'm so stunned." He's like, I don't know what's happening. I'm like, yeah, well, you know what? The reason why he talked like that is because he had about 5 pictures, and he's a huge mammoth man. Like he takes a picture, like this is, he just like takes it, and that's his glass.
That's his cup.
Yes, and it's like,
Wow.
dude, like that is unbelievable. But anyway, so he's like, and he looks right at it, and he takes the safety off, and like, and I see this out of my peripheral vision. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what's going on, and then all of a sudden I'm like, like I look over there, and he's playing with it like a bear, and then he just drops it. I look, his face is bright red. He's got tears coming out. His nose is red. I was like, "You dumbass! You just made it." It's like it's at a restaurant. It's at a restaurant. Yeah, yeah. So we had to leave. So we just
Yeah.
threw
Oh,
money down.
I'm surprised you guys didn't hurt any other people. I had the same thing.
I
Mine was
left.
not mace. Mine was pepper spray.
Yeah.
And I was in one room of my place, and it was me and somebody else. And they opened it up and just sprayed a little bit. And it was like, oh, open the door, open the door, open the door. Next thing you know, I don't know. I think it was my grandfather in a different room. He starts coughing. What's going on in there? I was like, oh no, we pepper sprayed my grandpa from another room. Yeah, that
Yeah.
shit
That
is
stuff.
strong. It's terrible.
Yeah. Do not put that
But
stuff
for the
near
right
kids.
price is all I was asking.
No.
I feel like if you say no to like $500, that's a little bit
No.
ridiculous.
No. Don't tell Rabbit. She's asleep. Don't give her
I'm gonna.
ideas. Don't give her ideas. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she would. She wants to get a Nerf gun now.
To shoot you with?
Yeah,
Nice.
she
So she
thinks
doesn't
that'd
have
be a
to
good
slap
idea.
you?
Yeah, she
I do
thinks
too.
like a drive-by. I'm like, what? No, this isn't a
They
good
make
idea.
there's this Nerf gun that we just picked up and it shoots these like balls.
Gels.
It freaking hurts. Yeah, my son was like, just let me shoot you with it. Just let me shoot you with it. And I kept saying no, but he did anyway. And it didn't bruise, so it wasn't that terrible, but oh damn. Not worth it. Don't let her get one of those. Just stick with darts.
No, I don't want her throwing darts at me.
It's not gonna hurt. How do I end the poll? Oh, I can see the poll. I'm just not sure if I know how to end it.
Yeah, it's up there. You just click it. Just keep
End
clicking.
poll.
Oh, I just turned it off, I think.
Ghost
Hold on a
hunt.
second.
64% say yes. 23% said 23 say next month, and 11% said no out of 17 votes.
I don't know. I like what M. Schwartz says over here in the chat.
Div, do not go out to investigate tonight unless we talk first. You need to make sure no one attaches themselves to you. You got it, dude. Bitch, come with me. I know you're a night owl. I'll strap my phone on me like a police camera. You know?
Your phone's probably not charged. That's what I'm worried about, first of all.
You're wrong. 100%.
Okay. I was scared there for a second.
I just don't really want to use this. I want to use my new phone. That's probably what I'll do is I charged up my new phone and I haven't used it again yet. But the camera...
You haven't used it again yet.
Last time I brought it out, I was like, I'm going to use it. And I still haven't used it. So
I know, I understood that. Like, nobody else did. But I was like, you haven't used it again yet. I was like, yeah, I know what she means. And she's like, it's the second time I've told you.
But the camera works for sure. Oh, so let's take the plastic off and see. I thought this was cardboard the whole time. I swear I thought this was a piece of cardboard on here. Oh, she did. Damn, I thought this thing was supposed to stay on for days. I've never even used it. Oh, it's coming on, you guys. All right, if I can, I'm going to take this one with me because I'm pretty sure this one can see in the dark. It's going to catch the spirits.
We've just gone over. We need to change the title to Unboxing iPhone.
I know, look, it's doing the whole hello. It's giving me the... How cute. I love this, but I just don't want to have to set it up. Am I going to have to?
How do you know the camera works?
It's new. Why wouldn't it work?
But it's not set up. The way you said it was like, yeah, the camera already works. And I was
well,
like,
I mean, I assumed that this
paper off. I'm like,
okay, I was assuming a little bit there that it was going to work.
I love that though. That's awesome.
I am wrong. I'm afraid to do setup manually, and I'm just going to hit it. Who cares? Oh, I have to know my Wi-Fi password. This is why I don't do shit like this. I'm never going to use this phone ever. Forget it. I break up.
No.
We're going to use old trusty.
My phone, like when I turned it on, it was like, oh, we're going to transfer the files over to you. And I'm like, no, I really don't want you doing that. I was like, I want a clean experience here. I was like, I need to get rid of a lot of photos and stuff anyway. So I was like trying to download these photos. I don't know if I got them downloaded or not. And anyway, it was like trying to set up, and it said it was going to take 9 hours to transfer stuff. And I was like, no, I got to cancel. I was like, just do it all brand new. It's all brand new. I was like, because I was trying to do a stream. It was Friday Night Live, and I was like, I gotta go. I
have things to do. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I was just telling Bridget about our bear den in DM.
Oh, man, the East Coast, man, it's just covered with bears now.
Well, the state animal, I think it's like the brown bear here. We don't even have them. Whoa, did that just pop up? Don't go now. Don't go now. Wait till after Valentine's Day. Too much negative energy right now. Please, I don't feel it right. Okay. I appreciate that. I don't have to go.
By the way, for those of you wondering, happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day, guys. We made it.
It is Valentine's Day.
Madcore says your mic is low. I haven't noticed a change.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's probably me just moving around, man.
I almost put him to sleep tonight. You know what sucks?
Oh, I don't have my mic setting set up. I screwed up.
What do you mean? You sound fine.
Yeah, it's a long story. I don't want you to know how neurotic I am.
Oh, okay.
Well,
It's an Apple phone. It will break once you open it.
These suckers are tough, man.
I've still not gone 2 hours at night. No light for 6 miles. Oh, dude, I drove by a neighborhood that's surrounded by other neighborhoods with lights, but this neighborhood had no electricity. It was actually frightening. I was like, whoa, imagine being in one of these houses and like your alarm doesn't work, you know?
Was there a reason? I mean, did something happen?
It seemed like they were putting in some giant sign in the city somewhere, so that block was down for, I don't know, but it was like 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. It's freezing, so none of their heaters could have been working. I thought it was very random, but I hated it for the safety thought, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, when the power goes out, it gets very different. You know, like everything's just weird.
It's like, it's kind of depends where you're at. So at my house, I live on property. I've got a lot of acreage and my neighbors all have like property. So when it goes out here, it is like, oh shit. But in the city, like at my mom's house, we were there for Christmas one evening and the lights went out because of a storm or something. And I loved it because we went outside and all the neighbors were out there. It's like now we get to chit chat about, did you guys pay the bill or is it us or
awesome.
You know what I mean? I like it. I like how it's kind of like everyone comes together in those moments.
We the few times it snows here, like there's snow is weird. Snow gets very quiet, and even like I mean the electricity's still on and everything, but it's just like I walk the dogs on the snow and I'm like, man, it is so quiet out here. You know, just everything seems different. And the moonlight is so much more bright. You know, it's because it reflects off the snow. Just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Snow's weird to me.
Snow is very weird to me. This guy is so cool. I wonder if he has, like, kids, this Admiral Byrd.
Hillary Clinton is.
Hillary Clinton is his kid?
Yeah, she was, her middle name was Byrd, I think. She tried to say her. Yeah, she said she was named after him. But she was born 2 years before his expeditions. Yeah.
So this is all just a hoax.
She is.
Now, it says sharing this tab, stop sharing. Let me see what happens. Is it still sharing to you guys? Do you see any of my screens? No, it just ended? All right, cool.
No, I mean, that's off. The purple part's off. The writing part's off.
Nice. So. All right. Do you really want to go now? I think we tried to say bye about an hour ago.
Yeah, it's so hard. Goodbyes are always so
I know.
But yeah, it's
Look what Wolfkinder just said.
Well, Madcore still, he's like, I can't hear you. What's that? Bird's son was found dead on an empty.
Dun-it. Dun-it. Bum, bum, bum. The expert, move your mic with you. Oh, I see. It must sound really good when you're right here.
I know. I need to. I see. I don't have mine.
Is that part of your setup?
I don't know. I just kind of quit caring or paying attention. This is my problem. I'm very loud. I'm a very loud person. So I'm like, I don't know. Everything. You guys have to remind me. Like, I depend heavily on the chat. I really do. You guys keep me straight and narrow.
Carnations are pink. My phone is black. This is fun. YouTube is still whack.
Cool Frog gave a super chat earlier, too.
Wait, he did?
Yeah.
And I missed it? I'm sorry, Cool Frog, if that's really true. I appreciate you.
I'm not lying to you.
Well, maybe you're just meant to. Oh, I do see it. Awesome. Yes. Thanks for a great time.
Well, I wish I got tipped every time somebody said, yeah, that's a great time.
I really appreciate it.
I don't get that
you do
very often.
I wish he would touch tips with me. Hey, Cool Frog, Expert would like to touch tips if you could get together and tip each other out or whatever. Gross. However you say that.
Gross. If I had a
talking
clip, if I had a clip channel, it'd be called Just the Clip.
just the clip.
Yeah, like just a tip.
Oh, just the clip. I like it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
you should have a clips channel.
too much work.
It really is. What are you talking about? I like don't have a job. This is nothing. I'm just a copy paster.
I'd have to follow other people's stuff, and I would fall asleep. I wouldn't pay attention. I'm a horrible person.
Oh my.
Oh hey, yeah, I've got that.
Is Cool Frog, are you going live tonight? Do you have a show soon?
I figure he's probably live right now.
Oh, is he?
I don't. He always is, right? You kind of like the few times when it's like, oh, Cool Frog's not on. Have you ever listen? Honest to goodness, I'm not the only one who said this. It's like sometimes I forget about Cool Frog being on because he's always on. Yeah, I swear, it's the craziest thing. It's like, oh wait, he's like, yeah, he's over there, isn't it? It's like, oh man, this has been going on 15 hours now. It's crazy. He is an Iron Man. I don't know how he does it. My back hurts from sitting in this stupid chair.
I know. If I had a more comfortable chair, I don't think I'd ever stop streaming. Well, I would, but I'm glad that I don't because you never know.
A friend of mine. Now it's really weird because he's real skinny, but he got the Shaquille O'Neal big guy chair. You should always get the biggest chair you can find. Like you need the one that because I mean, I don't know, you might have something in your lap. But anyway, he got the one. I sat in that thing. I was like, man, I screwed up, dude. Now, granted, they're expensive, but it's like it's a very, very comfortable chair. Shaquille
Get a
O'Neal.
better chair.
I just got this.
Cool Frog's at work, so he's not streaming tonight. That's probably what that means. Sometimes at night with nobody streaming, that's when I really realize that I need like a book or a puzzle, a hobby, anything else.
Or go sleep.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
That's what they tell me. You don't get well, here's what you need to do. You need just send me a message. And usually I'm up. That's what I found. Like Discord has become that to me. That little doo-doo, that little weird Discord sound. I hear it all night long.
You do?
I've turned off notifications for everything, but for messages, I'll get that. And somebody will always be pop up and say, "Hey, I'm bored." Okay.
I hear people's Discord dinging. Like I think when Shelly was live earlier, I heard her messages. She must have her messages on, and it gave me a little nostalgia. Like I'm literally in Discord. I'm getting messages, but just the ding makes me feel away. Like I'm like, oh, I like that. I turn it off because it's annoying to like if I'm streaming. I was too much all the time, but
it's a horrible system. Like I'm like, how did these people why am I now getting updates from somebody I don't even know? I was like, what are these things?
Do you see what Roma said? What you got in your lap, stud muffin? I'm willing to sacrifice myself to help you test chairs.
Is that
because sometimes, yes, but you said you need a big chair because some of you got something on your lap. Clearly, you're talking about a woman or some.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you know
Please
what?
Hit the like and subscribe, everybody.
Yes, like,
Make
like,
sure
subscribe.
You're subscribed. You'll get unsubscribed and not even know it. I'm always excited when I look up Div's channel. I'm like, yes, I'm still subscribed.
Dude, I know. I was unsubscribed from Clumsy. I went there today, and she was saying, or last night or something, and then talk, and I looked down. I'm like, how am I not subscribed here? I know, and I'm pretty sure I've had to do it twice now, so that might have been the third time.
Oh, did I tell you my Nick Rekieta story about subscriptions?
I don't think so.
So I was like, why is my recommended stuff? It was like 5-year-old videos he had done, and I'm like, it's either him or somebody else. I'm like, there's other stuff out here, and this isn't the first time I've had to do this. Like I've done this with other streams, and I'm like, why is this just so it's weird. I don't want this. The algorithm's messed up.
I don't want this.
So I was like, yeah, I'm like, I don't need to see all these things. I was like, all right, I'm unsubscribing. So I unsubscribed from him, and then like the next day I get up and I'm like, what is this? Like, holy cow! And I go to this link. I was like, oh my gosh, I subscribed to that like 4 years ago. Like I forgot about this person's channel. It
Oh yeah, yeah.
completely changed everything. And I'm like, I'm not encouraging people to do that, but there is a glitch there with YouTube. And the other thing is, it's one time I looked up World War One. I wanted to know some history about it, and after that, all I got for like 2 months was the rise of Germany in World War Two, and I'm like, no, not what I was looking for. It was like the plans for Germany to take over America, the rise to power, how the. I mean, I'm not going to use the names of the certain leaders they had over there, but it was nonstop. And I was like, if anybody else saw this, they would think I'm like looking up how to start my own uh, neo 1930s Germany cult. And I'm like, no, no. All I wanted to do was like see about like World War One. Wait, how did that like Archduke
How do we
Ferdinand?
get
Why did that
here?
matter? Yeah, yeah, it was something stupid I was looking up. So anyway,
So that's
sorry.
interesting. You unsubbed from Mercada and it cleared up your algorithm a little bit for a moment.
It completely changed everything on it.
That's
Yeah,
kind of
like I
nice.
had no. It's weird how it does it.
Hmm.
Before that, I had to do that like a year or so ago with the quartering. And I was like, I don't even watch the quartering. Like I just subbed, and so I could keep up with like if something was happening or maybe he had done some, but like I wasn't watching because he does like 20 videos a day.
Mm-hmm.
And next thing I know, it's like every single thing. It was like because I do it on TV, right? I'm watching on Apple TV. You like how I have to point this out? This is
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
TV. This
That's
is
a
what I'm
television.
watching.
Got it.
Yeah. What an idiot. God, I'm so stupid. Anyway, God, but just like the simple things escape me. Um, but yeah, so like back here on the TV, the whole thing was the quartering, and it's like, it's like weather. Like it'll say like, oh, like one time I looked up weather. It's like, oh, this is suggestions for you, like a weather thing. It'd be like the quartering on weather. I'm like, what is this? Is nothing of this is right. So I unsubscribed, and like that's the only way I got away from everything. I was like, oh well, this is nice. This is nice.
Sinbad has to take off. She's going to hang out with her husband. She's gonna watch her show by herself tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. You're definitely awesome.
Bye, Sinbad.
One of the favorites. What's this? Yeah, I do that. Wait, I do that, and then I get 4-year-old videos from subs I've been with for years. This one's really funny. Jujubee says, one time I watched a 2-minute bunny video and YouTube thought I was obsessed with bunnies. Now I refuse to watch bunny videos.
Oh, that
That's
happens.
frustrating. Yeah.
That happens. What's the other one? I think it was Wolfkinder. Got on one time. It's like somehow like the Appalachian like something speakeasy. Yeah, the weird feral people. That's it. That's it. That's my algorithm. Like I was watching. Yeah, I was watching some of those videos, and then she came on and started to talk about like I've got the weirdest stuff had popped up on YouTube. I was like, oh my gosh! Like I think I was just watching that. And then Texas Jen did the same thing. She just got into it. I was like, you don't understand. It's like a spider effect. It's like a spider web. Everybody's going to be watching feral Appalachian people.
Oh
Don't worry.
gosh, it'll be interesting to see what YouTube thinks I want to watch tomorrow after this.
Oh, man.
Because it
It's,
also, do you believe that it listens? Do you believe your phone is also
I know it
listening?
does. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
so
yeah.
too.
100%.
No questions.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird, the stuff that comes up. You ever, like, I have sat there and I've looked at my phone and I'm like, and then I'll walk over, I will not say a thing. I'm like, like, look at this. And she's like, I'm like, I just said that, but I had to go in the car. And then she's like, they're listening. I'm like, I know, but you had to see it, so I had proof. We live in the flight path for helicopters, and they did there. I didn't know there was an FBI office around me, And a couple years ago, they did an FBI training exercise, and Black Hawk helicopters were coming over our. Like I go out, I hear those noises. I'm like, the coonhounds yelling. I'm like, what? That's the loudest thing I've ever heard. And I go out and I look up, and it's Black Hawk helicopter, big military thing. All the guys are their legs are hanging off the sides. They're sitting on the sides of the helicopter going down. All got their guns out. They're going. Well, they found me.
It's over.
Yeah, they came. They've been listening to my phone.
Not me. They're not coming for me. My sister and my best friend saw a UFO in my town that I live in, and it looked like a balloon, which, for anybody out there who has heard the news lately, possibly UFOs. So, yeah, I don't necessarily listen for the helicopters, but when shit's going down outside, I'm always looking around to see the UFO, because if they saw it in this town, I could see it in this town,
Do you know what's scary about that?
Mm-mm.
I don't look up.
What?
I mean, like, think about it. I'm outside. How else am I out there, like, looking, like, what's overhead of me right now?
I'm always looking up.
See?
I missed a helicopter crash one time because I wasn't paying attention. I saw the helicopters and they were doing stuff, and then went inside, and they had crashed. It was like a news thing, and the two helicopters had crashed into each other trying to cover something. And not that I wanted to see the crash, but it did happen, and I could have seen it. So it was like, man, that kind of would have been something. Maybe I don't want to sound like an asshole. I'm not going to finish this story.
Oh my gosh, and I was getting ready to share my own too. I'm glad you stopped.
But I do watch
similar to that.
I watch air traffic just in case there's something to be. I want to be a helpful witness is all.
You know what White Rabbit wants to do? She wants to, every time she is obsessed with interstate exits, and she's like, I always know that one day I'm going to find a dead body over there. I'm going to look over and I'm like, oh, there's a body, and I'm like, why do you want? She's like, I'm like, oh, you want to be on the news for it or something? She's like, no, but heck yeah, I'm going to be on the news. I'm going to be. I saw it. I was going down, and I was like.
What if it's like the Black Dahlia, where it's like pieces, parts, and shit? You don't want to see that.
That's another one, man. I don't know about how far, like, paranormal. Like, I don't know.
Let's go there. Let's go there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, was it a cult?
I don't know. We'd have to hear the story.
Oh, I've heard some stories about like where she was and stuff beforehand, and it was like, man, it was bad. But like that happened in the 40s or 30s. Everybody thinks, oh, it's so innocent and everything.
Yeah, right.
Did you know that Howard Hughes, speaking of all these crashes and stuff, did you know that Howard Hughes crashed an airplane in a Los Angeles neighborhood?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I had no idea. I just saw a video on that.
Did he kill people or something?
Yeah, I tore up a bunch of houses. But yeah, Howard Hughes, I mean, because the guy was amazing. I can't believe that Martin Scorsese and, what's that other guy? Leonardo DiCaprio did that movie, did Howard Hughes movie, and it wasn't any good. I'm like,
well, do you think it wasn't any good because you knew the story?
No, I didn't like it that much.
Oh, okay.
I started watching it, and I was like, and I don't know. Did you ever see it?
I don't know if I saw it. I'm really bad with movies.
Oh,
I have to see it like 100 times to even remember it.
Oh, a movie has to be on, like, that's what I fall asleep to. Now I'm falling asleep to a lot of YouTube, because when you get off here, it's like, okay, what's happening next? That's what the chat doesn't realize. We actually do stuff to be stupid like this. We actually work at being stupid.
Yeah.
She's not stupid. I'm stupid.
No, I have perfected it. I do have to change my member emojis. You see when I made these, all I knew was there's an expert one, there's a no birds one.
Oh gosh.
There's a Farran one, and I don't know if there's another one. I don't know if there's another law tuber out there. So now, when the membership started getting had tonight, I started seeing all the Farran emojis. I'm like, I gotta probably change that.
Oh, that's
not a big
awesome,
fan
though.
anymore. I used to be, not so much anymore. There's Madcore with it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, a Madcore old one. That's right. There's a Madcore symbol there too. It's my homies. It was like my people. Expert, Madcore, no birds, and
Oh, that is
that mad.
cool. I didn't know you did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there you can do a bunch of emojis too. And I always, I think nobody uses them on my stuff because they know like they don't pop up, on StreamYards.
Oh, they
It just
don't? Let's
no,
see.
it gives you like yours. Like if
Oh
you look
yeah,
at
I
it right now,
see.
it'll say that. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's
It's the
whatever I
name of it.
named them. Oh wow,
Yeah.
so if I named it something else. Birds,
Oh,
expert, mofo, and Farron. Those are the emojis. Thanks,
I'm
Ash.
surprised someone hasn't come along and like done it as like racial or something like that. Somebody's gonna do that. Somebody's done that under their stream just to be an ass.
Probably.
Like whatever the name is, like I hate, like you put like I hate Chuck E. Cheese.
Well, you know what has all Discord has all the good emojis. Probably what I'm gonna do is go over there, find my favorites, and then use them over here. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
You
So
have
you're gonna
one
make your own.
you have one that I like to use. What are yours? You have like a woman
I got the Angels is one.
angels. That's
It's
right.
it's Charlie's Angels.
I like
Which
that.
yeah, man. How can anybody not like the Charlie's Angels, man? They're three kick ass beautiful chicks. They each have their own specialty. They're all their own thing. It's like this is awesome. Um, but
Moose is using the Farron emoji. Everyone, get your Farron emojis out of your system. R.I.P. We're gonna bury her tonight. Actually, I'm not doing it tonight either. That bitch probably gonna be there next time I go live, to be honest.
but that's funny though. I didn't know you had that. That's
That's a dang good picture too. I think I did all
yeah, it
right.
is. Yeah. Yeah, you did. Wow. Wow. Things change, man.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that was hurtful. Bothered me.
I know. And you know what? You were so right. I didn't have to deal with that tonight. I really thought I was gonna have to address it, and I didn't.
No, people
I
don't.
actually have I talked to my attorney and I have a little speech here that I was going to say if I needed to. It's the, can't speak
It's all out
publicly.
there, yeah.
Well, like I said, you could go to Sparky's and see the story if you are interested in her giving me 3 strikes this week. Other than like that, that's not
Oh, that's awesome. How come I can still hear you?
you could? You
Yeah.
can still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's because I can't hear me. That's the only problem. My mic is still plugged in. Gosh, I'm ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. I can't. I wouldn't be able to stand and listen to myself.
I need to know that. What do I need to know? I can't. I don't feel like I'm listening to myself. I just feel like when it's unplugged,
Mm-hmm.
it's deaf. Like, ew, I can still hear myself. I just can't hear what I feel like you can hear.
That is the crazy thing. Volstorm does that. He's like, I want to be able to hear it. I'm like, no, I can't stand to hear myself. Like I did it for like 30 seconds and then I deleted it. I think it's completely off my system, so I can't ever accidentally turn it on. I mean, I that's how bad I hated it. I was like, out of here.
Madcore, this story, I'm actually going to link it into my description. It's on there's a super secret channel I go to called Sparky's Tech Corner. And he's basically one of us. He just doesn't know it yet. And I ended up joining his panel, and somebody had a company had attacked him with the DMCA system. And I didn't know that. And so he tells me his story and then asks me about mine. So I end up telling the story on live, and he clipped it and made his own little video. So it's 15 minutes. It's all of the receipts. Even one of the ones I was like, oh, probably shouldn't be here. But whatever. It is what it is. It's out there, and it's on Sparky's Tech Corner. I will link it in the description.
I like
I
Cool
do.
Frog said, like myself, she likes her own voice.
I don't. I don't like my own voice, but hearing me is like I hear me. Hearing me on the recording is not like I hear me.
No, it sucks. I hate my voice.
Oh,
It's absolutely.
no,
It's
yours is
heinous.
good, but I know what you
No.
mean.
No, it's
You're not
horrible.
used to it still?
I don't listen to it.
Oh, but so like if I were to pull up a video right now of you speaking, Would you be like, no,
Yeah,
turn it off, kind of?
I feel cringy.
Yeah, I started getting over that finally recently.
Yeah, just like I'm an idiot. Is what I like. I like writing. Like I like typing. Yes, yes.
My
There's
future's
so much.
bright too, boys, not just him.
That's awesome. It's uh, what's the guy? Rageaholic and uh, critical drinker. They both wear sunglasses, and I'm like, I didn't understand it until like everything started happening. I'm like, oh man, it makes so much sense. It's just it's murder on your eyes.
It's like saying, can't say the name. It's like saying Bloody Mary to me. I can't actually, I have to look through the little holes in the picture
That's
on these
awesome.
glasses to see anything. Talking Trash and True said, hello, want my accent? Even I love you comes off aggressive.
It does. I'm glad
I
you
love-
said that. I'm so glad you said that. I'm gonna be like, are you being serious right now? Like I don't know what's happening. Oh gosh, she says something I picked up on. I can't remember how it is. It's oh, you ever hear her? She goes, "Excuse me." You gotta. I don't know. I just picked it up.
Who?
Maybe.
Oh,
Yes.
Tish. I can't
Talking
believe I just
trash.
did that. Shelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me.
Excuse
She
me?
so many. I'm telling you, right? Let me pull up this short. Oh, that's such a
Okay.
good idea, Shelly.
Yes.
Oh, I can't do sound. It's shit without the sound. Oh, damn it! I wish I could pull those up. They're so
Well,
good.
she probably would have copyright struck you anyway.
Yeah, she's probably one of those.
Yeah.
Just kidding, girl. The glass. I know I couldn't see through them. There's like stars, and where there's a star, you gotta get through those little holes to see. There's a scientific reason. We are used to hearing our own voice resonating inside the bones of our head. When it's on a recording, we are hearing it outside our head.
Oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. I've been wondering what's wrong with me.
I mean, we could just start a list and keep a running list.
What's wrong with me? Yeah, Rabbit does. Yeah.
This can go right at the top.
You know what?
Didn't
though?
know
Full her.
he was hearing himself.
Hey, listen, with full her, I conflicted out with every attorney in town, so that way, yeah, her divorce, nothing's gonna happen. Yeah, she's gonna have to find. It's gonna be hard to find an attorney. It's gonna be real hard. Yeah, good luck, babe. Yeah, you're stuck with me.
That's funny. Fun night without the depression. We need more divinity like tonight.
I made myself laugh.
Aw, thank you. At least you made yourself laugh. It sucks when you like tell a joke. I waste a lot of jokes on my family. I'm like, you guys, that was so funny. I hate it.
Oh gosh, no, that's great though. That's great. I still love those stupid like one-liner dad jokes. I think they're great. And it's like I'll be listening to it, like somebody like you could tell me like 5 of them and I won't react. And you'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I thought they were funny." I'll be like, "No. Like, I'm listening. You don't understand. Like, I love this stuff. Like, I take it so different. I don't know why. It's just weird."
I always forget. I just forgot right now that this was my show, and I was the one that had to keep talking. Don't. I was like, his show. If he stops, his problem. Wait, no, it's me. Shit.
I thought you were gonna say you forgot that you had to end it or something. I don't know. Hey, Madcore's looking for that. It's. I almost said something wrong. What's the channel?
I'm gonna put it right here in chat.
Madcore, if it means anything, I subbed to him earlier tonight. I don't know who he is though, because I can't remember.
Tiny spiral notebook in pocket, or use your phone to save good jokes for better audiences later. When I said, I was thinking about this, I was like, it's really strange that everything tastes like chicken. I said this on your show, actually, Expert. It was like, I had this epiphany during the day that everything tastes like chicken except eggs.
Whoa, yeah.
well, how in the world is that? And you know why I started thinking of it is because I made a cake and I was like, why doesn't this give a chicken flavor to my cake? Because it comes out of a chicken and everything tastes like chicken. And then I was like, holy shit, everything tastes like chicken except eggs.
Yeah.
That baffled me for a while. And I was trying to turn it into a joke, but it never
It's
worked.
true. Why does it's universal. It's like, oh, hey, have you ever had iguana? Oh, this is gonna be great. What are the 2 strongest days of the week?
No idea.
She knows all these dad jokes.
Are you trying to think about it? What could it be? I like to solve them before they tell me.
You take them as riddles.
I don't know. 2 strongest days of the week. My
We should do
only
riddles.
joke that I know is, oh yeah, we could do that. That would be a lot of fun. But is what did the fish say when he ran into the wall?
What?
Damn. It's the only one I know. Yeah, that's it. That's my one. It's so simple, right? It's easy to remember, and yeah.
I love it. I love it.
It's
The only
so
one I've
good.
got is what did the banana say to the vibrator? What are you
What?
shaking for? I'm the one that's gonna be eaten. That also was one of my pickup lines.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, grab it. Now we know what you're into.
No, she hated me. Her mom had to set us up on a blind date. We had run into each other like 3 times before, out in public, and we hated each other. One time I had my collar popped, like a normal person. I'm wearing the polo shirt, my collar popped up, and I'm standing there waiting to get up to the counter, which that's the bar, and all of a sudden I feel somebody come behind me and they're putting my collar down. Like, hey, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm putting your collar down. I'm like, no. I was like, this is the way we wear it at the country club. This is a style. Saturday and Sunday because the rest are weekdays. That is awesome. That is awesome. The 2 strongest days of the week. But yeah, she hated me. But yeah, that would be one of my lines. Like, hey, so the banana said to the vibrator, and of course, like you feel like it's not gonna be bad. I mean, it's a stupid dad sounding joke. And so like a girl's like she wants to know what the banana said to the vibrator. If you think about it, that's very perverted.
Yeah.
It's very grotesque. And I'm like, I don't know what you shaking for. I'm the one that's gonna be eaten. And it's like, and then I go, hey, thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll see myself out.
Yes. Tip your waiter. Try the veal. I'll be here all week.
Juju said, oh wait, she's replying to that joke. I don't know what this is, but you know what's frustrating when your car tells you that your door is ajar. I have seen a jar and I have seen a door. And that is a damn door.
That's right.
It is not a jar. But if something is jarring, that means it messes you up. It like keeps you off balance. What does that have to do with being a door? What does a jar have to do with the door being open?
I don't know, man. They came up with like some dumb ideas. Like I hate, okay, so I knew a guy, he was an English major and he got a job like at some company like, around Knoxville. We're in college and he had to write the technical manuals. So like he was in charge of like I don't know how in charge he was. I think he ended up getting fired. But anyway, it was like, how do you, it's the instruction manuals of things. And it was like, dude, you just suck at this stuff. He's like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I just like do whatever the engineers say. And yeah, I don't know. It's just as weird. I was like, why are the instruction manuals, why are they so weird? He's like, they have to come up with a whole list of words and stuff. It's like, you can't just say, I don't know, your door is open. No, it's ajar.
Close the door.
Yeah. Did you imagine your job is to like look at every word using a thesaurus to find other things you'd call it? That is jarring. A jar is open.
I before E except after C. The broken rule. What's happening in chat right now?
They're giving us English lessons.
I feel like I was keeping up, but then that happened, and now I realize I've Admiral Birded into the center of the earth, and I don't know what's going on.
That's right.
Great
you
Liquor, it's
did.
good to see you. Stupid car trying to gaslight me into thinking that its door is ajar. I know, right?
Yeah, its proper pronoun is jar.
Abierto is Spanish for open. Abierto? I'm gonna have to believe you with that. Ours got stuck and kept repeating, your door is ajar, nonstop. The Park Avenue was gone the next week and the caddy was back. Yeah, fuck y'all. Have your drawers. You have your jars. I need doors.
Gosh.
This was a fun stream, you guys.
Yeah,
I can't actually see that. Oh, whoa, it's way different out here now.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
It's like everything is orange or something.
It's your screen, your background.
Is it? Or is it because I've been looking through the blue? I feel like my background was pink when I started. Have I lost my mind?
Did it change?
I feel like it's just, it almost looks red right now. I don't know. I've lost it. I have lost it.
I'm going to start I'm for a movement to recognize the greatness that is Al Gore for inventing the internet, and I want bronze statues to be erected in places. You know,
Okay.
like a year or two ago, it was about tearing down statues. I want to build statues of Al Gore. I think that would just be the craziest thing. If people start doing that real serious, like, yeah, we need to do this. I mean, I would love to. I would love to mess with the world like that.
Yep.
And that's it. I'm
Thank
done.
you, Al Gore.
You can tell it's late. I'm getting stupider than normal.
Well, I would disagree with that.
Aren't you glad?
This
I
is on
normally
par
I am
stupidity.
stupid. Totally am
Just
stupid.
kidding.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. Aren't you glad I didn't say banana? My grandfather made up a joke years ago. Why are seagulls over the Chesapeake tasty? I don't know.
Algorithm. Mike Cohagen. Sorry.
Wait, Moose said Tim Berners-Lee weeps. Is he the one that really created the internet?
Al Gore told us he did.
That might have been an inconvenient
I don't know.
lie.
Did you ever see that movie?
No, I don't think so.
I had to watch it in environmental law.
And
That's when. Well, I knew that if I could practice environmental law, that's what I was going to do because I was like, they're a bunch of idiots. This would be easy.
algorithm.
Yes,
Oh,
I love that.
Because they are bagels. Oh, I saw somebody say bagels.
Yes.
I see. You guys are nerds. You knew this joke. Wait, how does it go again? My grandpa made up a joke. Why are seagulls over the Chesapeake Bay tasty? Because they're bagels. I get it. That is cute. Debatable, but yeah, most people say that. Most people. Oh, see, there's the debate. Was it Tim or Al? Whoa,
I've never heard.
That's
of Tim.
like Tim the Toolman. That's what's that show with Tim and Al?
Tool Time.
Tool Time. Yeah, a bunch of tools.
Yeah, there's a bunch of tools. Can you believe Pamela Anderson got her start there?
Yeah, I actually can. I do remember that she was. Yeah.
You saw Madonna, right?
I was just gonna say that. Have you seen Madonna?
Of course you were. Holy cow! What is she doing?
Somebody is wearing Madonna's face, and it is
somebody fat.
Somebody way too big is under there. Yeah. That is not okay. We looked through a timeline of her face over the years. I don't know, maybe last week on Daystream. And it was literally at her 50 or 55th birthday or something, gorgeous.
Yeah.
And then 62 hits, and the clone is out, the demon is in. It's weird.
Yeah, and it's not with her. It's not age. It is like there is a botched surgery, or she's one of those people that got obsessed with having to have surgery.
That might be
And
it.
so she like had too much. Did you see the TikTok with Paula Abdul yet?
No.
It's like her 60th birthday, and she like recreates a dance from like one of her videos, and it's like, Paula, where have you been hiding?
Wait, is she kicking ass?
Yeah, yeah. I'm
I'm gonna
telling
see
you,
if I
time
can
isn't
find it.
real. Of course, nothing beats Christy Brinkley.
Oh, I just typed in Paula, like she's gonna be the only Paula on all of TikTok.
No, I mean, yeah, the only one that
I
matters.
remember my son when he first figured out what the internet was. My middle son, he was like, okay, and he's looking at the search and he's got his thing and he goes, can you type in Jessica or whatever the name was? And I'm like, yeah, and I type it in. He's like, enter. I'm like, who are you looking for? He's like, this girl in my class. I'm like, oh, buddy, there's gonna be a lot of Jessicas on the internet. This is gonna have to a little more information might help you find her. All right, let's
Yeah,
see if I can find her
we don't
TikTok.
need to encourage the finding of more information.
Well, there are a lot of videos of Paula. I don't think I'm gonna be able to narrow it down.
It's harder to find. I don't know. It came up in Rabbit Stream. She is addicted to TikTok.
Rabbit is?
Yes.
Oh no.
And she's been trying to show me this one. It's like, and she's like, it always pops up on my screen. It's always there. It's always popping up. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll watch it. And she starts it, and it's like, it doesn't pop up. And then, like, yesterday it popped up. But, like, she tried to show, I forget what she did, and, like, it was gone. And then she's like, hold on, you guys see it. And she keeps going through it. And I'm like, it was all about, like, some Japanese girl who has funny facial expressions. And I'm like, okay, why am I watching this now? And she's like, that's all she does, and she has 10 million subscribers. I'm like, yeah, in China.
Wait, is she the one that kicks her shoe off?
I don't know. That might be somebody else.
This,
you ever
no,
get on there and there's doing the rubies and stuff? Yeah, like all sorts of like gems.
I don't TikTok. I've never been on it, but there's this woman who does the shorts on YouTube. I swear they're the same thing. It's just somebody is putting them on YouTube also. And she's hilarious, Asian woman. She kicks her shoes off. She yells at them. I don't know who she is, but it's really, really funny. But the chat's making fun of Madonna right now, and I have to. My TV just went off. We've been streaming too long. My TV thinks, well, who cares? Oh well. Should. Well, I was watching YouTube up there just to make sure that everything was streaming okay here. So it says she didn't pay her med bills, so they repossessed her face. Oh, Madonna.
Dude.
Moose said, I'm telling y'all, people are getting stolen away by the cult underworld, the deep state, or the reptiles. Someone is taking people, celebs, and using them as skin suits with agents inside. This might be the truest thing we've said all night.
Well, what's his name? Spielberg. He did Men in Black, and that was kind of, aliens in suits or whatever, in skins. I don't know. I'm done.
What? Wait, what? Well, okay.
I was trying to agree. I was like, Spielberg is a lizard.
They all are at this point.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say I'm not convinced these people are even people anymore, and they really like the color red. Mm-hmm. It's really weird. I didn't watch any of the Grammy stuff. I only saw stills of it. It's almost like, do you think it's just fun for them to play occultism, and it's not even, they're just the pawns, you know what I mean? Like they're
like, what happened? Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know about the color red or anything like that.
Well, there's all these like satanic rituals that they say that they're doing these at the Grammys, at the halftime show, at CERN, different places. A lot of it has to do with, I don't know, but the color red being like demonic. So that's what I'm saying. But I wonder if like these celebrities are just the wannabes, you know? They know just enough to play these stupid roles, but it's just the, I don't know. It's the smoke and mirrors.
Like, how are they so into stuff? How do I become a Scientologist? I want to become Tom Cruise.
Oh, for the right amount of money, you could get all the way to the top.
No, I don't want to do it that way.
That's the only way.
No, I want to be like Tom Cruise.
You got to buy the books, buddy.
Damn it. I don't want to read either.
Yeah, you're not built for Scientology, I don't think.
I don't know how to start a cult. Like I feel like they should have taught you this. I mean, I don't know how to start one.
You got your own little mini cult over on the expert channel.
No, they all laugh at me. They think I'm an idiot because they're smarter than me. They're smarter than me.
Oh, how do I gain power over these followers?
Well, I mean, I don't want that. Like, I would hate power.
Well,
It'd be you're sitting there, you're like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of responsibility. Like, I don't want any responsibility. But I just I would like to know that I could start a cult. And
you could
I don't
start a
see that.
cult. You really could. You know what's interesting, I think, about cults is people think that those people that join cults are low IQ, and I think the research is in that they're actually higher IQ. Maybe they're
Yeah.
not smarter, but because they can connect more dots, that they're able to be convinced by these weirdos. I don't know, weirdos. If you're a cult leader, I apologize, you fucking weirdo. But so that's why they're able to, like flat Earth. You know what I mean? If you're just smart enough to be like, wait a minute, I have heard this theory and this theory and this theory and theory, and then some weirdo connects all the dots for you. That's, I think, how they get these people in, because I don't know what I'm saying.
Do you know a cult leader that we could interview?
I never met one, I don't think. It would
Yeah,
be
I
kind of
know.
cool. Do they say they're cult leaders, or do they try to keep that cult stuff to themselves?
I don't know. I mean, you got to think
don't
that they're
either.
proud of it. I mean, it's always like, you know what, Manson? But was he a
But
cult leader? Or he
was
just
that
in,
an
like, jail?
open cult? Did those, you know what I mean? Like, are there open things that use the word cult? That's what's curious to me. Hence, cult classics. Mike says, a cult means hidden knowledge. So then, yeah, they are just playing games, because if they're taking their knowledge and putting it on stage, then none of that is hidden. It's all just a game. Scientology is done. They just got their electricity turned off in Johannesburg property for non-payment. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but
They can't.
Johannesburg, South Africa?
Is it?
Yeah, it's the capital of South Africa. Johannesburg.
Scientology's done. They just got their electricity turned off in South Africa. I mean, if they can't afford their bills in South Africa, they sure the shit can't afford them in America, I bet.
That place is turning into a third world country quickly.
This place?
No, South Africa.
Oh,
Yeah,
because of all of the death and farmer stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff is crazy. There's a channel I used to watch. The guy, he kept getting banned as an old guy. I fully what?
You want
I
to
fully
see it?
believe I sit in your lap on the big chair, you can heal me. What does that mean?
You remember you needed a big chair so the thing's on your lap.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know, you need to have the maximum weight you can get of a chair, just in case.
Do you ever sit back in your chair and do the, oh shit, I almost fell back move? Like, oh, it was a
No, I
little
got
too
this
far?
stuff like that. No, because I got a real big chair. Like, this thing's hard. Let me tell you what. I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't tell anybody, okay?
Okay, I won't.
So I'm flat-footed, all right?
I didn't know that. Does that make you run funny?
I don't run. If you see me running, that means I'm out of ammo, and there's a bear behind me. Okay?
Same.
Yeah. So I'm flat-footed, and this room is carpeted, and what's that mean?
Nothing. I was just pulling, as she said, he has a healing wand, in the chair. He's missing the joke, ladies.
What is going on? You're being mean to me. I really am stupid sometimes.
No. We're just playing.
It's not sometimes. It's all the time. So anyway, I'm flat-footed, right? And which I don't know if that has anything to do with this, but I just said it. So now everybody knows I'm flat-footed. So if right now, I just kicked off my house shoes. I love these things, and she write it down, taking notes. So, but here's the thing. So I will push my chair all the way to the top, like the highest level, and I don't know. I just kind of like it. It gives you a little spring to it if you flop into it or whatnot. And but this chair, it's a little bit too high, and so the seat is a little too big. So my legs, they don't really get a good traction at the ground. And
Oh.
you'll see me like right now. Look, I can't move. I am moving my feet. I'm trying to push back. So I have to wear my house shoes because they have the grip on the bottom. Is that sad? I
You're
can't
Fred
move in my big
Flintstoning.
chair.
Aw.
Yeah, that's what I am. I'm Flintstoning. It's the craziest thing. I'm like, I always like, I feel like an idiot. I really do. I feel so stupid. But anyway, now you guys, Div, don't tell everybody else. Don't tell the
I
chat.
won't. Nobody will know. Nobody
Awesome.
will know. My only emojis for our next live stream will just be flat feet.
Oh, dude. It's so funny. Like,
No,
if
I
I
won't
get out of a
remember,
pool or
actually.
something, and you can tell, like, it looks like a duck's been walking through there because of my flat feet.
Wait, does it hurt to have flat feet?
No. Why would it hurt?
Well, I don't
I'm
know.
not
Don't
dancing.
you need special shoes?
No.
I wonder,
Well-
how do you know for sure? You just don't have an arch on your foot?
Well, yeah, when I get out of a pool and walk on the concrete, like you see the entire footprint.
Oh, it doesn't do the side
Yeah,
thing.
no, like Nikes. Yeah, it's like a big oblong thing. See,
That's
I'm being
not
laughed
funny.
at. I'm being
That's
laughed
not
at.
funny.
I don't actually. I've never been laughed at about having flat feet before. I don't know why that'd be.
No,
funny.
I'm laughing at the imprint that you leave.
Oh
and
yeah,
not
yeah.
the
It looks like a duck.
Yeah, that's really
It's
funny.
stupid. I can't wear Nikes. They hurt my feet.
Not comfortable?
Yeah, they got that arch.
That's too bad.
New Balance are good. Oh, you know what I got? Or I'm going to show you my. Yeah, Ons. These things are awesome. Oh,
I never heard of it.
they're Swedish. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm
Cool
making that
Frog,
up.
are you still here? Cool Frog is our resident shoe foot person. He would know if those are decent. He hates
Yeah,
that I wear Crocs. He's like, no, that's shit. You can't wear Crocs. I'm like, actually, I have terrible feet. Like, they just hurt if I wear most shoes. But if I wear a Croc, I can wear a Croc to Disneyland and be fine. So it
That's
might be
funny.
terrible shoe, but they for sure work for me as far as comfort goes.
Is it the Croc looking ones that look like duck feet? Or do you. Because they have like sandals and boots and everything now.
I do have a couple of the different versions of the Crocs, like the Converse looking ones.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's the classic Croc, like the OG one that's my favorite. The comfort wise. Yeah. And people make fun of it. I'm like, yeah, if it wasn't comfortable, I wouldn't wear it. So I mean, but it's comfortable. It works really great. So I'm not really concerned about other people's they hate it. And of course I have like pink ones and white ones, and they usually will wear the pink ones. People hate that a lot. But it's just funny.
I saw a dude in before a UT football game, a big guy. It was a big dude. He was completely bald, shaved head bald, and he had an orange Tennessee shirt tucked in to his white shorts, and he had on the orange Crocs, and I started laughing. I was like, he looks like a duck. He looked like, because he has, big old, his butt comes out. He has the white shorts. He has the orange shoes. And, like, the orange tops, I don't know. I was imagining, like, a duckbill. But I was like, I walk away. I'm like, what the duckbill? That's stupid. But, like, at that split second, I was like, oh, my gosh. Like, I just imagine, like, all white. And that, yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely, they're my favorite. But Cool Frog has chimed in. Ons are good.
Awesome. I know that because I wore them. I put them on. They feel good.
Yeah, well, Crocs are good too, but he will not agree with that. Traffic cone orange Crocs. I'll do it.
Yes. House shoes or slippers. You only wear them inside. So, see, mine they look like drivers, which I love. See. But they're LLB. Yeah, but see, they're a couple years old. I'm sorry for showing you that. Actually, I need to put more. I put mink oil on leather. I need to put some more on there. But anyway, so like Rabbit got these for me, and She goes, "You can't wear those outside."
Because they're house shoes, right?
Yeah, I know. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like, I can go get the mail or something, right? And she's like,
No.
you can't wear those to Walmart. And I'm like, but Walmart, everybody wears their pajama bottoms at Walmart. Like, no, you can't wear those in public. And yeah, it was. I was like, I'm not going to. Like, I'm a shoe snob. Uh, but yeah, anyway, these would be like deck shoes or boat shoes if they didn't have the flat bottom.
A lot of our chat doesn't wear their shoes inside. Crocs are nothing but plastic foam shit. Told you. He's kind of a hater. And he meant to say Crocs. He's definitely not trying to hurt on my Jesus. That's what you get. You deserve that typo all day. You frog. You know the frog drives a minivan? Cool frog. He drives a minivan.
Does it have free candy written on the side?
Probably. Yeah,
Oh
it
my
plays
gosh,
songs.
could you
He's got a
imagine?
megaphone. He just plays songs.
Could you imagine like Frog having like the airbrush side and it's like, it says cool frog. And it like has like a lily pad and like a frog sitting there like with like it has a like how it has that one image, it has the beard and the hat on, and that's your frog sitting there, and he could have like be sticking its tongue out and it goes underneath where it's written cool frog. I totally see a 1970s airbrush. That'd be awesome. That was what's so funny. I would love. That's lotto money. I need to play the lotto. Like I would get that for Cool Frog.
Big old green frog with the on the side.
Oh, that's awesome.
No, it says free shoes. Oh, I missed something here. A lot of vets wear Crocs because they're issued to keep from getting foot fungus in the showers. Ooh.
Yeah, that's better than peeing on your feet, which evidently, I think people just said that, but it's I don't know.
Long time no see. It's great to see you.
Earth.
We almost left an hour ago. I'm glad we stayed. I'm glad we stuck around.
Yeah, it's 2:16 now.
Yeah, you probably gonna need to hang up on me, expert. Grand Caravan, not white conversion.
You hang up first. You hang up first.
No, you. Okay, okay, bye.
It's Valentine's Day.
Oh, it is.
I see you today. What? Do I get to see you later on?
I can't wait to see what I got you. Wait, did you ever get something for our special rabbit? Well, there's always going to be like flowers and bears on the corner. So when you go get her coffee or whatever in the morning, just swoop that up.
I got her a painting of Elvis Presley on velvet.
Oh, hell yeah. Little lights that twinkle in there or something.
That's what I need for back here.
Yes. Those waterfalls from the Asian restaurants that look like the water's running.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Or something, I was going to say something with fire, but I'm not allowed to play with fire. I forget about that.
Dihydroxin monoxide keeps coming out of my shower head. Is that... I don't think we're smart enough for you, Bill. I wish I could help you with that. Listen, what I would do is take a lemon and just rub it on the shower head. I feel like, 2 lemons, call me in the morning. That ought to be fixed.
Yeah. Words.
Yeah. Divinity, kick the expert off panel. Give him the boot. Yeah, let him go to sleep. Do you want me to let you go to sleep?
I don't sleep.
I know. That seems to be a lot of our problems. But, when I do sleep, it's like 7 o'clock. I'll sleep for 12 hours once I start finally catching up. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. I forgot. You did. Wait a minute. He said, "Div's my Valentine." I did forget that you asked. I can't wait to see what you got me. Cool frog. Oh, man. And I can't wait to show you what I got you. I can't wait to find out what I got you.
So inappropriate. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I was just going straight into that. It is way too tired.
Oh, man.
It is way too tired?
It's way too tired.
My words quit working.
Your brain is Well, I had a lot of fun. There's still 24 people in here watching us.
What is wrong with them?
They love your face. I get all these DMs. My whole DM is full of, oh my God, I'm in love with the expert.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I made that up, but I thought it would make you feel good.
It did. Look, I gotta get a haircut. I don't want to do it.
Nah, I actually like a little grown out hair. You know who does that? Rob, Lawn Lumber. His hair, when it grows out just a little bit like that, I like it.
Have you ever watched The Lawyer You Know?
Yeah, absolutely.
What does that mean?
I mean, I really like the way he does the law. And his face is nice too.
You like his briefs?
I mean, yeah.
The way he does the gavel.
I love his briefs. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like him on my floor, you know what I'm saying?
Somebody told me about him, and I saw him. I was like, "Oh my gosh! I hope this guy never goes over to Law 2 people." I'm like, he's a breath of fresh air.
He really is. You know who's a really, really fun to watch is the attorney. Attorney. Am I getting that wrong?
The lawyer,
I think,
or the attorney,
No, lead attorney. I knew it had attorney in it. Lead attorney. Do you watch him?
No.
Oh, I think you would really like that.
Lead attorney?
Maybe this week I'll only clip the attorneys that I think you would like, or my friends would like, instead of just the stuff that I always watch. Maybe I'll do that. I haven't done a weekly review since the first one. And I think we're like 6 weeks in to this year.
Nothing's changed.
I do feel that.
Hey, there's a new one, a new story. It's gonna be coming up. It's who's that chick that used to work at the Blaze and she's suing him now?
I did hear about this. I'm not sure about. I don't know any of this, but I literally just saw maybe it was Radix.
Yeah,
somebody just posted something about it.
She did.
Yeah.
I watched it last night, and I was like, "This is great." The chick, you know who she is? I figured it out last night. You know who this chick is? Jack Murphy. She's the one that read Jack Murphy's that question that made him go crazy.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. All right.
Yes, and she left.
Go ahead.
She left them. And now she's suing them and saying like they were like sexist, pigs. I don't know what else. And she did a video. What got me was this video she did. It was like she's like, I'm tired of doing stuff that's politics or this or that. It's like, it just wears on you. She's like, I want to do content that is just fun, that I like to talk about. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's awesome. And I was like, she should come over and hang out. And, she has 850,000 subs. I'm sure she's looking to come and hang out with me.
Absolutely. She needs a community like ours.
The best thing that ever happened to her. It'd be the best thing that ever happened. And,
I'll shoot a couple emails. We'll see what we can do. We'll see if we can help her out a little bit.
Well, yeah, she needs that. You're a giver. You're a giver. I like that. But anyway, I was like, well, this is cool. And then like next I hear is that, she works with the quartering now. And so she was like, all this hard time, all this other stuff. And then next thing I know, it's like there's a lawsuit, and I'm like, oh, is that her?
Is this the name K? Alicia or Elijah Schaefer?
She's a brunette.
What is wrong with Ashley? Who broke you?
Yeah, that's broken.
There's another one though that said these must be Canadian words.
Really?
Stop speaking Canadian, eh?
Like it's the weirdest thing. Like her, I think she learned English. It was her first language, and French is her second. And then like Robin learned French, and English is her second. And it's like I've heard them talking. I'm like, I need an interpreter.
Yes,
I need an interpreter the
we
entire
used to
time, and they're speaking English.
I know. Well, we used to DM together like like nonstop. I don't know. Actually, I don't know how I even lived my life when we were like tight homies, because I swear we talked from morning until night. There wasn't a lot of other shit going on.
Yeah.
But they would speak in this, they were speaking English, I think. And
You think?
but it was like it's this weird Canadian stuff, and they'd have to explain it to me, and I'm like, whoa, this must be, I just never
Okay.
experienced it before, you know? It must be what it's like talking to an American and not understanding our bullshit.
Oh, it's like me. Nobody like I speak in code. You have to learn my language. Like I speak dyslexic and stupidity and OCD. But
I'm still listening. I'm just gonna walk away for a second. I'm
that's
listening
cool.
though.
That's cool. See you later. So I haven't done this to you yet. You know, I'm glad now because I've already embarrassed myself enough. But at some point, I will send you a message, and I will number it, like the sentences. And what happened was, it was weird. It's I've never done that in my life, but it was Robin. Like I read a message from her, and I was like, "This is like written in Navajo." Like I don't understand any of this stuff, and I was like, "Wait a second. Each sentence is like a paragraph, or like is a as a topic." And I was like, "If you take them
Mm.
and you number them, you can keep up with them." And so I did that. It was I think it was Texas Jid, like normal like Southern girl that I should understand. I was like, okay, look. First of all, there's 3 questions in this. And I'm gonna answer them in like 1, 2, and 3, so that way we keep up. It made the conversation so much easier. And we do that all the time. It's like I do that with everybody. I'm like,
That's
I
actually
feel
good.
I feel so stupid doing it. I can't carry on a
No,
conversation anymore. I can't
no,
type.
well,
I've lost my abilities to type and to speak English. I've become a
hey,
degenerate.
the digital mind is what you have.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful. So
It's not
anyway,
awful.
I think so. It's
No,
not
I don't
good.
think so. I think it makes sense, like, to organize something in an understandable way without repeating yourself. I think that's like peak humaning. I think that's next level, actually, expert.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's a little bit more maybe to that too. Like I
Oh,
started noticing like when I answer things, like I'll answer the last question first, and then I go backwards, and I'm like, wait a second, I totally, I don't understand what I'm saying anymore. So
hmm.
yeah, it's a list. Now, if there's questions, you do them in a list, and I'll number them though. And it's I don't know. It's those Canadians that got me into this because I couldn't understand. It's like you sound like I should understand you, but let's number it so that way I know. Are you talking about the number 2? Is it number? It's like going to a Chinese restaurant.
I was gonna say fast food restaurant, right?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I know I like that one. I was like, does 3 come with mayonnaise? I don't want mayonnaise.
Wait, Clumsy just gifted a membership. Thank you, sweetie. And my favorite
Clumsy.
Shelly got it. How did she sit here all night and not manage to get any of those memberships?
That's awesome.
I'm pretty sure we've got like 10, at least 10,
Margot.
11 new members tonight.
Oh, that's great.
You
That's
know what I'm
great.
gonna do? I'm gonna do a members only stream the next time I do a live, because there's only gonna be 20 people max. It's gonna be people that I know aren't gonna like hate me, you know? None of
Let
the
me tell you
bullshit.
what. It's great. Dude. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna invite you over to one. I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna invite you over because like I always forget to do them. Um, and it's I don't know why. It's just a stupid stuff. Margot.
It's a
Sorry.
pretty name,
Yes, it's very
Margot.
Louisiana-ish.
Is it?
Very much. Yeah, the
Margot.
AUX.
Because it's like is that like French?
Yeah, yeah. It's I don't know how we would do it. Like Margo is how I would spell it.
Ashley's just fucking with us. She's like, it was just too easy to confuse y'all. Haven't been on YouTube in so long. How do you gift memberships? I think you can only do it from a PC. I don't think you can do it from a phone. I don't know.
No.
There you go, Clumsy. Tish, for crying out loud. Shelly. I can't stop calling Tish Shelly and Shelly Tish. I don't know why.
Oh, like Tish in Tennessee.
Tish in Tennessee, and talking. I
You
think it's
should,
because
yeah.
Tish in Tennessee, it's like the and then we have Talking Trash and Truth, it's a They're both like strong women that I look up to, so I wonder if it's just they're the same category in my mind.
That's okay. I answered a question that Talking Trash had posted or said or something like I forget what it was, and I was talking to somebody else, and it wasn't her. Like it'd be like I was like it was a T. I think it was a T name, but their avatar like it looked a lot alike. It was pink, and I was like, oh yeah, like I totally forgot. I was like, yeah, I was looking at this since you said that, and they were like, are you sure this was me? I don't remember ever saying that. And I was like, yeah, it was the other night, and then I just realized that it wasn't. I had entirely the wrong person. So it was it made me feel stupid. Clumsy, funny. How are you doing? Clumsy's
She's
probably going live.
I was just gonna say that Clumsy's probably about ready to start her stream. I wish I could send you guys over there so we could all
I don't know how to do that.
You know what? I'm gonna share my screen. We're gonna do it together. Just 1 second.
Like I think I can do it before a video starts, but once it started, I'm lost.
Wait, can you send somebody to somebody who's not monetized? Yeah, I think you can. Let's find out. Boys and girls, we're going to do this little experiment together. Awesome. And I'm going to take you behind the scenes to my content creator dashboard, where you too will see how boring it is to be a damn content creator. Stand by.
Yeah, you can't look at the numbers.
Present. Share screen. Do not look at the numbers. And you know who taught me to stay out of the comments? What am I looking for? Probably settings. Stay out of the comments was taught to me by Joe Rogan. And so when I know I'm going to get roasted or hated on or anything, I stay right out of the comments. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. So we have here, I'm pretty sure community. Oh, you guys are my moderators. Look at you. Even Chris Rowland. I haven't even seen Chris in a while. Gene. I haven't seen Gene in like ever. Have you seen Gene in a while?
Yes, but I couldn't tell you where, and I can't remember how long ago.
Kind of miss her. You know what's cool about this? This must have happened the night that I did my last stream, because there was like 700 people in chat and it was just flying by. There was no way to keep up with it. And so I must have had to make a bunch of moderators that night. Poor Bridget. She was trying. These people are so awesome. I love you guys. Best mods ever.
Like, yeah, the mod thing, man, that's what people don't realize, especially when you first get into YouTube. Your moderator, you need to have like that relationship with them. And it's like, you know, like you need to know, they need to know you and you know them. Because when you go live, they need to be there.
Do you know, let me go to chat. I bet you Cool Frog's in chat telling me how to do this. No? Margot, awesome. Glad to see you around. Cool Frog, where exactly do I have to click into? I thought it was in...
No, it's under
permissions.
You edit stream. No, you edit stream.
Edit stream? The stream?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I don't think so.
I go to that. Edit that.
Okay.
Scroll down. I'm just making this up. Keep on going down.
That's as far as I can scroll.
It's somewhere. It's somewhere over there. Hit hit that little live button on the left hand side.
Live button on the left.
Yeah.
Oh, this
underneath
guy.
See what that does. Customization.
Stream settings have moved close. I don't care. Okay. Live chat. Live chat down. Replay. Message delay. Redirect, bro. How did you know this?
I don't know because I don't know how to do it. That's what's so crazy.
Search your videos. Search for other channels. Dude, look at Clumsy just populated. It's got Clumsy, Tish, Talking. All my friends are here. Even have Amy. Amy is the one that I was telling. Was I talking about Mr. Malloy to you earlier? Oh, no, it was Shelly. Mr. Malloy loves Shelly very, very, very much. Yeah, there's another woman he loves called Amy, and she drives around LA listening to music. She's so fun. Okay. Clumsy clairvoyance. Let's redirect here.
See,
Oh,
what killed
wait.
me
Are
about
these
that is
people
you.
live right now? Is that why I
No,
can see him?
no, like see, like some people they do their next live, they put that up, and so like
Mm-hmm.
you're like, I don't know when you're going live, and like
That's
Clumsy, she goes live here soon. Clumsy, when do you go live? You need
well,
to go live now so we can send them over there.
yeah, there you go.
You need to be live.
It says scheduled for 11:55, which is in 22 minutes from now. Clumsy is notoriously
Late.
late.
Yes. Like she makes me look early.
Oh man, she makes Nick Ricada look early, straight early, every day early. And you know what she'll fucking do? She'll go, bing, her camera turns on, her hands show up, and then bank, be back in 15 minutes. I'm like, you're there. I see you. Take us with you. Turn the camera on. Let us listen to you,
She's
P. What are you
great.
doing?
I know. What I love is that she does it her way, and that's why we're there. Look at her.
Yeah. Don't call me
Late
a-holes. We're
hey, she's not late because she keeps changing the time. It's like I know. It's like, wait a second. That said it was going to start at like 2:00, and then it's like now here it is 3:30. It says it's going to start. I'm like, what is going on? And she keeps changing the time, so she's not late.
Oh, Sinbad said Gene's modding for Ozzy, Meme, and I think a Farron.
Is she?
Oh, that's a lot to do. I see her in memes when I watch the replay. And it's hard. You got to catch the replay like when it's happening. I don't know. I basically don't get to ever really see the end of them. But yeah, it's nice because he puts his chat on screen. So when you watch a replay, you get to see the chat all at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
If you have replay chat turned on.
But he puts it on the screen so you don't have to dick with that.
Oh. No,
Like,
I'm saying like when you do your stream, like you have live
I do.
chat replay on there, yeah. I'm always late. I blame Guava Ball.
Hey, Carla, it's good to see you. Why? I see you rolling your eyes at Miss Farron. Is there something new, or is it just because?
I don't know, but with a name like Carla Vegas, I expect a little bit more risque of a avatar.
Wait a minute. Let me go back to Carla.
Wait, just like,
hey, girl. Hey.
Yeah. With Carla Vegas, it's like, hey, you didn't have put some lights on there, some candy.
If she changes out of her face to put on some weird lights, I'm never gonna forgive you.
I'm sorry.
I hope you're well, darling. I know it's been a while since I'm around. No, I'm doing very well. Thank you. I was scrolling up to see anything that I missed. I will send you my address, Clumsy, but if you turn out to be one of these stalkers, I swear I got a 9 with your name on it. JK. That was just a joke, a Minecraft joke. I'm streaming about copyright striking on Thursday. Oh, God, don't make me throw up. Seriously, I had to take half of a anxiety pill to even do this, and I could tell it's been wearing off for a while because it's all coming back.
Why? This is the most relaxed I've been. Look how happy I am. Like, I haven't been this happy in a long time.
This is nice. This whole stream was so nice. I would have bet money. I would have bet you money earlier today that I was gonna have to address the Farron stuff. Like,
no,
seriously,
nobody cares.
No one
cares. They're here for you.
I know, and I almost started early and created my own drama that I don't need to get into. Yeah, it was so good. I'm so glad we talked.
You're gonna have a good time, man. It's all great. This is FunTube. Look, I keep watching your viewers numbers. They go up and down. That means you got people leaving, coming back, and stuff. This is an incredible stream. I can't believe 4.5 hours. I mean, this is longer than I do stuff. I mean, I used to do long ones, but I mean, here I am. I'm full of energy. I mean, this is exciting. You really you knocked it out of the park, kiddo.
How fun. It's weird that you can't see my screen anymore. Did I stop sharing it? No.
No, I don't know.
Well, are you wanting to go to sleep now? Or shouldn't one of these boxes have like a yellow line around it? I mean, it's Valentine's Day. It's about love.
There's no love about it, baby.
What's love got to do with it?
Let's do
Oh, I see it now.
clumsy. Real quick guess. What? Guess what? What? Edward, real quick. Did she say that twice? Guess what? Clumsy, what? What am I guessing? I don't know. Moves, it's your stream. Do whatever you want to. Ash says he will scream. Oh, is that tomorrow?
What's tomorrow? I wasn't in the comments. I was looking through other comments. Oh my gosh, I forgot about this.
Oh,
This
your
was
old
one of the
videos?
funniest videos. This Kurt one. I wish you guys could hear it. I don't care that you can't. I gotta. Because if you could hear it, he's singing to himself, and then he stops, and then in the background he goes, "Hey," and he what? And he lives by himself, so there shouldn't be.
Oh gosh, that's
Every
creepy.
time. I liked it myself. Is that true? I'm a fucking creep. Whatever.
That's okay. Melissa Jane says I'm a dork, which we know. What's the difference between a dork, a nerd, and a geek?
You want me to Google
Do we
a
know
dork? I think I can figure this out.
I thought
A
they're all the
dork?
same.
No, a dork and a nerd are very different. A dork is like, pants really high, like, just dorky. Like,
Yeah.
a nerd is somebody who's like knows a lot of geeky information, knows a lot about movies and Star Wars and Star Trek and shit. A geek knows all about the names of probably everything, like everything in your computer and everything in your body and nothing in your car.
So a nerd would be like a pop culture like nerd. Like they know
Less
all that
pop
weird
culture
stuff.
and more like
Doctor Who.
Sure, yeah, because I don't know what that is for sure.
Yeah.
And Doctor Who, Star Wars, Star Trek, any of the anime, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna give them that. I forgot I was still sharing.
Anime is just Japanese cartoon porn. That's what I've decided.
It's I don't get it. You know what's really funny is that one of my youngest, he watches this guy that makes little videos to help him get through different levels. What?
Well, I was gonna say, are you gonna have the guy who does little flip books?
No,
Okay,
that sounds fun. That sounds awesome. My son watches this guy make things out of clay. It's so I'll sit there for hours and he's not even in there anymore. I'm like, damn it, I had shit to do today.
Like,
no,
does
but
he
he yes, this guy is really, really good, and he does all of the like little monsters that the kids are into with their games. So my son is really super into like Slender Man and Siren Head and all these Trevor Henderson creatures. Anyways, that's not the point. Point of this story was one of those guys that he watches on YouTube changed his avatar. And my kid was so mad about it. And I'm like, what? He goes, it's anime. He was so mad. And then anytime he would talk about him, I don't remember the guy's name, but he's like, the guy with the anime. I don't know why he's so against anime. He just doesn't, he must not like the way it makes him feel. You know what I mean? He's just not his vibe. I have another kid that hates South Park.
Oh, that's weird.
They hate the way it's drawn. They're like, oh, I can't watch it. It just makes them feel like
it was cartoon or not cartoon. It was construction paper. They made him out of construction paper.
At first, yeah. Yeah, that's really cool.
It's crazy.
Hey, Crystal.
So like anime, like that's becoming. Hey, Crystal. Anime is becoming very, very popular, and it's because of the stories. They're not turning into social justice type things, but like I'm sitting there going, I love the like Batman, Superman, Captain America, X-Men, like the old fashioned American comics, because the way it's drawn and stuff, everything that is truly American art. Like no other place has artwork like that, and as the comic book. And I don't know. So there I am. There I go. I'm geek nerd
I
dorking
think
off.
dork. I think well, okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that that was like a thing. Is that why they're like graphic novels we need to be taken seriously or what?
Oh, it might be. I don't know. I don't know.
We're big
But
now.
yeah, I love animation.
Dude,
Traditional animation. I don't like CGI stuff.
oh.
Uh,
Well, what about what ID Crisis does?
oh, love it, love it.
Yeah,
He's got a his comic book's awesome. I wish
it's
he'd hurry up
so
and finish it.
amazing.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
story's great. The idea of it's great. I mean, he's figured out like the tech and everything of it, like the way it should be. I'm like, dude, why are you not getting a GoFundMe or whatever one of those are that these these independent comic book people are doing? He's like, no, he's like, I want to have it finished first. I'm like, that's not how it works, man. It's like like you do like half of it, and you start doing this, and because people like to be there for like the whole journey of the comic book, but he's got something on his hands. He just has to get it finished. It's
Yeah,
really
I
cool.
really like watching him create those. It's so crazy. Same with Jimmy, but when they start drawing, I'm like, what the heck? Like I pull out my paint and I'm like, okay, so I can assume that he's got some kind of fancy pen that's helping him out. And obviously he's talented, but how did his mind think to make some of it? You know? I'm like, what?
He started showing me like the bricks of like a scene. He's like, see this wall back here and the bricks that are on it? He's like, so I started doing this, and he's like, just putting like little like slashes on there. And he's like, it adds to the depth. I'm like, what? What are you
Yeah,
talking
that's
about?
what
And I'm
I'm
like,
talking about. Like
and then
he's
he gets
so
fish. I'm
smart.
like, he's like, yeah, it's like this is what it looked like before I started this. I'm like, oh, that looks really good. I
Yeah.
don't know how you do it.
One night he was drawing a picture, or one day, I think we were day streaming with Cool Frog, and he was
Hmm.
drawing a picture like really good. It was like a dragon and a princess and this cliff edge. So I was drawing it on paint at the same time.
Yes,
And I kept
you were
saying, I'm
great at that. I
showing
saw
him,
that yesterday.
oh my God, if like cringe art is your thing.
I don't
I
know,
drew a,
man.
I drew a, I drew a moose with a tail like a dog on accident. Yeah. Oh, I lost it right there at the end of the moose.
That's
That was a
awesome.
lot of fun though. But yeah, I wish I had an ounce. I wish I could sing like Robin, play instruments like conspiracy music, talk like you.
You don't want to talk like me. I don't
So
need it.
many things. I wish I could take pictures and had a face like Melissa. Melissa Jane. She
That
is
now
good.
that
She
is
gives good
disgusting,
face.
isn't it?
Right?
I'm
I
like,
just saw her
how does she
Twitter. I'm
do it?
like,
Yeah, I know. She's like, oh, I just do, like this, and she's like, I can't get this done because it's not right. I'm like, what? I'm like,
yeah,
how are you
she's
doing all this stuff? Like the way you go through her stuff, like when she does the yeah, Mario, I'm the same way. Like I have no talent. Melissa's her portfolio, like her business stuff, like her the pictures she's taken for work and everything. You're like sitting there going, I would buy that house. I don't even know what it is. I was like, wow. She
yeah.
stopped somewhere and like took a picture of something on the steps. I forget what it was. But it's like someone had like I don't know, something cool in their house, like on their stairs. And she's like, the way the shadow got and stuff. I was like,
It's
how did you? She's like,
artistic.
I just watched it and saw it. I was like, and she has
Yeah.
this new video of her. She got this Valentine's video. Man,
Mhm. I didn't click on
she's
it yet.
oh, dude, yeah, it's cool. And she like her husband. He took like some like behind the scenes photos, and I'm like he just like he captures the raw essence of her beauty. And I'm sitting there
Yeah,
going, why are you behind a camera when you see this? It's man, it's just sick. It's just
I
sickening
know.
seeing
God
these
plays
people.
favorites. It's ridiculous.
It's sad. It's sad.
Sinbad said, ID crisis and winning reality, fun stuff. Dude, winning? Whoa. Did I already say this? When Winning did his 24-hour stream, he literally, I think it was like a 36-hour stream or something. I'd come back every 6 hours or 4 hours or something. It was like he never missed a beat. He never
Oh
ran out of
wow.
things to talk about.
Yeah, I was supposed to Winnie and wanted to do a show with me. I was like, yeah, man, that'd be great. Let's do it this Wednesday. And it's like my 3D world came in and
Oh,
messed it up.
I'm so glad you're saying this. I'm so glad you're saying this. Okay, so he did mention that to me. He was like, hey, oh, expert, he wanted to do a show, but he never got back to me. And he had said that you said, or no, he said that he had said just, whenever, hit me up whenever. And I'm like, yeah, well, here's the thing with expert. He probably doesn't want to spur the moment you, even though I think Winning is the type of guy who's down. He doesn't need time to prepare. It's in his mind. Like he really lives and believes these things. And he just doesn't understand, or maybe you both don't understand each other in that way, that it's like you probably
Yeah,
want to
it's
be
just
more
gonna,
respectful than just dropping a whole ass live
yeah.
stream right on his lap at the last minute. And he's just like, well, he went live right now. Why can't I be on? You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, like that's yeah, because like I feel like you need a promotion. I need to be able to put out there, oh hey, you're gonna be here and stuff.
Yeah, he's not even
And
like that. He's super down. He just wants to talk. Even if he had no audience, just to talk to you, I think he'd be stoked about.
well, next time you
He
see him, tell him to just come on a stream. If I'm by myself, tell him to come on and I'll put him on.
But I
We'll
think
start
that's
we'll
the
start hanging
thing.
out.
I don't know. I think you're both like, I don't think he wants to be rude to ask. You know what I'm saying? Like there's
Yeah,
just that little
which I really appreciate because it's hard to have like, I mean, I'm I don't know. It's just it's weird if you're not prepared. Okay, like you and I, we have a flow.
Mhm.
That's my whole thing. It's like everything flows here. We can just go with it. Some people you get them on there. It's like so. Your shirt there. It's blue sleeves and gray in the middle. Is that your school colors or something? And you'll be like,
No,
no. Oh, well, it's a cool shirt. What's the little symbol right there mean? It looks like
I don't
Under
know.
Armour. Yeah, I don't know. And it's like, like I don't know either. Just we're just trying to get a conversation going. It's because there's people here that just want to. They like this. They like the friendly banter, and
Yeah, they want to hang out.
yeah, it's just cool. Just being
Yeah,
cool.
well, I just think you guys would be a great little mix up. He's so different than what
I've
you
got to get
usually
on
hear
him.
over there. Like he's literally the opposite of everyone you've had on the last month. He's
That's
very
awesome.
serious. He's really wants to get change into the world. He has like, and he's very intense. He's intense like me though, where he's probably one of the funnier guys out there, but he's so intense you kind of miss it sometimes. So like don't take his intensity for being like an ass. He's really not. He's a cool
No,
guy.
I've never thought about
Yeah,
that.
you
It's like,
wouldn't, but yeah. And I'm talking to chat.
oh, sorry.
But also you don't either. I would be really cool if you got together. I think that the girl, I know it's not all girls over at your channel,
Eighty-five
but
percent.
it's a lot of them. I think they would like
Eighty-five
it.
percent female.
Yeah, he's easy to listen to.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's all that matters. Yeah, it's if we're 85%. Have you checked your demographics?
No, I don't know how to find it. I
It's
think we've done this before.
it's on your
Let me
stuff.
share. I'm gonna share my screen so that I'm not just.
I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna check mine. It's gonna be changed. Are we waiting on Clumsy, by the way?
I should start. It's 55, so maybe 4 more minutes. Listen, if that's true and she does start in 4 minutes, then thank you guys so much for joining. This was dope. I had so much fun tonight.
Oh yeah, and go to
So
Clumsy.
many
Give her the
names.
thumbs up. She is trying so hard to get to her 1,000. So
Mm-hmm.
please give her that sub. It doesn't cost you
Yeah.
anything. And
Super
tell her
thanks.
that Divinity sent you.
Yeah. Divinity.
Venerade. I like that.
Okay, so where do I see my
Okay, it's
demographics?
are you on Studio? I'm not looking at the screen right now. Yeah, okay,
Analytics?
so yeah, analytics, and then your audience up there, and you scroll all the way down, and right there,
Mhm.
there you go,
Female 56, male
56%.
43. That's pretty good.
Oh, look at your age. That's a perfect cycle right there. It's because you want to be in that age group. That's why like you don't I mean, talk about YouTube listening to you. I'm like everything is like you don't want to say I don't know. You don't want to say yeah hey, uh, I'm going to prom tomorrow. You know, because then I figure like they're going to be picking up like, oh, this person's going to go on a prom tomorrow.
Start
It's a
messing with it.
17-year-old. Yeah, well, maybe I will. Maybe I'll start doing high school reports. Um, no, no. But anyway, it's because you know it's how you look to the advertisers.
Hmm.
But 56% female. That's awesome. That's
And then I'm 50-50 on people sub to me that and aren't sub to me. So maybe I should ask more to sub, or I should do content that people want to sub to.
no, you ask. You say, hey guys, please sub. You know, help me out. Like you know, hey, sub to me if you like me, and if you don't like me, sub to me too, and that'd be awesome.
Oh my gosh, look at all this
Um,
information they give me. It says subscribers who turn on all notifications. Um, I don't know what the percentage is for, but they're telling me all this random
so
stuff.
out of all your subs, you have I've never seen that number before. So next to percentage, it says that 1.1 thousand people that have subbed to you have all
Mhm.
notifications. So like this, when this went
Oh,
live,
I
a
see.
thousand people got notified.
Wow,
That's
that's
cool.
cool. How I didn't
That's
know
really
that.
cool. Look, you
Oh, I have
got
to be,
7% in the UK.
yeah.
You have 2.6% in Australia.
My
I got,
Aussies.
like I always am like, oh yeah, Australia, they're great. Like, and then I go over there and I don't have anything. I'm like, why are they not? Hey, if I get one more sub, I'll go to 60. I'm at 24.59. I'm one
Oh,
away from
yeah. You
24.60.
guys, whoever needs to click away
I
from here
love
right
you.
this moment, go click on Expert's channel, sub, find your alt accounts, and go sub
I
right
love
meow.
you. I love you said alt accounts. Let's see. I'm gonna go to
Whatever it
analytics.
takes.
I go to audience and where are we at here? Um,
Good logic.
what?
Is it 89,000? What? Say more.
I'm at 50.8% female. It has
50.
changed.
Oh, right. You're 50-50.
That is, how did that happen? I was 85% last week. One day I checked it and I was 100%. Dude, they're all messed up.
I saw that.
Yeah,
That
I
was
put that
funny.
up. I was like, hello, ladies.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I knew that most of them were probably chicks, but I was, squaw. I mean, that was a surprise.
That he was a chick.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I've got 1.9% or 13 to 17 years old.
1.9% are 13 to 7. Thank God I have
You
zero of
got
that.
zero. Yeah, so I had that stat before, and I said that, and I forget who said. Somebody told me they said that's my kid's age. My kid's 13, and I was like, your kid's watching the expert, and
Or shit like this.
they were like, I gotta talk to them. I was like, no, you don't. I'm like, they're here.
Whoa,
They're here.
65 and over, I have 7%.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
is
that means
awesome.
you have a very broad group of people.
It,
It's awesome.
it's got to be because so many people are interested in law tube, in the law, different law shits. Like it's just, it could be literally anyone except for unless you're 13 to 17.
I cannot believe I've gone 50-50. Holy
It says
cow.
see more. See more. Feed me, see more.
Oh, I know it happened.
But the females watch longer than the males. You guys really need to get your numbers up.
The females?
No, the
Uh,
males.
the males watch longer?
They watch shorter, so they need to get them up.
Yeah, men suck at
Wait,
this
this is
stuff.
views. I don't know how to read all this. I like the colors of those. It reminds me of like
Yeah, yeah, so
Madcore's
I am.
channel. All right, this is kind of boring. I don't want to stop chatting.
Yeah, but this is the back. This is inside baseball, the backside of YouTube that so many people ask you about. Um, okay, my number two country. You ready for this? Number two
Mm-hmm.
country at a whopping 1.3% is India.
Okay.
So I have the United States, and then the next one that comes in is India at 1.3%. I think you had 7% Australia.
I don't remember now, but it could have been 2. But do you think that they're just ripping all your content over there in India?
Probably. Look, Russia is in this, and like Australia, no, they don't exist.
Really? See, your numbers seem like maybe they're not.
They're not
You know
real.
that there's Australians there. There's a few, right? Don't you have a couple at least?
Yeah, you would think like Melissa Jane counts, but
I
she
mean,
doesn't. Evidently,
maybe they only report after like 2% or something.
my entire audience over the past 7 days has watched nothing but Nick Rekieta and the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial.
Yeah, there's not if they're into that they don't have any choices. But you know what? Lokificent Slayer, Stephanie. I'm gonna link her so that you guys can go there if you want to watch something else. She's covering damn, I don't remember the name of it. I made a bunch of jokes when I was on our stream yesterday and forgot what she was talking about now. My bad.
Oh, that's awesome.
But she's covering a trial that she's really surprised that none of the law tubers are covering. And when she was telling me about it, I was like, damn, I'm surprised too. It's like a I have no idea.
There's something going on right now. I know what you're talking about. There's a trial somewhere.
It's some maybe I think maybe she said they're about to go to trial, and that's what's amazing about it. And I don't remember. It's might be about more like this kind of Eliza stuff with the essay and companies. I just can't remember the details. God, I'm an ass.
Margot, no, it's like the VPNs. That's the thing, Gabby, because I found like I get the top cities, and like my top city was like Los Angeles. I've never seen that stat before. It was Los Angeles, and then New York and Chicago, and New York kind of switched back and forth, and then Atlanta and Nashville, and I was like, well, this is interesting. But then it's like somebody said, well, what about VPNs? I'm like, what about them? Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're doing anything.
Oh. Okay, so Juju just said your YouTube account is connected to your Google account. So I don't think the VPN will mess with the analytics. But if you're telling if you're sending out a signal that says I'm in Chicago, but you're not because you're just using your VPN, will that,
That's what
you know what I'm saying? Like, will that show on experts end as
there are I mean,
right?
there's a lot of people that watch that aren't even subscribed or don't even have an account. It's weird. Just don't pay attention to this stuff. Like I did some the other day, and I was like,
So much.
yeah, I would go over to Twitter, and like my video that's like, I was like, man, I only had like 80 views on this or something. Like it was like really off. Like even, I mean, like I get a lot of views, like like whatever. But like this one was like, I was like, 80 seems low for this. I go over to Twitter and it had like 350 that same day. I was like, oh, and I'm like, well, that's interesting. And then so I go back then like a couple days, and the numbers have doubled on YouTube. My numbers double after a stream's over. I love this. Like,
Every time?
You don't. That's. I'm always comfortable with knowing my numbers will double. And that's usually what happens.
Do you have a number in your head where you're like, if I expect at this point where I'm at on YouTube, I expect to get X amount of views, and then when you don't hit it, is it frustrating?
For a while, but then I was when I was gone. Uh, the first part of December, the last part of November, and I couldn't stream every day. I couldn't do content all the time. It messed everything up, and I'm like, at first I was like, well, will I recover? And then I recovered, but then it's a different. The numbers just look different. I can't explain. I can't pinpoint it, but it's different. So look, Magcore says it goes off what your Google account is set to. So that explains the people in.
But you don't
Afghanistan
have to
that's
have
not-
a Google account to view a video.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're just searching the internet through a VPN that says you're in wherever you lying that you're in, then your analytics are going to say what their VPN is putting out, right? Because you don't have to be logged into Google for that.
No.
to view videos.
My stuff is always wherever. If I ever have to do a location, it's always 90210.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, I always put that in.
Dork. Is that just because you remember it?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know a zip code? A different zip code? You know
In
yours
my own?
and
No, I only
90210
know mine. Yeah, that's true.
and 90210.
That's
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
yeah. No, you should see it when you go to a Target and like look at their ads, and
Uh-huh.
it says what's your location, and you type in 90210. And so you get the ads for Beverly Hills. That's always fun. Things are so different there.
In Beverly Hills, you're like,
Yeah.
look at this bougie douche.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, this is cool, man. I feel like I belong in Beverly Hills.
I was gonna say you probably do 90210 because you feel more connected to that. Would you would you consider yourself Metro? Do you remember what that means?
Oh, jeez.
Is that a yes?
Look, just because I like to take care of my skin, just because I have a lot of shoes, just because I wear my belt matches my shoes.
As it should.
That's the biggest thing, man. Okay, I told you my one joke when I was single was like, the banana and the vibrator. So the other thing is like, I remember this is so bad. This is so bad. I remember I think I was in Nashville, and I was like, some girls were like, I don't know, some dude had come up to their table and was like, hey, I work out. Or, I mean, I don't know, something stupid, right? And I'm sitting there, I'll walk over and go, you guys think like if he knew that his belt was the same color leather as his shoes, that he'd have a lot better chance with y'all? That would help out any? And I mean, I remember this girl, she goes, oh my gosh, we were just saying that. And I was like, yeah, I know you were. I was like, if you're wearing black shoes, you need a black belt. If you have brown shoes, you have a brown belt. It's just, that's the easiest thing in the world for a guy. Guys, if you're not getting chicks, that's why. And so.
Yeah. Get your shit together.
It's so true, man. It's the most basic thing in the world. And I was like,
learn one joke and match your belt and your shoes.
And then after that, you just listen.
After that, I mean, girls are pretty desperate too.
Yeah, They don't
couple tricks.
Wait, hold on. Did I tell you about my magic tricks?
No.
Oh, never mind.
Does it have to do with that chair and your magic rod?
I don't know what that is. You guys made that up tonight.
We might have made that up. I don't even know if they're still in chat. I might just be being a perv all by myself right now. Sorry about it.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I don't know. We got.
Are you watching the Murdaugh trial at all?
No.
Me either. I don't got time for that.
No, what's
are you? Wait. Are you paying attention to Eliza Blue at all?
Once I figured out who she was, no.
I know. I wasn't really either.
Like when it started becoming a thing, I'm like, who is this? I'm like, what?
Yeah. I thought it was an amaranth or like some kind of tub girl.
Right? She'd do a lot better if she did.
I mean, you know what? You're probably not wrong, and that's a sad part. Like at the end of the day, no one knows what trafficking is, and that's why you're in the mess you're in. And if you spend 2 years educating people on it, then yeah, you should have gotten a tub and done it, because I feel like people would have like paid more attention.
Oh my gosh! Yes, you're right.
I mean,
well, she's sitting there now. She's saying like she's a victim of identity.
Digital.
Yeah, what is that? Is she saying
is this the newest one? The last thing because of like what she's going through with that video that she keeps taking down?
Yeah, it's like
I don't know. I haven't got there. So I'm
trafficking, digital trafficking. That's what it is. It's like, you're taking you're taking my video and you're sharing it. I'm being trafficked.
But it was from a time when she was trafficked. I think that's why she wants that down. I don't know. I actually am more team Eliza than I'm not.
Really?
Absolutely. Only because there's so much that like if we're only asking questions based on this DeFango timeline, then we should not be. This is stupid. He doesn't know the year she was born, and so all of this doesn't add up. Only doesn't add up because he can't math or didn't know the dates. So it's like there may be other questions to ask, but
here's
no one knows them.
Go back to the beginning. I'm gonna steal Mountain Girl's line. You go back to the beginning of this. Okay, it is very noble, her cause. It is sex trafficking is the worst thing in the world. Did I lose everybody? I heard something go dude.
I think we're here.
Oh no, I'm down to 10% of my.
Oh, you're getting lost.
The problem is I need to turn off noise cancellation.
Does it use more battery for that?
Yeah.
Power? It does?
Yeah. Let's see here. How do I do that? A lot of clicks, a lot of words.
And Jude.
Noise control. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know how to do all that. Jujubee says that they watch the EDB coverage and then watch small channels so they can actually discuss. Margot said, that makes sense. Can't chat in EDB's chat. Way too many people in there. Yeah, it flies by.
Yeah, that's weird. That's going to be something in the future. It's like, you're just going to have to do members-only chats.
Yeah, I didn't mean to just interrupt you.
No, it was just that Eliza Blue is like,
yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot to actually even talk about.
Yeah, it's very admirable what she's doing, but then it's like I don't know where she came from, and it became did she strike Yellow Flash or Brittany Vintney first?
Brittany first, I think, and the quartering.
Well, it's just like I don't know. I don't know. I think it's an admirable cause that she got into, but then it's like now she's doing all this stuff, and I'm like, it doesn't matter to me. Like there's nothing about her.
Yeah.
What is she?
When I asked somebody in the real world, when I got on the phone with a real person who does an internet, I was like, "Hey, have you ever heard of Eliza Blue?" And they said, "Nope." And I'm like, "All right, that was the reality check I needed right now."
It's amazing what type of reality check you get.
Because it's important to me, but it feels more important to me than it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh god. It's a lot.
No, it's true. It's all this stuff. Oh well.
Mike O'Hagan says, I don't know who that is. I don't know. I said to notify me. Let me go and see if I'm getting a notification for it. Are you trying to get rid of us? Man, you hear I'm trying to get rid of us, guys?
No, I'm not. I just feel like kidding. I'm an idiot now. I don't know what wand chairs are. Oh my gosh, I did not hit thumbs up. I did not like this.
Yay, we just got another like, boys.
Oh my gosh, 79. We need one more. We need one more hit 80. That's a lot, man.
Yeah, that is a lot. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we need one more. Oh, 80.
Yay.
That is awesome. Yeah, be sure and hit that like, everybody. We appreciate that. Make sure you're subscribed. That's the big thing. Div is going to be like, she's going to be your new best friend. That's why you have to subscribe. Like, when she does stuff like this, it's a totally different world than just put out a clip. A clip will get thousands upon thousands of views. But this is family. You got to be there for it.
Wait, look, Shirts is here.
Sure.
Hey, Divinity, did you see the chemical explosion and government burning of highly toxic chemicals in Ohio? Everyone in mainstream media is playing cover up. Wait, what happened? You said you heard it?
Yeah, just today. Yeah, this happened. It's been going on for a week. A train derailed, and it's got like some like extremely toxic thing, and it's on fire. They're gonna have to like evacuate this town. Like it's gonna have to like nobody's ever gonna be able to live there again, and it's on the Ohio River, and so everything like my drinking water here is affected by the Ohio River.
Damn.
They're saying, yeah.
What was on the train?
Chemicals.
Toxic chemicals in Ohio. Go figure. Ohio, come on. It was the Australians, am I right?
Yeah.
Dang, she said it's wild. Check it out. I definitely will. We're about to hop off here, you guys. Clumsy went live 1 minute ago.
Sweet.
So we are going to end our broadcast. Let expert what? You're probably just gonna go pee and then come back, huh? To the internet. Yeah. I know. I'm gonna get some cereal. I'm gonna eat this yummy cupcake. I can't wait for that.
Oh wow.
It's a Reese's cupcake.
I can't believe that. I've got peanut butter and chocolate cookies from the
That-
Amish.
Yeah, from the Amish. Oh, that trumps
Yeah.
anything I've got here.
Oh, these are good cookies. I've already
Yeah,
eaten a
that
dozen of them. Not by myself, but had a dozen of them. I bought some chocolate milk today for it.
Hold on, he's saying, and get this, Divinity said, they made a movie called White Noise where the exact same thing happened in that exact town in the movie. Is he pulling my dick?
Somebody knows. It'd be cool if he was like that.
Dude.
You'd have to explain a lot to me.
I love
But
this.
anyway.
I love this. Are you guys, I'm going to have to look into this. If this is true and you don't cover it tomorrow, expert, why do you even internet?
I don't know. I've been wondering that for a while now. I think
All
I'm just going around being a guest on things now. Mel's gonna go over to Clumsy's. I know that because it's like 2:30 in the afternoon for her. She's like enjoying the sun. She's hanging out. She's like, we're gonna go to Clumsy's. Yeah, she
we're
has a
gonna
whole
go over
nother
to
family.
Clumsy's.
It's weird. She's like Australia, and like she literally lives a dual life. All of her social media goofball friends are in America, and nobody in Australia is coming over here looking at this stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
We should
she's got it
expose
made.
her.
She'd be anybody. We don't know if that's really her. You know, she'd be anybody she wants to be.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. I'm an investigative journalist now. All right, guys, please,
Yes.
when you go over to Clumsy's, you can say hi, drop her a heart. Even if you don't do any of that, just maybe give her a thumbs up, let the algorithm know she's there. She's going to be there for another couple hours giving tarot readings. She does not give up. She's amazing. She's so sweet. She deserves all the love. If you want to, you should
She really
subscribe
is a good
also.
person.
She's a really good person. So I'm going to hit end. I've never done this before. Hopefully it works and it sends you guys there. I love you. This was dope. Next month on the 13th, Experts channel. Have a good night.